Chapter 51. Investigate for me. Who exactly did the Shen Group hire? In a detached villa on the outskirts of the city, Zhao Ming was holding a glass of red wine, standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window is a meticulously manicured garden, but he had no interest in appreciating it. He was waiting for a phone call that could help him win over Shen Zhiqiu. He glanced at the Patek Philippe on his wrist. An hour has passed. According to the plan, the official website of Shen's Group should have been down by now. All data has been cleared. Shen Zhiqiu must be overwhelmed and on the verge of collapse by now. She will soon find out who her only savior is. She would kneel down and beg him. Thinking of that scene, a cruel and triumphant smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's mouth. Buzz. My phone vibrated. They've arrived. Zhao Ming took a deep breath and answered the phone. Hello. Young Master Zhao, something's happened. Zhao Ming's brows furrowed instantly. What's up? The mission failed. Our entire army was wiped out. Zhao Ming's smile froze. He even thought he had misheard. What did you say? Failed? How is that possible? I've invited a top 10 hacker alliance on the dark web. They have the power to breach the financial system of a small country. How could the mere official website of the Shen Group possibly stop it? The subordinate on the other end of the phone sounded fearful. It's not about blocking it. They were killed in a counterattack. Our people haven't even caught a glimpse of the other side. The other party located all of our physical addresses in just 10 minutes. They destroyed all our equipment. We were completely defeated. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming felt a chill run from the soles of his feet straight to the top of his head. 10 minutes. A counterattack. Destroy? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Zhao Ming's face instantly turned ashen. He didn't believe the result. He has been preparing for this day for far too long. Several months ago, he began having members of a hacker alliance launch probing attacks on the Shen Group's official website. Time and time again, they discovered all the weaknesses in the other party's firewall. A flawless plan was devised. He originally thought this would be a one-sided defeat. But now, he has received such terrible news. Zhao Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He absolutely refused to accept this. Check. Investigate. I want to know who ruined my plans. He roared madly into the phone. Yes, young Master Zhao. The call ended. In the room, only Zhao Ming's heavy breathing could be heard. 10 minutes later, the phone rang again. Zhao Ming grabbed the phone. Did you find it? We found it. We found it. Shen Zhiqiu went back to the group headquarters. She also brought a man with her. Zhao Ming's heart sank. Who? It's Lin Fan. What? Zhao Ming's voice suddenly rose 8 octaves, becoming so sharp it was almost distorted. Lin Fan. That good for nothing? Are you sure you saw it clearly? It's confirmed. The surveillance footage clearly shows it was Lin Fan. He followed Shen Zhiqiu directly to the technical department. Then, about 10 minutes later, the group's official website returned to normal. Zhao Ming was stunned. He stood there, like a petrified statue. My mind is blank. Lin Fan. Can he fight against the hacker alliance he hired at great expense? This is simply the biggest joke of the century. Impossible. That's absolutely impossible. Zhao Ming muttered to himself, his eyes filled with a crazed obsession. It must be a coincidence. The Shen family must have hired other experts. Lin Fan, that good for nothing, just happened to be there. He kept repeating it, as if trying to convince himself. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Ming dialed an overseas number. The call was connected. It's me. Help me contact Ghost, the #1 on the dark web. Tell him to name any price. I only have one request. I want the Shen Group's official website to be completely down. Hanhai Tianqi. Lin Fan returned home. He did not listen to Shen Zhiqiu's advice to rest. Instead, he went straight into the study. Shen Zhiqiu walked in carrying a glass of warm water and frowned when she saw this scene. Husband, the doctor said you need to rest. Lin Fan's eyes never left the screen as his hands rapidly typed on the keyboard. I'm fine. It's just some superficial injuries. The cyber attack that Shen's Group suffered this time is not simple. I feel that there is a meticulously planned scheme behind this. Shen Zhiqiu's heart sank. You mean they'll come back? Meeting. Lin Fan's answer was resolute. Moreover, the next attack will be 100 times more intense than this one. The Shen Group was so generous this time, paying a reward of 10 million. I must have a completely new security architecture in place before their next attack. Looking into his serious eyes, Shen Zhiqiu knew she couldn't persuade him otherwise. She placed the water glass on the table and said softly, Then you go ahead and get busy. Don't overwork yourself. After saying that, She quietly left the study and closed the door behind her. Before we knew it, it was lunchtime. Shen Zhiqiu glanced at the study door, not wanting to disturb Lin Fan. She walked to the refrigerator and opened the door. It was stuffed with all sorts of fresh ingredients. A thought suddenly popped into her mind. She wanted to cook a meal for Lin Fan. Although she, the eldest daughter of the Shen family, had never stepped into the kitchen, but she had seen Lin Fan cook, and it didn't seem that difficult. Washing vegetables, chopping vegetables. Although the process was clumsy, it was still quite decent. The final step is to pour in oil and heat the pan. She poured the oil into the pan, then turned to get the beaten eggs. Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from Chen Yu, the special assistant, reporting some urgent matters at the company. As the CEO, she answered the call instinctively. He listened to the report while giving instructions. They completely forgot that the fire on the stove was still burning. The oil in the pan gets hotter and hotter. Finally, call. A flame suddenly leaped up from the pot. The firelight illuminated Shen Zhiqiu's profile. She ended the call, turned her head, and saw this horrifying scene. Ah! A scream. She turned pale with fright and backed away, completely at a loss for what to do. Upon hearing the scream, Lin Fan immediately rushed out. Seeing the scene before him, Lin Fan was at a loss for words. He rushed forward and quickly turned off the gas stove. Then, he picked up the pot lid from the side and put it on the pot. The flames went out instantly. Lin Fan turned around and looked at Shen Zhiqiu, who looked utterly shocked. He was both amused and exasperated. But more than anything, I felt heartache. He stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. You were hungry. Why didn't you call me? Shen Zhiqiu then came to her senses. She looked at the messy kitchen, then at Lin Fan. Fan. Her eyes immediately turned red. Sorry. I just wanted to cook you a meal. I never expected it to turn out like this. Am I really useless? I can't even cook a meal properly. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Lin Fan's heart softened instantly. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. He gently patted her back. Fool, what are you saying? You're so beautiful. If you could also cook, even God would be jealous. What would you need me as your husband for? From now on, leave everything in the kitchen to me. All you have to do is eat. Chapter 52, I'll take care of you for 1 lifetime, 2 lifetimes, and the next. One sentence moved Shen Zhiqiu to tears. She buried her head in Lin Fan's arms and said coquettishly, Then you'll have to support me for the rest of my life. Lin Fan replied without hesitation, I'll take care of you for 1 lifetime, 2 lifetimes, and the next. After saying that, he gently pushed Shen Zhiqiu away. Be good and go wait in the living room. The food will be ready soon. Shen Zhiqiu nodded obediently, turned around, and walked out of the kitchen. She sat on the sofa. My gaze never left the busy figure in the kitchen. Listened to the rhythmic chopping sounds coming from inside. The aroma of food gradually filled the air. Shen Zhiqiu felt an unprecedented peace in her heart. Is this what home feels like? Warm and cozy, down to earth. Happiness. She suddenly thought of Liu Ruyan. Is that woman really blind? Why would you leave behind a man who is so elegant, capable in the kitchen, and so gentle? I really don't know what she's thinking. Soon, 3 dishes and a soup were served on the table. They are all simple home-style dishes. But in Shen Zhiqiu's eyes, it was better than any delicacy. The two sat facing each other, eating their meal quietly. Lin Fan kept putting food into Shen Zhiqiu's bowl. Eat more, you're too thin. Shen Zhiqiu didn't say anything, but just smiled and ate all the food he put on her plate. The meal ended in a warm and cozy atmosphere. Shen Zhiqiu stood up and began to clear the dishes. I'll wash the dishes. Lin Fan's brows immediately furrowed. He grabbed Shen Zhiqiu's hand. His eyes held an undeniable air of dominance. Sit still and don't move. Should the wife do such a menial task as washing dishes? Then what's the point of having me as a husband? Shen Zhiqiu burst out laughing. She discovered that she really enjoyed hearing Lin Fan speak to her in such a domineering tone, saying these doting words. Being with Lin Fan makes everything seem so enjoyable. Night deepened. The clock on the wall has already passed 10 o'clock. The study light was still on. Shen Zhiqiu glanced at the tightly closed door. She knew that Lin Fan was building an unbreakable defense for the Shen Group's future cybersecurity. She went into the bathroom to take a shower. The mirror reflected a face of unparalleled beauty. A thought quietly arose in her mind. After taking a shower, she walked out of the bathroom and into the dressing room. His gaze fell on a box that had never been opened before. It was a black silk nightgown. I bought it on a whim, but then felt it was too revealing and never wore it. Today, she picked it up as if by some strange twist of fate. Inside the study, Lin Fan's attention was highly focused. On the screen, countless lines of code flowed rapidly like a waterfall. He is building a brand new firewall. The door was gently pushed open. A slender figure walked in. Lin Fan was completely unaware. In his world, only code and logic remain. Shen Zhiqiu walked barefoot on the wooden floor, step by step, behind Lin Fan. She didn't say anything. She just watched him quietly, looking at his focused profile and at his fingers that blurred into afterimages as he rapidly tapped the keys. A faint fragrance drifted into Lin Fan's nostrils. It's a familiar taste. It was the scent of Shen Zhiqiu. Lin Fan's fingers, which were typing on the keyboard, suddenly stopped. He slowly turned his head. Then, his breathing stopped. The scene before him made all the blood in his body rush to his head in an instant. Shen Zhiqiu stood beside him. She was wearing a black silk nightgown. The V-neck is very low. Delicate collarbones, subtly visible. The skirt was very short, barely covering the most mysterious area. Two straight and slender jade legs were exposed to the air without any cover. Under the lights, her skin was dazzlingly white. Her damp, black hair was casually draped over her shoulders. A few strands of hair clung to her exquisitely beautiful face. Those eyes, usually as clear and cold as autumn water, now seemed to be veiled with a layer of mist. Blurred, allure, bewitching and captivating. Lin Fan felt his throat was so dry it was almost burning. Shen Zhiqiu slowly bent down. Her warm, red lips came close to his ear. Her breath was as fragrant as orchids. "Honey, are you still busy?" Her voice was very soft and gentle, with a touch of lazy huskiness. Each word was like a feather, gently scratching at Lin Fan's heart. Lin Fan's mind went completely blank. I could only nod subconsciously. Shen Zhiqiu straightened up. A slender finger gently traced his chin. It brought a tingling, electric-like sensation. Is work more important, or am I more important? Lin Fan swallowed hard. You. Upon hearing this answer, a smile that could charm the world blossomed on Shen Zhiqiu's face. So, you want to continue staring at these cold, hard codes? Her gaze slowly moved downwards. Finally, it landed somewhere. His eyes were full of aggression. Or do you want to do something else to me? Boom. Lin Fan suddenly stood up. He grabbed Shen Zhiqiu's wrist. His eyes were completely bloodshot. It was as if they wanted to devour her alive. He remained silent. He took her hand and strode towards the bedroom. Much later, the bedroom returned to calm. Shen Zhiqiu lay lazily on Lin Fan's chest. Her fair fingers drew circles on his chest. Her face still had a lingering blush. His eyes regained a hint of clarity and cunning. I never would have guessed. Some people are like otherworldly immortals when they're working. The moment he sees me, he turns into a lustful devil. Lin Fan looked down at the woman in his arms who was acting like a kitten. He couldn't help but laugh. He rolled over and pinned Shen Zhiqiu beneath him. Looking down at her, he smiled and said, "With a stunning beauty like my wife right in front of me, a man who can remain unmoved even with a woman in his lap. Either he is a saint, or he has a serious physiological problem. I don't want to be a saint. I don't want you to suspect that I have a problem." Shen Zhiqiu's face instantly turned bright red. She was overjoyed and blushed with embarrassment at these straightforward and domineering words of love. She stretched out her arms and hooked them around Lin Fan's neck. With seductive eyes, she said, "You know how to talk, so I'll give you another reward." After saying that, Shen Zhiqiu took the initiative to kiss him. Chapter 53: Substituting One Thing for Another. Fenghua Technology. Wang Hao stood in front of his desk, looking nervous. Sitting in front of him was a composed, middle-aged man. This person is Liu Ruyan, the real boss of Fenghua Technology. "How are the preparations for the Shen Group's project going?" Liu Ruyan asked coldly. Wang Hao's heart tightened suddenly. "Mr. Liu, we've encountered a bit of trouble." After listening, Liu Ruyan surprisingly didn't get angry in public, but instead said calmly, "Don't worry, I've already registered a new company. Its name is Blue Ocean Technology. The legal representative and shareholders have no relation to Fenghua Technology." Wang Hao's mind raced, and he vaguely guessed what was going on. "President Liu, is your tactic a substitution?" Liu Ruyan said calmly. "We participated in the bidding under the name of Blue Ocean Technology. The submitted proposal will use the security architecture that Lin Fan left at Fenghua Technology." Wang Hao's eyes lit up instantly. "Brilliant. Mr. Liu, that was an absolutely brilliant move. That framework is the culmination of Lin Fan's hard work, and its technical aspects are absolutely top-notch." Liu Ruyan nodded. a satisfied look on his face. But he then changed the subject. There is still one major uncertainty in this matter. Wang Hao's expression turned serious again. You mean? Lin Fan. That's right. Lu Jun nodded. With Lin Fan's abilities, he is very likely to develop a more advanced and complete new architecture during this period of time. If his new proposal comes out, our plan will be ruined. So we must find a way to stop him. Wang Hao said with a bitter face. I understand, Mr. Liu. I will definitely find a way. Lu Jun stood up, straightened his suit, and said coldly, I'm waiting for your good news. If this fails, you're fired. After saying that, he turned and left the office. The moment the door closed, the respect on Wang Hao's face instantly turned into a sinister and ferocious expression. He picked up the phone on his desk and dialed the internal line. Have Zhang Yi come to my office. A few minutes later, Zhang Yi pushed open the door and entered. Brother-in-law, what do you want? Wang Hao briefly explained Lu Jun's plan. After hearing this, Zhang Yi's expression became unpredictable. Stop Lin Fan from developing a new architecture. That won't be easy. Wang Hao angrily said. It has to be done, even if it's difficult. This is crucial to whether we can secure the Shen family's project. Zhang Yi's eyes darted around a few times. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. Brother-in-law, I have an idea. Wang Hao pressed further. Speak quickly. Zhang Yi lowered his voice and said. If the hard approach doesn't work, we can try the soft approach. Weren't there a few other people who left our company with Lin Fan last time? I remember someone named Gao Dong. Wang Hao frowned. Gao Dong? That technician? Yes, it's him. A sinister smile appeared on Zhang Yi's lips as he continued. I heard that Gao Dong has a girlfriend named Zhou Shui. I've met that woman a few times. She's extremely vain and loves money more than anything. As long as we start with her, aren't you afraid that Gao Dong won't obey? Let Gao Dong become a thorn in Lin Fan's side. Wang Hao's eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his thigh. Good idea. Money is not a problem. We must ensure that things are done flawlessly. Zhang Yi smiled confidently. Don't worry, brother-in-law. The next day, inside an upscale coffee shop, Zhang Yi and Wang Hao met Gao Dong's girlfriend, Zhou Shui. Zhou Shui was dressed up in a flamboyant manner, holding an LV bag in her hand, which was obviously a high-quality replica. Wang Hao sized up Zhou Shui and nodded secretly. She's definitely a vain woman. That makes things easier. He took a thick envelope out of his briefcase and pushed it in front of Zhou Shui. There is 100,000 yuan in cash in here. After it's all done, there will be another 200,000. Zhou Shui swallowed hard, her eyes fixed on the envelope. What do you want me to do? Wang Hao leaned back on the sofa and said slowly. It's very simple. Make your boyfriend, Gao Dong, listen to us. He told us everything he saw and heard at Shofan Technology every day, exactly as it was. Especially the project that Lin Fan is developing. Zhou Shui's expression changed several times. She wasn't stupid. She knew this was corporate espionage. That's illegal. But the temptation of 300,000 was just too great. That's enough for her to buy the LV bag she'd been eyeing for a long time, instead of buying a high-quality replica. Her hesitation lasted less than 10 seconds. Good. I promise, Gao Dong will listen to me. Night. Gao Dong dragged his tired body home. He was greeted by Zhou Shui's cold face. On the table were her newly bought designer handbag and 50,000 yuan in cash. What is this? A sense of foreboding rose in Gao Dong's heart. Zhou Shui said coldly, Gao Dong, we've been together for 3 years. What have you given me in these 3 years? Look at my colleagues. Which one of them doesn't have a boyfriend who buys her a car and a house? And you? Besides working overtime every day, what else do you do? Gao Dong was speechless. He knew it was because he was incompetent, and he figured he could let it go after the other person grumbled a few words. Then Zhou Shui continued. Now, an opportunity is before us. She pointed to the money on the table. If you're willing to do Mr. Wang a small favor, we can get 300,000 yuan. Gao Dong's pupils constricted sharply, and he questioned, Did Wang Hao give you this money? Zhou Shui, I'm warning you. Brother Fan has been kind to me. I can't betray him. Zhou Shui laughed out loud, her laughter full of sarcasm. He did you a favor? How much money did he give you? Can you afford to drive a Mercedes-Benz G-Class? Gao Dong, wake up. Be realistic. Gao Dong's face was full of pain and struggle. Xiao Xue, this is a crime. I can't do that. Zhou Shui's face turned completely cold. She stood up and looked down at Gao Dong. I'm putting my words out there today. Either you agree to Mr. Wang's request. Either we break up. You choose. Gao Dong looked at the woman he had loved for 3 years. Her face was so familiar, but his eyes were so unfamiliar. He knew that once he agreed, there would be no turning back. But if you don't agree, he will lose her. Final. Gao Dong lowered his head dejectedly. I agree. 1 week later, Lin Fan's head wound has basically healed. He returned to Qiufan Technology. Chen Bin, Li Wei, Gao Dong, and others had been waiting for a long time. Everyone was invigorated when they saw Lin Fan return. Brother Fan, you're finally back. Lin Fan smiled. Sorry to keep you all waiting. Next, we need to make a final push for the Shen Group's project. With Lin Fan as their core leader, the team's efficiency has improved by more than one level. Everyone was engaged in the intense yet well-organized work. Another week has passed. Under Lin Fan's leadership, a completely new network security architecture has finally been completed. Done. Lin Fan typed the last line of code and let out a long sigh of relief. A burst of enthusiastic cheers erupted in the office. Lin Fan immediately sent a summary of the core plan to the Shen Group via email. The recipient was Wang Zongjian, the director of the technical department. The email was sent in less than half an hour. Lin Fan then received a reply. The reply was very simple, consisting of only 4 words. Absolutely perfect. Immediately afterward, Wang Zongjian called. His tone was full of undisguised admiration and shock. He told Lin Fan that the plan had been preliminarily approved by the technical department. All that's left is to go through the procedures. This news thrilled everyone at Qiufan Technology. Lin Fan waved his hand. It's my treat today. Let's drink until we drop. At the celebration banquet, everyone toasted and drank. Gao Dong made an excuse and went outside the private room. He took out his phone and dialed Wang Hao's number. Lin Fan's proposal has passed the initial review of the Shen Group. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then, Wang Hao's cold voice rang out. Gao Dong, find a way to delete Lin Fan's proposal. The call ended. Gao Dong stood there, holding his phone, his face ashen. Night. Qiufan Technology office. A figure appeared furtively at the doorway. It's Gao Dong. He used the spare key to open the company door. Using the faint light from his phone screen, he walked step by step toward Lin Fan's workstation. Turn on your computer. The light from the screen illuminated his face, which was filled with fear and struggle. His hands trembled as he gripped the mouse. Open the folder. That contains all the hard work they've put into this period of time. Gao Dong's eyes reddened. He closed his eyes, and the trusting look in Lin Fan's eyes and the joyful smiles of his colleagues flashed through his mind. A resolute expression flashed across Zhou Shui's face. Final. He opened his eyes. The struggle in his eyes was replaced by numbness. He selected all the files. The mouse pointer moved to the delete option. He took a deep breath and pressed the left mouse button sharply. The file has disappeared. Then I opened the recycle bin. I clicked empty recycle bin. Confirm. On the screen, the progress bar moved by rapidly. It's all over. Chapter 50 for There's a Mole. The next day, Lin Fan walked into the office. Chen Bin and Li Wei had already arrived and were excitedly discussing how to spend the bonus after the project succeeded. Han Tao was also there, humming a little tune as he wiped his keyboard. Lin Fan returned to his workstation. I had just sat down when my phone rang. An unfamiliar number was flashing on the screen. He answered the phone. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Fan? I am Wang Zongjian from the technology department of Shen's Group. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. Director Wang, hello. Wang Zongjian said. Mr. Lin, is your security architecture complete? Lin Fan said. It was just finished last night. Wang Zongjian was overjoyed and said. That's great. Could you come to the Shen Group headquarters this morning? We are conducting technical tests on site. As long as the test results match your proposed solution, even if it's only at 80%. Let's sign the contract right away. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. Sign it right away? He asked instinctively. Director Wang, I remember the bidding deadline hasn't passed yet, has it? Wang Zongjian gave a wry smile on the other end of the line. It happened so suddenly, we couldn't wait any longer. The group's official website was attacked last time. We need to upgrade our security architecture as soon as possible. Lin Fan didn't think much of it and immediately said, Okay, I'll be right there. Hang up the phone. Lin Fan took a deep breath, his excitement beyond words. He looked at everyone in the office. Everyone, get ready. We've received a message from the Shen Group, asking us to bring the plan over for testing right now. If it passes, we'll sign the contract immediately. The office erupted in thunderous cheers. Very good. Brother Fan is awesome. Our efforts were not in vain. Lin Fan smiled and gestured for him to stop. He turned around and turned on his computer. I'm going to copy that plan, which represents everyone's hard work, to an external hard drive. You can open the folder, but it's completely empty. Lin Fan's pupils suddenly contracted. What happened? He left and ordered again. It's still empty. An ominous premonition instantly enveloped his heart. He immediately opened the recycle bin. Similarly, it was completely blank. It was permanently deleted by someone. In an instant, a chill ran from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Lin Fan's face turned deathly pale. This office is newly rented. In order to meet the project schedule, many things have not yet been perfected. For example, surveillance. I just finished the project yesterday, and my files were deleted last night. This is clearly an inside job. Who exactly is it? Who deleted my files? Lin Fan stood up and shouted. The cheers throughout the office abruptly ceased. Everyone was stunned, looking at him in bewilderment. Shen Bin was the first to react. Brother Fan, what's wrong? What file was deleted? Lin Fan's lips were a little dry, and he said, word by word. The security architecture we prepared for the Shen Group. The entire project file was deleted. Boom. These words struck like a bolt from the blue. It struck each person hard on the head. Everyone was stunned. What? Brother Fan, are you sure you're not mistaken? Liu rushed to the computer, grabbed the mouse, and clicked frantically. The folder is empty. The recycle bin is empty. No relevant files were found. Liu's face turned as pale as Lin Fan's. Han Tao slammed his fist on the table, his eyes instantly turning red. Hold. That's something we worked on through countless sleepless nights to make. Which bastard did this? Don't let me catch him, or I'll kill him. Despair, anger, resentment. Various emotions quickly spread throughout the office. 1 second it was paradise. In that instant, I fell into hell. Lin Fan's gaze slowly swept across each person's face. Shen Bin was shocked. Liu's despair. Han Tao's fury. Finally, his gaze fell on Gao Dong. Gao Dong stood at the very back of the crowd. He kept his head down, not daring to make eye contact with anyone. My body was trembling slightly, uncontrollably. Lin Fan's heart sank to the bottom. Could it be him? Just then, the office door was pushed open from the outside. 2 figures walked in. It was Wang Hao and Zhang Yi. Wang Hao was wearing a sharp suit, and his hair was slicked back. He looked around, observing the angry or desperate expressions on everyone's faces, and his smile deepened. Wow, it's so lively here. Lin Fan, what's wrong with you guys? Zhang Yi followed behind him, hands in her pockets, a playful look on her face. He said in a sarcastic tone, Brother-in-law, I think I heard something at the door just now. Something about a file being deleted? Han Tao's anger instantly found an outlet. He charged forward like an enraged bull. He grabbed Wang Hao by the collar. The collar? Wang Hao, was this your doing? Zhang Yi's face darkened, and she stepped forward, forcefully shoving Han Tao away. Watch your mouth, you fucking jerk. You must provide evidence when you speak. You're spouting nonsense. Believe me or not, I'll sue you for defamation. Who else could it be but you bunch of scum? Han Tao was trembling with anger and wanted to rush forward again, but Shen Bin and Li Wei held him back tightly. Wang Hao straightened his wrinkled collar, his face showing no anger whatsoever. On the contrary, her smile became even brighter. He enjoyed the feeling. Enjoy watching Lin Fan and his men. Their expressions a mixture of anger and helplessness. He strolled leisurely towards Lin Fan. The two were less than half a meter apart. He looked Lin Fan up and down, his eyes filled with pity and disdain, and clicked his tongue in disapproval. Lin Fan, oh Lin Fan, why did you do that? If you had listened to me back then, things wouldn't be like this today. You insisted on going against me, and now what? All the hard work we put into making has been wiped out overnight. This feeling must be unpleasant, right? Lin Fan's eyes were icy cold. Wang Hao didn't care at all. He leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Just so you know, Mr. Liu has already registered a new company using the framework you left at Manhua. Blue Ocean Technology. We're definitely going to take this 200 million yuan project. After saying that, he straightened up and his arrogant smile returned to his face. He patted Lin Fan on the shoulder and said earnestly, However, I'm not that heartless. After all, we were colleagues. If you agree now, you can bring your people back to Manhua Technology. I can let bygones be bygones. I might even be so merciful as to help you find out who deleted your files. As Wang Hao spoke, his eyes glanced almost imperceptibly at Gao Dong in the corner. Gao Dong trembled. He was really worried that Wang Hao would just blurt it out. Wang Hao sneered and looked at Lin Fan, continuing to ask, How is it, Lin Fan? Think about it. This is your only chance. Kneel down and beg me, and maybe I'll let you continue as a team leader. Ha! Arrogant laughter echoed in the office. It was harsh and humiliating. Zhang Yi stood to the side, arms crossed, a smug look on his face. It was as if I could already see Lin Fan kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. Chapter 55, Who Says Deleted Files Can't Be Recovered? The office was deathly silent. All eyes were on Lin Fan. Wang Hao's laughter still echoed, full of the air of a victor. However, it was precisely within this extreme repression that Lin Fan suddenly spoke up. Who said that just because the file was deleted, it's all over? One sentence brought Wang Hao's arrogant laughter to an abrupt halt. Zhang Yi was also taken aback, then chuckled. Lin Fan, are you crazy? Now that things have come to this, are you still going to be stubborn? The documents are all gone. What are you going to use to bid? Wang Hao also realized what was happening, and the mockery on his face intensified. What? Planning to rewrite it on the spot? Even if you were given another week, what could you possibly do? Lin Fan, admit it, you've lost. Faced with their mockery, Lin Fan's face showed no despair, but instead a faint smile appeared. That's a kind of confidence that comes from being in control of everything. He said calmly, I had considered beforehand that the company was newly established and the security system was not yet perfect. So I pre-installed a small program on my computer. I call it Smart Shield. This program has a very simple function. It monitors the status of all core files. If any abnormal operation occurs, such as forced deletion, it will automatically back up the entire file to another hidden, encrypted partition 0.01 seconds before the operation is complete. Furthermore, all backup traces will be erased. In other words, from the perspective of the person who deleted it, the file has been completely destroyed. But actually, it's still lying perfectly fine in the computer. Hiss. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's expressions changed instantly. They turned their heads sharply and stared intently at Gao Dong in the corner. Gao Dong's body trembled even more violently. His face was ashen, and cold sweat instantly soaked his back. He had no idea that Lin Fan's computer had such a program. The others in the office also recovered from their initial shock. Brother Fan. Really? Lin Fan nodded. I sat back down at my workstation, under the tense yet expectant gaze of everyone. His fingers flew across the keyboard. A black command line window appears on the screen. Lines of green code flashed by like a waterfall. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's hearts were in their throats as the code rolled. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This must be Lin Fan trying to be mysterious. He must be bluffing. However, the next second, Lin Fan pressed the enter key. On the screen, a folder named Smart Shield Backup appeared out of thin air. Lin Fan moved the mouse and double-clicked to open. Inside was a complete project archive, lying there quietly. The file name is indeed Shen Group Network Security Architecture Final Version. Time seemed to stand still. The color drained from Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's faces instantly. His pupils contracted violently, as if he had seen a ghost. Gao Dong. Wang Hao suddenly turned around and grabbed Gao Dong by the collar. Didn't you fucking say you deleted everything? Explain this to me clearly. What's going on? At that moment, everyone understood. The mole was Gao Dong. Han Tao was the first to rush forward, intending to punch Gao Dong in the face. But Lin Fan stopped him. Gao Dong was being held by Wang Hao and couldn't say a word. Let him go, Lin Fan said coldly. Wang Hao had lost his mind and ignored everything. Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he stepped forward, striking with lightning speed. He precisely grabbed Wang Hao's wrist and twisted it forcefully. Oh! Wang Hao let out a scream, his wrist throbbing with pain, and he instinctively released Gao Dong. Gao Dong fell heavily to the ground and coughed violently. Lin Fan shook off Wang Hao's hand, walked up to Gao Dong, and looked down at him. There was no anger in his eyes, only a cold disappointment. With a plop, Gao Dong struggled to his feet and knelt directly in front of Lin Fan. He clutched his head and wailed in agony. Brother Fan, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to everyone. It was Wang Hao. He's the one who found my girlfriend, Zhou Shui. He gave Zhou Shui 100,000 yuan and promised to give her another 200,000 yuan after the deed was done. Zhou Shui begged me, and I was confused for a moment. I was bewitched. Brother Fan, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please give me another chance. Gao Dong, tears streaming down his face, kept kowtowing to Lin Fan. The office was deathly silent. Han Tao said through gritted teeth, Brother Fan, don't believe him. This kind of ingrate doesn't deserve any sympathy. Call the police. We must call the police and put him in jail. Yes, send him to jail. Li Wei and others echoed. Betrayal is the most intolerable sin in a team. Lin Fan listened quietly without saying a word. After a long while, he waved his hand. Never mind. Brother Fan. Han Tao looked at him in confusion. Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly said, After all, we were colleagues. He looked at Gao Dong with a complicated expression. You can leave now. From now on, we are even. You'd better watch yourself. Gao Dong suddenly looked up, unable to believe his ears. He thought he was definitely going to jail. Unexpectedly, Lin Fan let him go so easily. Gao Dong opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. He could only kowtow 3 times to Lin Fan. Then, he stood up and walked out dejectedly. As they reached the door, Lin Fan's voice rang out again. Gao Dong, there's nothing wrong with loving your girlfriend. But if you're willing to abandon your basic human decency and principles for the sake of love, you'll suffer an even bigger loss sooner or later. Gao Dong was startled. He turned and glanced at Lin Fan, his lips trembling, and nodded emphatically. I pushed open the door and went outside. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi felt a little awkward. They came to see the joke. But now, instead of becoming a laughingstock, he's become a clown in other people's eyes. Just then, Lin Fan's gaze fell upon them. That gaze was cold, with an undisguised hint of sarcasm. Manager Wang, thank you for making the special trip today. If it weren't for you, I really wouldn't have been able to catch this mole. Wang Hao's lips twitched, forcing out a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Lin Fan, don't be so smug. So what if you recover the files? We at Blue Ocean Technology also use your architecture. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan interrupted him. Oh, I forgot to tell you. Lin Fan picked up the portable hard drive on the table and weighed it in his hand. I'm going to the Shen Group headquarters right away. Meet with their technical director, Mr. Wang Zongjian. On-site testing plan. At that time, I will suggest that he give special attention to your Blue Ocean technology. What? Wang Hao and Zhang Yi were almost speechless with shock. Wang Zongjian. Lin Fan. How could he possibly know someone of this caliber? Are you going to file a complaint? If the Shen Group knew that Blue Ocean Technology was just Fenghua technology in disguise, using Lin Fan's old technology to bid, the consequences would be unimaginable. Chapter 56 Securing a 200 million order. Zhang Yi realized what was happening and immediately retorted sarcastically. Lin Fan, can't you at least write something before you brag? The director of the technology department of the Shen Group. How important is that person? Who do you think you are, to even acknowledge him? Wang Hao also stared intently at Lin Fan, his eyes full of suspicion. He didn't believe it either. Last time he and Zhang Yi went to the Shen Group headquarters, they couldn't find a way to find a project manager. Lin Fan is a stray dog who runs a small, rundown company. What gives him the right to meet Director Wang? Still need an on-site testing plan? This is absolutely the funniest joke of the year. Lin Fan looked at their distorted expressions, his eyes calm and unwavering. He knew that these two people wouldn't give up unless he gave them real despair. Oh right, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. A few days ago, the Shen Group servers were attacked by hackers. The entire internal network was paralyzed. I was the one who resolved it. The Shen Group paid me 10 million yuan for this. It was around that time that I met Director Wang. After Lin Fan finished speaking, he took out a business card from his pocket. The black business card, embossed with gold foil, clearly displays the following line of text. Wang Zongjian, director of the technology department of Shen's Group, and a string of private phone numbers. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Zhang Yi's laughter caught in her throat, and her face turned a deep purplish red. Wang Hao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. He stared intently at the business card, his body trembling uncontrollably. 10 million. Hacking attack. Wang Zongjian. He suddenly remembered. A few days ago, news did circulate in the industry that Shen's Group had been attacked by top-tier hackers. But it was quickly resolved by a mysterious expert. At the time, he even mocked Zhang Yi, saying that the technology department of Shen's Group was all useless. But I never dreamed. That mysterious expert was none other than Lin Fan. It's over. If what Lin Fan said is true, all he needs to do is casually mention Blue Ocean Technology in front of Wang Zongjian. He claimed that Blue Ocean Technology had stolen his previous technology. Then their bid is completely ruined. What does the Shen Group hate the most? It's a lie? No, it's impossible. Wang Hao's voice was hoarse and filled with fear. Lin Fan, you faked this. Lin Fan was too lazy to waste any more words with them. He winked at Han Tao and the others. Throw them both out. Brother Fan, leave it to me. Han Tao had long disliked these two. He stepped forward and grabbed Wang Hao by the collar like he was picking up a chick. Chen Bin and Li Wei also rushed over and grabbed Zhang Yi's arms. What are you doing? Let me go. Lin Fan, you dare to touch me? Zhang Yi was still screaming at the top of her lungs. But nobody paid any attention to him. The two were dragged to the office door. Just as Han Tao was about to throw Wang Hao out, Wang Hao began to beg for mercy. Lin Fan, Brother Fan, please don't mention Blue Ocean Technology in front of Director Wang. I was wrong. We were wrong. We shouldn't have come to cause you trouble. We were blind to your greatness. Lin Fan looked at him coldly and asked in return, use what I developed to bid for the Shen Group. Why can't I mention it? One sentence sent Wang Hao's heart sinking to the bottom. He knew that Lin Fan was telling the truth. Lin Fan is in the right in this matter. He was sweating profusely with anxiety, his mind racing. I'll give you the money. As long as you don't tell anyone, we'll give you whatever money you want. Is that so? A playful smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. That's okay too. 10 million. As long as you pay 10 million, I can leave Blue Ocean Technology out of the picture. What? Wang Hao almost spat out a mouthful of blood. 10 million. Why doesn't he just rob it? Even if Wang Hao were sold, he still wouldn't be able to raise that much money. Lin Fan was clearly humiliating him. Lin Fan, you. Wang Hao was so angry that he was trembling all over, but he couldn't utter a single word. Lin Fan was too lazy to even look at him. Throw it out. Okay. Han Tao used force and threw Wang Hao and Zhang Yi out of the office. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The headquarters building of the Shen Group. Wang Zongjian looked at the young man in front of him with admiration in his eyes. Mr. Lin, I have reviewed your proposal. Excellent. But a plan is just a plan. We still need to test its actual effectiveness. Lin Fan nodded without saying anything more. He will connect the portable hard drive he brought to the internal testing server of the Shen Group. Han Tao stood to the side, his palms sweating with nervousness. This is the Shen Group, a tech giant in Deep Sea City. Can they really land this deal? Lin Fan's expression remained calm. He opened the operating interface and began on-site deployment and attack and defense drills. Lines of code scrolled rapidly across the screen. Various simulated attack commands flooded the server like a tidal wave. Wang Zongjian's expression gradually changed from calm to serious. Then came shock. Finally, it's unbelievable. What did he see? Those attack methods that are considered top-tier internationally were easily neutralized by this security architecture. It can even perform reverse tracking and tagging. This is no longer a simple defense. This is a proactive move. Hiss! Wang Zongjian gasped. He stared intently at the screen, his eyes unblinking. Half an hour later. All tests have been completed. The result was perfect. No, it's beyond perfection. Wang Zongjian was certain that as long as this security architecture was deployed, the cybersecurity level of the Shen Group can be improved by at least several levels. He knew better than anyone what this meant for the massive Shen Group. Mr. Lin. Wang Zongjian suddenly stood up, his voice trembling with excitement. Let's sign the contract now. Our Shen Group wants this security architecture. Lin Fan was stunned for a moment, although he has absolute confidence in his product. But no one expected Wang Zongjian to be so decisive. Are we going to sign a contract right away? What happened next was somewhat dreamlike. The Ministry of Justice personnel arrived quickly. A procurement contract worth 200 million was presented to Lin Fan. Until Lin Fan signed his name on the contract. Until the company's account received 200 million yuan from the Shen Group. He still had a sense of unreality. So it's a success? Did I really get my first 200 million so easily? Han Tao, standing next to him, was so excited that his face turned red. He patted Lin Fan's shoulder hard, too excited to speak. 200 million. Their newly established small company actually secured a huge order worth 200 million. Who would believe that if I told them? After leaving Wang Zongjian's office, Lin Fan and Han Tao were still unable to calm down. The two walked in the spacious corridor of the Shen Group. Brother Fan, we really did it. Han Tao was still excitedly repeating. Lin Fan smiled and was about to speak. Han Tao suddenly stopped, pointed in a direction not far away, and exclaimed in surprise. Hey, look, Brother Fan. Why is my sister-in-law working here? Lin Fan looked in the direction he was pointing. Shen Zhiqiu was seen walking out of an office carrying a stack of documents. She was wearing a standard business suit. Her long hair was tied up, and she looked capable and intellectual. A smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He calmly said to Han Tao, Zhiqiu was originally an employee of the Shen Group, just an ordinary office worker. At this moment, Shen Zhiqiu also saw them. She walked over, feigning surprise. Honey, what are you doing here? Lin Fan cleared his throat, a hint of pride on his face, and deliberately waved the contract in his hand. I'll sign the contract. We just secured a 200 million yuan order from your Shen Group. Shen Zhiqiu's eyes lit up instantly. She looked at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes filled with stars. Wow! She let out an exaggerated gasp of surprise. Honey, you're amazing. A $200 million order. We secured it just like that. The next second, amidst the shocked gazes of countless Shen Group employees around them, Shen Zhiqiu tiptoed and gently kissed Lin Fan's lips. This is your reward. The entire corridor fell silent instantly. All the employees who were passing by were frozen in place. What did they see? President Shen was actually kissing a man in the hallway? Chapter 57 Xiao Fan Technology becomes famous in one battle. Lin Fan felt the gazes around him. He didn't care about himself, but he couldn't let Shen Zhiqiu get caught up in a media storm. Honey, there are too many people here. It's not good for you. The company is having a celebration tonight. Come join us. Shen Zhiqiu's face still had a slight blush, and her eyes were sparkling. Not slightly. Good. Lin Fan turned around and said to Han Tao, who was still in a daze, let's go. Han Tao seemed to wake from a dream and mechanically followed behind Lin Fan, until Lin Fan and Han Tao disappeared from the elevator entrance. Whispers began to fill the corridor. The gentleness on Shen Zhiqiu's face vanished instantly. Coldness returned to her face. She slowly scanned the area. Wherever his gaze fell, those prying, curious, and gossipy eyes all recoiled as if electrocuted. The employees lowered their heads and quickened their pace to flee the scene. Qin Yu walked over, adjusted her glasses, and said in a low voice, "Don't worry, Mr. Shen, I'll handle it." Shen Zhiqiu nodded. He turned and walked towards the president's office. A moment later, there was a knock on the office door. "Please come in." Wang Zongjian pushed open the door and entered, his face still showing lingering excitement. President Shen, Mr. Lin's security architecture is simply a work of genius. I have already arranged for the technical department to begin the integration process, and the initial deployment should be completed today. Shen Zhiqiu nodded gently. Very good. Wang Zongjian hesitated for a moment, then finally said, "But, Mr. Shen, we signed a contract with Xiaofan Technology so quickly, and it's a huge order worth 200 million. Xiaofan Technology is, after all, a new company with little reputation. Other technology companies will likely question the fairness of this procurement. This is an issue he, as the technical director, must consider. Shen's Group is an industry benchmark, and its every move attracts much attention. Any careless decision could cause a huge uproar." Shen Zhiqiu said, "I think it's easy to explain. The Shen Group servers were just hacked a few days ago. This means that the information security of our entire group is exposed to huge risks. Every minute, every second, could cause incalculable losses. In this situation, what I need is a solution that can solve the problem immediately." Wang Zongjian listened quietly without interrupting. Shen Zhiqiu continued, "You've seen Xiaofan Technology's solution with your own eyes. It not only solved our problem, but it even exceeded our expectations. So I choose it. As for the others..." A cold smile curved at the corners of Shen Zhiqiu's lips. "Have your public relations department send an email to all the companies that participated in the bidding. Just say that, out of urgent consideration for information security, the Shen Group has adopted Xiaofan Technology's architecture solution. But if there is any company that can come up with a better solution than Xiaofan Technology, and through our field testing, the Shen Group is also willing to pay 200 million to purchase their technology." Wang Zongjian was taken aback when he heard this. President Shen's move was brilliant. This is a calculated, open strategy. A calculated strategy born of absolute self-confidence. We chose the best one. Are you not satisfied? They can offer something better than us. If you can't produce it, then shut up. This statement will shut everyone up. It could even, conversely, establish a positive image for the Shen Group as one that appoints people based on talent and does not adhere to any particular set of rules. I understand, Mr. Shen. Half an hour later, major technology companies across the country received an official email from the Shen Group. The email content was concise and clear. Announcement regarding the Shen Group's cybersecurity architecture upgrade project. After rigorous testing and evaluation by our technical department, we have officially adopted the overall solution provided by Xiaofan Technology. Our company always adheres to the principle of openness and cooperation and welcomes colleagues in the industry to provide better solutions for technical exchange and testing at any time. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire tech world was instantly in an uproar. Xiaofan Technology? What kind of company is this? Where did it come from? Everyone assumed that the Shen Group's 200 million yuan order would go through several rounds of fierce competition before finally ending up in the hands of some major company. As a result, the fruit was taken by a name that had never been heard of before. Countless phone calls began ringing among the top executives of various companies. Hey, old Zhang, have you heard of Qiufan Technology? No, did you check? What's their background? According to business registration information, it was registered less than a month ago. A new company that's only been around for a month has secured a 200 million yuan order from the Shen Group? What a joke. Questioning, speculation, shock, and bewilderment. Various emotions are spreading within the industry. The name, Qiufan Technology, burst into everyone's view in the most audacious and unbelievable way. It became famous overnight. Fenghua Technology. The CEO's office. Liu Jun's face was so gloomy it could drip water. On the computer screen in front of him was the email sent by the Shen Group. Smack. He slammed his hand on the table. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi stood in front of the desk, silent and trembling, not daring to raise their heads. Waste. Two utterly useless people. I'm sending you to deal with Lin Fan. How did you solve it? Spit sprayed all over Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's faces. Neither of them dared to utter a sound. They didn't expect it either. Things have come to this point. Liu Jun paced back and forth in his office in anger. With the Shen Group as his backer, Lin Fan's Qiufan Technology will soon become our competitor. It will be difficult to touch him again. This is all you're doing. Wang Hao and Zhang Yi's bodies trembled even more violently. They knew that Liu Jun was telling the truth. Once Lin Fan gains a foothold, his technical skills will be a devastating blow to Fenghua Technology. A deathly silence fell over the office. Sudden, Zhang Yi, who had been keeping his head down, had a sinister glint in his eyes. He suddenly raised his head. Mr. Liu, we still have a way. Liu Jun stopped and glared at him fiercely. Explain. Zhang Yi flattered. The Liu Group of Shenzhen also participated in this bidding process. I heard it was that spoiled brat from their family, and Liu Haitao was personally in charge. I know this person. He's arrogant, vindictive, and can't stand losing face. Now, the cooked duck has been snatched away by an unknown nobody, and he will definitely not swallow this insult. Wang Hao's eyes lit up as well. He immediately replied, Yes, Mr. Liu, Zhang Yi is right. That Liu Haitao is just a simple-minded spoiled brat. I've had drinks with him a few times. If I just provoke him a little, he'll definitely go after Lin Fan. Let the Liu Group be the first to take the lead, and we'll sit back and watch the tigers fight. No matter the outcome, it will be in our best interest. What a clever tactic of using someone else to do the dirty work. Liu Jun nodded and said, That's a good idea. Don't you know him? Call him now. Do you know what to say? Wang Hao understood immediately and said, Understood, Mr. Liu. He immediately took out his phone and dialed a number. The call was answered quickly. An arrogant yet impatient voice came through the receiver. Who is it? Wang Hao bowed instantly, and his voice became extremely respectful. Young Master Liu, it's me, Wang Hao from Fenghua Technology. Oh, Xiao Wang, what's up? I'm really annoyed. Young Master Liu, are you troubled by that project of the Shen Group? Wang Hao asked cautiously. There was a few seconds of silence on the other end of the phone, followed by an angry roar. Damn it, don't mention that to me. Some lousy Qiufan Technology that popped up out of nowhere dares to steal my project. I've already sent someone to investigate. I'd better not find out who their boss is. Hearing this furious voice, Wang Hao was overjoyed. This is exactly the effect he wanted. He immediately added fuel to the fire, saying, Brother Tao, please calm down. Actually, I know the boss of Qiufan Technology. His name is Lin Fan. He used to be a coder in our company, but I fired him. I don't know what kind of incredible luck they had, but they actually got involved with the Shen Group. He won this project, and now he's acting all high and mighty in the industry, completely disregarding you and the Liu Group. What? Liu Haitao's anger was completely ignited. A programmer who got fired? A penniless man? How dare someone like that steal his things? This is humiliating. A blatant humiliation. Wang Hao, send me his company address and the phone number of that guy named Lin Fan. I want to see how much guts he has to go against me, Liu Haitao, in this area of Shanghai City. Okay, Brother Tao, I'll send it to you right away. Wang Hao hung up the phone, his face beaming with barely suppressed excitement. Chapter 58 Sangbiao. Night falls. As dusk settles, the city lights begin to twinkle. Inside the presidential suite at Crown Plaza K, Lin Fan was inviting Han Tao and the others to sing karaoke to celebrate securing a major order from the Shen Group. Shen Zhiqiu naturally came over to join in the fun. The group drank several rounds of alcohol. Han Tao started to egg them on, saying that Fan Ge and his wife sang well, and they had to sing another love song duet today. Li Wei and the others immediately echoed this. Lin Fan didn't stand on ceremony and requested a love song with Shen Zhiqiu. Chiu. The song ended. Thunderous applause erupted. Han Tao started egging them on again, urging Fan Ge and his wife to sing another song. Just as everyone was shouting enthusiastically, the door to the private room was pushed open. A dozen or so people barged in. The leader was a bald, burly man. He was nearly 1.9 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body, like an iron tower. He had a grotesque scar on his face that stretched from his brow bone to the corner of his mouth. On his two thick arms were two lifelike blue dragons tattooed on them. He just stood there, and a fierce and violent aura emanated from him. The dozen or so men behind the bald man were no pushovers either. Each of them looked fierce and menacing, their eyes scanning the people in the room with hostility. Lin Fan and the others were all taken aback. What happened? In a depressing atmosphere, Han Tao mustered his courage and stood up. Who are you? What do you want to do? The bald, burly man grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. His smile was more terrifying than a demon's. He stepped into the private room, followed by his men who filed in one after another. The entire space instantly became oppressive. The bald, burly man pointed to his nose. My name is Sang Biao. The brothers in the underworld give me face and call me Brother Biao. Sang Biao. Upon hearing this name, Han Tao's body trembled violently. This name is legendary in the underground world of Deep Sea City. Ruthless and vicious, a notorious mad dog. It is said that he had blood on his hands. What's such a ruthless person doing in our private room? Han Tao stammered as he asked. Brother Biao. We haven't offended you, have we? Are you in the wrong place? Sang Biao chuckled. He walked up to the karaoke machine, picked up an empty bottle, and weighed it in his hand. That's right, I'm looking for you. You're singing too loudly here. It disturbed our brothers who were drinking next door. How should we put this? Damn it. This reason is utterly absurd. The private room is very well soundproofed. Even if you fire a cannon from inside, you won't hear the sound from outside. This is clearly a deliberate attempt to cause trouble. Han Tao and his companions were furious but dared not speak out. The air in the room seemed to freeze. Just then, Lin Fan stood up from the sofa. He walked step by step towards Sang Biao. The two were less than half a meter apart. Lin Fan is 1.85 meters tall, a head shorter than Sang Biao. The difference in their physiques was even greater. No matter how you look at it, Lin Fan is going to suffer a loss. But Lin Fan showed no fear. He looked into Sang Biao's eyes and asked directly, Who sent you to cause trouble? Sang Biao was stunned for a moment. He never expected that this seemingly mild-mannered young man would be so bold. The murderous glint in his eyes intensified. Kid, you've got guts. How dare you talk to me like that? I'm telling you, none of you will leave this room alive today. Sang Biao's gaze passed over Lin Fan and landed on Shen Zhiqiu behind him. When he saw Shen Zhiqiu's stunningly beautiful face and aloof demeanor, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. However, Brother Biao, I'm not an unreasonable person either. Let that girl come to our private room and have a few drinks with my brothers. Make us brothers happy. Let's just let this matter go. His thugs behind him immediately burst into lewd laughter. Haha, Brother Biao is right. What a beautiful girl. Come and play with your brothers. Your brothers will definitely take good care of you. The language was foul and offensive, and it was unbearable to hear. Han Tao and his companions were trembling with anger, their fists clenched tightly. But they dared not move. Shen Zhiqiu's face instantly turned as cold as ice. She took out her phone and sent a message. Sang Biao thought Shen Zhiqiu wanted to call the police, so he chuckled and said, Little girl, let me give you a piece of advice. Calling the police won't do any good. His underlings immediately chimed in. Brother Biao is right. The police station is like our home. Who among us hasn't been inside for tea? These people became happier and happier as they talked. However, just when they were laughing the most. Bang! A dull, loud bang. All the laughter abruptly stopped. Everyone was horrified to see it. The arrogant Sang Biao, who was just a second ago, was now flying backwards with both feet off the ground. He slammed hard against the wall of the private room. Then, it slid down the wall and onto the ground. One punch. Just one punch. Lin Fan then sent Sang Biao, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, flying. The entire private room was deathly silent. The smiles on the faces of Sang Biao's dozen or so henchmen froze. Han Tao, Chen Bin, and Li Wei were completely dumbfounded. Their mouths were agape, their minds blank. What's going on? Am I seeing things? Brother Fan. He actually dared to fight Sang Biao? And he's that good? Dared to touch our brother Biao. Kill him. After a brief silence, Sang Biao's henchmen finally came to their senses. They roared and charged at Lin Fan, throwing punches. Han Tao screamed in fright. Brother Fan, watch out. He was about to rush over to help. However, before he could finish speaking, Lin Fan took the initiative to rush into the crowd. There were no fancy moves. Only the simplest and most direct attacks. One punch. The thug at the front had his nose shattered instantly and fell down screaming. One kick. Another thug's knee cracked with a sickening sound, and he rolled on the ground clutching his leg. An elbow. It struck a thug precisely on the temple, causing the man's eyes to roll back and him to faint on the spot. Having learned from his previous experience in a group fight, Lin Fan was much more adept this time. More importantly, these people didn't have any weapons, so Lin Fan didn't need to worry at all. Every time Lin Fan makes a move, someone inevitably falls. His movements were as fast as lightning. Less than 30 seconds. A dozen or so strong men were lying on the ground. They either fell into a coma or cried out in agony. The air was thick with the stench of blood. This scene left Han Tao and the others dumbfounded. Oh my god. Fan Go is so amazing. He's just like a martial arts hero in a movie. Lin Fan slowly walked up to Sang Biao. Sang Biao clutched his chest with one hand, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Fan said coldly, I'll ask again. Who sent you? Sang Biao's psychological defenses completely collapsed. He looked into Lin Fan's emotionless eyes and was terrified. I'll talk. I'll talk. It's Liu Haitao. It's Liu Haitao from the Liu Group. He sent me to cause you trouble. Lin Fan's brows furrowed slightly. Liu Haitao? He was unfamiliar with this name. He was certain that he didn't know this person at all, so why was the other person causing trouble? Chapter 59 Sing a Song, full of twists and turns. Just as Lin Fan was pondering, another group of people surged into the private room. The hearts of Han Tao, Chen Bin, and Li Wei, which had just been put at ease, instantly jumped into their throats again. Could it be that Sang Biao's reinforcements have arrived? More than 20 people came this time. But these people are completely different from Sang Biao's gang of thugs. They were all dressed in black suits, white shirts, and wireless earpieces. Each of them was tall and straight, with a cold and stern face and sharp, piercing eyes. The man in the lead had a square face and piercing eyes. He glanced at the mess in the private room and the groans of Sang Biao and the others lying on the ground, without even frowning. Han Tao and his companions were so frightened that they didn't dare to breathe. The oppressive aura emanating from this group was more than 10 times stronger than that of Sang Biao's gang. This is it. However, to their surprise, the group of burly men in black didn't even glance at Lin Fan and his companions. They went in pairs and headed straight for the thugs lying on the ground. One person supports one arm. What are you doing? Let me go. Do you know who our boss is? Sang Biao's henchmen were still shouting. But the burly men in black ignored them. Like an eagle snatching chicks, they dragged Sang Biao and his gang out. Throughout the entire process, no one laid a hand on Lin Fan and his group. He didn't even say a word. The private room fell silent once more. Han Tao, Chen Bin, and Li Wei looked at each other, their minds blank. What's going on? It's just singing a song. Why is it so complicated? Lin Fan also seemed to be deep in thought. He assumed these people were security personnel from Crown Shopping Mall. It seems this KTV has quite a background. They are quite efficient at handling things. A few minutes later, the door to the private room was gently pushed open. A middle-aged man in a suit, with a large belly, walked in. He was followed by a row of waitresses dressed in cheongsams. Each waiter carried a tray laden with fine wines, champagne, and elegant fruit platters. As soon as the middle-aged man entered the room, he went straight to Lin Fan. Then, in front of everyone, he bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Mr. Lin, I'm so sorry. It was our security work that was inadequate, which disturbed you and your friends. On behalf of Crown Merchant K, I extend my sincerest apologies to you. His voice even trembled slightly. His forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. This move completely baffled Han Tao and his team. Did the manager of Crown Shopping Mall K apologize to Lin Fan? Are you kidding me? They were the ones who beat people up and made a mess of the private room. Why is it that the manager is the one coming over to apologize? Lin Fan looked at him and said calmly, "It's all right, it's none of your business." The manager quickly straightened up, forcing an extremely obsequious smile onto his face. "Mr. Lin is truly a magnanimous person. To express our apology, all your purchases at the store tonight will be on the house. These drinks and fruit platters are complimentary. Please make sure you and your friends enjoy them." After saying that, he immediately turned around. He hissed at the group of waiters. "What are you still standing there for? Quickly clean this place up. Remember, be quick and don't disturb Mr. Lin and the others while they're singing." The waiters immediately sprang into action. They quickly and efficiently cleaned up the bloodstains and broken glass on the ground. The manager stood respectfully to the side like a servant, ready to receive Lin Fan's instructions at any time. Han Tao and the other two felt that their worldview had been shaken. Who exactly is Brother Fan? Why would the manager of this top-tier KTV hold him in such awe? Just then, Shen Zhiqiu's fingers flew across the phone screen a few times, sending a message. Then, she picked up a glass of red wine and gracefully walked to Lin Fan's side. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with extraordinary brilliance. "Honey, you were so amazing just now." Han Tao and the others also realized what was happening and immediately echoed. "Brother Fan, have you practiced this before?" "Yeah. Fanji, you were really fierce just now." He's practically channeling Ip Man. At the entrance of Crown Shopping Mall K, a black Maybach was parked quietly on the side of the road. In the back seat, Liu Haitao had a Cuban cigar dangling from his mouth and was impatiently glancing at his watch. "Damn it! Why is this saying Biao so slow and indecisive? Does it really take this long to deal with a useless programmer?" He rolled down the car window and asked the bodyguard standing beside the car. "Still not out." The bodyguard shook his head. "Young Master Liu, there's still no movement." Liu Haitao frowned, about to curse. Sudden, the doors of the KTV opened. A group of burly men in black dragged out more than a dozen people. The one leading them was Sang Biao. At this moment, he had completely lost all his previous arrogance. He was being held up like a dead dog, with blood still hanging from the corner of his mouth. Liu Haitao's pupils suddenly contracted. What's going on? Sang Biao got beaten up? And they lost so badly? He immediately gave the following orders to his bodyguards. "Quick, go and find out what happened inside." The bodyguard obeyed and left. A few minutes later, the bodyguard returned to the car with a serious expression. "Young Master Liu, we've found it." "What's going on?" Liu Haitao asked anxiously. Sang Biao and his gang were all taken care of by Lin Fan alone. "What?" Liu Haitao's voice instantly rose 8 octaves. "Alone? You fucking kidding me?" Sang Biao brought more than a dozen men, and he took them all down by himself. The bodyguard nodded with difficulty. Absolutely true. Moreover, the group of men in black who came out later were security guards from Crown Department Store K. I found out that it was the security manager of the Shen Group who personally called the boss of Crown Shopping Mall K. Hiss. Liu Haitao's expression froze instantly. Those two idiots, Wang Hao and Zhang Yi, didn't they say that Lin Fan was just a useless programmer they fired? How could a good-for-nothing like him possibly know the security manager of the Shen Group? Even if Lin Fan has a partnership with the Shen Group, it's also impossible for them to command the security manager, unless Lin Fan has an extraordinary relationship with a high-ranking member of the Shen Group. Liu Haitao's face turned extremely ugly. He felt like he had been tricked by Wang Hao and his buddy. He insisted on seeing it for himself. Just who exactly is this Lin Fan? He stared intently at the door of the KTV. Time passed second by second. Finally, several figures walked out, chatting and laughing. The man at the head of the group was none other than Lin Fan. Liu Haitao's gaze locked onto him like a venomous snake. However, the next second, his gaze was fixed on the woman next to Lin Fan. That woman was tall and had a cool and aloof demeanor. Her beauty was exquisite, like a snow lotus on an iceberg. She affectionately linked arms with Lin Fan. That instant, Liu Haitao felt as if his heart had stopped beating. That woman was actually Shen Zhiqiu, the president of the Shen Group. Liu Haitao was almost speechless with shock. Chapter 60. Wang Hao was dumbfounded. The neon lights outside the car window reflected on Liu Haitao's pale face. Shen Zhiqiu, the queen of the business world in Deep Sea City, the head of the Shen Group. That woman who was rumored to be cold and aloof, never having much contact with any men. At this moment, she was clinging to Lin Fan's arm like a little bird. The two were very affectionate, like a couple deeply in love. Liu Haitao felt his mind go blank and his body go cold. Wang Hao, that idiot. Zhang Yi is such an idiot. Didn't they say Lin Fan was just a fired, useless programmer? How could a good-for-nothing like him be so close to Shen Zhiqiu? He suddenly remembered Qiufan technology, which had appeared out of nowhere. Autumn. Ordinary. The autumn in Shen Zhiqiu, the mortal in Lin Fan. I see. Everything makes sense now. What kind of bullshit tech guru are you? She's basically Shen Zhiqiu's kept man, constantly transferring money from one hand to the other, finding all sorts of ways to give her lover money. No wonder the Shen Group's security detail was deployed. Tonight, I actually wanted to make a move on Shen Zhiqiu's man. Liu Haitao's back was instantly soaked with cold sweat. Although the Liu family is considered a prominent family in Shenzhen, but compared to a behemoth like the Shen Group, it's nothing at all. With a flick of his finger, Shen Zhiqiu could bring ruin to the Liu family. At the thought of this, Liu Haitao's body began to tremble uncontrollably. The hatred directed at Lin Fan instantly shifted to Wang Hao and Zhang Yi. Those two bastards almost killed me. It wasn't until Lin Fan and the others left by car that Liu Haitao took out his phone, found Wang Hao's number, and dialed it. At this time, Wang Hao and Zhang Yi were drinking tea while waiting for news. Brother-in-law, do you think Liu Xiao has already crippled Lin Fan? Zhang Yi asked excitedly, rubbing his hands together. Humph, Liu Haitao, that kind of playboy, is the most ruthless. If Lin Fan falls into his hands, he'll be lucky to escape with his life. Wang Hao sneered, his face full of satisfaction. He could almost see Lin Fan kneeling on the ground, begging for mercy in a pitiful state. Just then, Wang Hao's phone rang. When Wang Hao saw that the caller ID read, Young Master Liu, his smile became even brighter. He cleared his throat and deliberately turned on speakerphone, wanting Zhang Yi to hear about Lin Fan's fate. Hey, young Master Liu. Wang Hao's tone was tinged with obsequiousness. A roar like a volcanic eruption came from the other end of the phone. Wang Hao, I'll fuck your mother. Are you a fucking idiot? Do you know you almost killed me today? Liu Haitao's voice was distorted and deformed by extreme anger, like the roar of a wounded beast. Wang Hao's smile froze instantly. He and Zhang Yi looked at each other, completely bewildered. Young Master Liu, what's wrong? What am I? I fucking want to kill you. You haven't even investigated Lin Fan's background, yet you dare to let me deal with him? You fucking want to die? Don't drag me down with you. Let me tell you, Wang Hao, this isn't over yet. You just wait. Beep, beep, beep. After Liu Haitao finished cursing, he hung up the phone immediately. Wang Hao was completely petrified. Zhang Yi was also dumbfounded, his mouth agape. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Wang Hao couldn't understand it either. Lin Fan's background? What kind of background does he have? But Liu Haitao's reaction didn't seem fake. What exactly went wrong? Wang Hao's mind raced. Liu Haitao wouldn't get so angry for no reason. The only possibility is that Lin Fan truly harbors a secret they are unaware of. A secret that even Liu Haitao finds terrifying. Zhang Yi, you should investigate Lin Fan thoroughly. I want to see what kind of person he really is. Wang Hao said. Zhang Yi looked troubled. Brother-in-law, we've investigated everything we needed to. Lin Fan is just a good-for-nothing. Wang Hao interrupted him impatiently. Then let's start with his ex-wife. Liu Ruyan? Yes, go find Liu Ruyan. They've been married for several years. Liu Ruyan must know something. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up. That's right. How could I forget about her? She hates Lin Fan now, so she'll definitely be willing to tell us the truth. Wang Hao nodded immediately. Quick. Contact her right away. Deep Sea City, Hilton Hotel, Presidential Suite. Liu Ruyan lay on the large bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. A man pressed down on her, his movements rough. There was no lust whatsoever, only venting. The man is Zhao Ming. Ever since Zhao Ming learned that his dream goddess, Shen Zhiqiu, had actually married that good-for-nothing Lin Fan, he became increasingly perverted. He vented all his resentment, anger, and jealousy on Liu Ruyan. They seek a morbid satisfaction through various forms of abuse. He would even keep calling out Shen Zhiqiu's name during the process. This is the ultimate humiliation for Liu Ruyan. Liu Ruyan bit her lip, letting the tears of humiliation slide down her cheeks. Her body is here, but her soul has long since drifted away. But what came to mind was Lin Fan's face. She thought of the past. Lin Fan took meticulous care of her. At that time, she took all of this for granted. They even find it annoying. Now, we only realize how precious something is when we lose it. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Just then, the cell phone on the bedside table suddenly started vibrating. Liu Ruyan's body trembled violently. A glimmer of light suddenly appeared in the darkness of his eyes. Was that Lin Fan calling? She reached for her phone. Zhao Ming stopped what he was doing and frowned in displeasure. Liu Ruyan ignored him and picked up her phone with trembling hands. However, the number displayed on the screen was an unfamiliar number. The light in her eyes went out instantly. Yes, what am I still expecting? How could Lin Fan possibly contact him again? Whose call was that? Zhao Ming asked in a cold voice. I don't know. It's an unfamiliar number, Liu Ruyan said. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's lips. Receive it in front of me. Liu Ruyan's body stiffened. Under Zhao Ming's piercing gaze, she had no choice but to swipe to answer the call. Hello, is this Miss Liu Ruyan? Wang Hao's tentative voice came from the other end of the phone. Liu Ruyan was taken aback. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. I am Wang Hao, Lin Fan's former manager. Wang Hao? Upon hearing this name, Liu Ruyan's last shred of hope vanished. Is there something you need? She asked coldly. Wang Hao didn't pay attention to her attitude. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he got straight to the point. Miss Liu, if I may ask, does Lin Fan have some special identity or background that we are unaware of? These words were like a needle, piercing Liu Ruyan's most painful spot. Background. Lin Fan clearly has such a powerful background. Why didn't he say so earlier? If he had told me sooner, how could I have divorced him? Liu Ruyan suddenly burst into a shrill laugh. You bunch of snobbish bastards who look down on people. Now you know to ask me? Too late. I'll tell you. Lin Fan is from the Lin family of Shanjing, someone you can never afford to offend. After yelling, Liu Ruyan hung up the phone immediately. Zhao Ming suddenly stopped what he was doing and asked. You just said that Lin Fan is from the Lin family in the capital? Chapter 61. The man she looked down on married her boss? Liu Ruyan nodded subconsciously. Yes. My younger brother, Liu Wei, went to cause trouble for him last time. As a result, he was taken away by a group of people. The leader said they were from the Lin family in the capital and warned us not to provoke Lin Fan again. Liu Ruyan felt very regretful when she brought it up. If she had known Lin Fan had such powerful connections, why would she have gotten a divorce? After hearing this, Zhao Ming's expression turned strange. At first, he was taken aback, then he burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Liu Ruyan was baffled by his laughter, and an ominous premonition rose in her heart. Zhao Ming finally stopped laughing and looked at her with an expression as if she were an idiot. Liu Ruyan, you're a fucking idiot. A complete idiot. You actually believe this kind of nonsense? Liu Ruyan was completely stunned and asked. Could it be that Lin Fan isn't from the Lin family in the capital? But how do we explain those people? The mockery on Zhao Ming's face grew even stronger. The Lin family of Shanjing? With that piece of trash? He has some trivial connection with the Lin family in the capital. He's a complete gigolo. Living off a woman? Liu Ruyan couldn't understand these 3 words at all. How could Lin Fan be a kept man who would let him live off a woman? Looking at her bewildered face, Zhao Ming said coldly. It seems you don't know yet. Lin Fan's current wife is Shen Zhiqiu. Shen Zhiqiu? This name sounds familiar. Liu Ruyan frowned in thought. Zhao Ming continued. Shen Zhiqiu, the president of the Shen Group. Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in my mind. Liu Ruyan's pupils suddenly contracted, and all the color drained from her face. President of Shen's Group? That ice queen who wields immense power in the business world of Shanghai City, and whom countless men can only look up to. How could that be? Absolutely impossible. She suddenly remembered something. Not long ago, she and her sister Liu Ruyan went to cause trouble for Lin Fan and met Shen Zhiqiu. At that moment, her younger sister grabbed her arm and whispered something. Sis, that woman. She looks kind of familiar. I think I saw it in some financial magazine. Now that I think about it, that face. Wasn't it Shen Zhiqiu, who often appeared on the Shenzhen Finance Channel and on the covers of various business magazines? Liu Ruyan's breathing became rapid. Then she remembered something else. At the 4S store, Lin Fan took Shen Zhiqiu to buy a car. The store manager, a man who was usually arrogant and haughty, was bowing and scraping to them with extreme respect. She initially thought that it was Lin Fan's status that made the manager so snobbish. Now she understands. That manager wasn't trying to curry favor with Lin Fan at all. They recognized Shen Zhiqiu's identity. Autumn, Fan Technology. The Autumn of Shen Zhiqiu. The Fan in Lin Fan's name. It turns out that the company that made them famous overnight and secured a 200 million yuan contract with the Shen Group actually belonged to the two of them. It wasn't that Lin Fan got lucky at all. Instead, Shen Zhiqiu openly and honestly used the entire group's resources to pave the way for her man. In an instant, all the doubts were resolved. In an instant, A deeper despair and jealousy gnawed at Liu Ruyan's heart like venomous snakes. On what grounds? Why should I? The man I threw away like trash. What makes her so special that she could win Shen Zhiqiu's favor? You should know that the company you work for is just an insignificant little subsidiary of the Shen Group. Every day, I have to bow and scrape to get results and be mindful of other people's attitudes. Shen Zhiqiu, on the other hand, is someone who stands at the top of the pyramid, whose fate can be decided by a single word. She, Liu Ruyan, was worlds apart from Shen Zhiqiu. She couldn't accept that the man she looked down on, who had just divorced her, was able to marry a high-ranking female CEO. Why? President Shen. How could she have taken a liking to Lin Fan? Liu Ruyan murmured to herself absent-mindedly, tears streaming down her face. This statement also hit Zhao Ming's sore spot precisely. He was, after all, the heir to the Zhao Group, and his grandfather and Shen Zhiqiu's grandmother had been friends for many years. Both sets of parents had long tacitly agreed that the two would be together. In this situation, Zhao Ming couldn't even touch the hem of Shen Zhiqiu's clothes. Lin Fan, that good-for-nothing, inexplicably married Shen Zhiqiu and gets to sleep with her every night. Why is that? Zhao Ming's face instantly turned ferocious, and he slapped Liu Ruyan hard across the face. Who knows what got into that bitch, Shen Zhiqiu? Maybe she just likes the feeling of being abused by trash. He cursed wildly, venting his jealousy and anger. Liu Ruyan's mouth bled from the beating, but she felt no pain. The pain in my heart has long since overshadowed everything else. Zhao Ming suddenly stopped cursing. A sinister glint flashed in his eyes. A wicked thought took shape in his mind. He lowered his head and looked at Liu Ruyan, who was lying on the bed looking lost and disoriented, as if she were a tool that could be used. Like smoke. Do you want to take Lin Fan back? Liu Ruyan was stunned, not understanding what the other party meant. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's mouth. Go and seduce Lin Fan. After all, you've been married for several years, so he must still have feelings for you. Find a way to sleep with him. Film the whole intimate moment with your phone. It needs to be filmed very clearly. Then, we sent the video to Shen Zhiqiu. Guess what kind of expression that high and mighty CEO of the Shen Group would have if he saw his man and his ex-wife making love in bed. At that time, she will definitely kick Lin Fan out of the house like he's trash. There's still a part of Zhao Ming's plan that he hasn't revealed. As long as Shen Zhiqiu drives Lin Fan away, Zhao Ming will have a chance to get Shen Zhiqiu. Although Shen Zhiqiu is now a second-hand commodity, the wealth of the Shen Group is still very attractive to him. Upon hearing this, Liu Ruyan blurted out, Lin Fan already has a wife like Shen Zhiqiu. How could he possibly still be interested in me? She knew she was no match for Shen Zhiqiu. Zhao Ming's patience was completely exhausted. He grabbed Liu Ruyan's hair and slammed her face hard onto the bed. I don't care what method you use. Whether you cry, beg, or drug it. You must ruin Lin Fan's reputation. Let him become a notorious scumbag. Liu Ruyan struggled painfully, but to no avail. A final flicker of madness flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. If you can't manage on your own, then bring your sister, Liu Ruyan, along too. If you two sisters come at me together, I don't believe that Lin Fan is a saint. Remember this is an order. If you do it well, I will give you a large sum of money so that you can live a life of comfort and ease. If this isn't handled properly, I'll have you sisters gang raped, making you wish you were dead. That's insane. Zhao Ming is a complete madman. This is Liu Ruyan's only thought right now. But what could she do? She was just a weak woman and dared not resist Zhao Ming. Chapter 62 Mom. Here's $1,000,000. Spend it however you like. Lin Fan arrived at the company in the morning. Inside the office, Chun Bin and his team were engrossed in organizing the technical documents for their collaboration with the Shen Group. Upon seeing Lin Fan enter, the group immediately stood up. Good morning, Mr. Lin. Their eyes were filled with fanatical worship. The company became famous overnight. The 200 million contract is now finalized. They actually experienced this kind of plot that only happens in novels. Lin Fan smiled and said, What's going on? Why have they changed how they address you? Han Tao chuckled and said, We're about to become a big company, so we need to get more professional. We can't keep calling you Brother Fan. We have to call you General Manager Lin. Chen Bin and the others immediately echoed his sentiments. Lin Fan had no choice but to take out his phone and start operating it. Soon, Han Tao and his colleagues' phones started beeping with text message notifications. Your savings card account ending in XXXX received a deposit of 500,000 renminbi. 500,000. The group stared at the long string of zeros on their phone screen, their minds going blank for a moment. They rubbed their eyes hard to make sure they weren't seeing things. Mr. Lin. Shen Bin's voice was trembling. This is bonus. Lin Fan's tone was nonchalant. Boom. A prize of 500,000? It's worth noting that they were just ordinary programmers with virtually no presence at Manhua Technology before. The success in taking over the Shen Group this time was largely due to Lin Fan's efforts. Lin Fan actually gave them so much bonus? Thank you, Mr. Lin. We will dedicate ourselves to this cause until our dying breath. The men excitedly pledged their loyalty. Lin Fan waved his hand, gesturing for them to sit down. Don't get agitated. I have something more important to discuss with you. The group immediately sat up straight and listened attentively. Lin Fan said, Xiaofan Technology has now made a name for itself. The order from Shen's Group is just the beginning. We're sure to get more business coming our way in the future. Relying on just a few of us is definitely not enough. Shen Bin and the others nodded in deep agreement. Lin Fan continued. Therefore, the company must expand its scale immediately. The basic departments, such as the front desk, administration, legal affairs, and finance, need to be set up first. Then there's the technology department and the business department, which need to hire a lot of people. Shen Bin, your technical skills are excellent. You will be temporarily in charge of recruitment and management in the technical department. Liu Wei, you have an outgoing personality, so you can take charge of the business department for now. As for the rest, I'll figure something out. His words were well organized and clearly stated his objective. Yes, Mr. Lin, the group replied in unison, full of enthusiasm. After arranging things at the company, Lin Fan sat alone in the boss's chair. His first thought was to share the good news with his family. Since obtaining the system, he has made a lot of money. But no one dared to share too much with their family members. They were afraid that the amount was too large and would arouse their parents' suspicion. But things are different now. Xiaofan Technology secured orders worth 200 million yuan. All of this can be verified and can be openly and honestly presented. He can finally let his parents share in his success without any worries. Lin Fan took a deep breath and dialed his mother's number. The phone rang a few times before being answered quickly. Hello, Xiaofan. His mother's familiar and warm voice came through the receiver. Lin Fan smiled and said, I have good news to tell you. What good news is it? Why are you being so mysterious? The mother's tone was tinged with curiosity. My company has signed a big contract with the Shen Group. Lin Fan tried his best to make his tone sound calm. The contract amount is 200 million. There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. After a good 10 seconds, the mother's trembling voice rang out again. Xiaofan, say it again. How much? 200 million. Lin Fan repeated. Mom, your son has made something of himself now. From now on, you and Dad can just relax and enjoy your retirement. On the other end of the phone, the mother's breathing became rapid. She was clearly shocked by the number. Child, you haven't done anything illegal, have you? Lin Fan was both amused and exasperated. Mom, what are you thinking about? I earn money through my own abilities, and all the procedures and contracts are complete and completely legal. He then spent several more minutes briefly explaining the company's business and the background of this collaboration. After hearing this, the mother accepted the fact with some skepticism. That's good. Xiaofan, you've really grown up. The mother's voice was filled with relief and pride. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart. Mom, I'll transfer 1 million to you later. Buy whatever you and Dad want. Don't be stingy. It's time to move to a new house. I'll send the money back in a few days. And my dad's old car needs replacing too. I'll buy him a new one. 1 million. The mother was startled again. What do you need so much money for? You just signed a contract, and you'll need money for many things. Your father and I have retirement pensions, so don't do anything reckless. These are typical Chinese parents, always thinking about their children. Lin Fan's eyes were a little moist. Mom, listen to me. I earn money so that you can live a good life. If you don't spend it, what motivation do I have to make money? You must accept this million. If you don't accept it, it means you don't want your son to have a good life. Lin Fan used his trump card. The mother on the other end of the phone fell silent. After a long while, he finally sighed helplessly. You child, okay, Mom will accept it. But you're not allowed to spend money recklessly anymore. Okay, Mom. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan immediately opened his mobile banking app and transferred 1 million yuan to his mother's account. Looking at the page showing the successful transfer, he breathed a long sigh of relief. An unprecedented sense of satisfaction filled my entire chest. Then, he opened another dialog box. It belongs to Shen Zhiqiu. He also entered a sum of 1 million and clicked transfer. After doing all this, he leaned back in his chair, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his face. Less than a minute later, the phone rang. The caller ID showed it was my dear wife. Lin Fan answered the phone with a smile, deliberately saying, "Hello? My wife misses me so soon." "Lin Fan, why did you transfer money to me?" Shen Zhiqiu's cool voice, tinged with a hint of doubt, came through. She was in the middle of a high-level corporate meeting when her phone vibrated. She picked it up and saw that it was $1 million transferred from Lin Fan. The female CEO, whose net worth is in the hundreds of billions, was stunned on the spot. Lin Fan chuckled. "Can I give my wife some pocket money?" There was silence again on the other end of the phone. But Lin Fan seemed to hear that her breathing had become somewhat rapid. A few seconds later, Shen Zhiqiu's voice rang out again. "Who wants your pocket money? I have my own salary, okay?" "That's different." Lin Fan's tone was gentle yet firm. "It's only natural for a husband to give his money to his wife to spend." These words filled Shen Zhiqiu's heart instantly. This makes her happier and more overjoyed than signing a contract worth billions or even tens of billions. Glib-tongued. Although she said that, the sweetness in her tone was impossible to hide. "I'll give you a good reward when we get home tonight." "Okay, sure." After hanging up the phone, Shen Zhiqiu looked at the transfer records on her phone and couldn't help but smile. Evening, at Hanhai Tianqi. A sumptuous dinner was laid out on the table. While serving food to Lin Fan, Shen Zhiqiu casually brought it up. "By the way, next Sunday is my grandma's birthday. Every year on grandma's birthday, relatives from the Shen family would come over. I'll take you with me then. You are my husband, and those relatives don't even know you exist." Her tone was somewhat complicated. At that time, there may be some people who say unpleasant things or deliberately make things difficult for you. You need to be mentally prepared. She knew very well the true colors of Shen's relatives. They've become extremely snobbish. Lin Fan was a treasure in her eyes, but in the eyes of those people, he was probably just a poor kid who appeared out of nowhere. Lin Fan looked relaxed upon hearing this. He patted his chest and smiled confidently. "Don't worry, honey. Your husband has seen it all." Chapter 63, Old Madam Ouyang's Birthday. Time flies. Before we knew it, it was Ouyang Dan's 70th birthday. That day, Shen Zhiqiu personally selected an Armani haute couture suit for Lin Fan. Shen Zhiqiu, on the other hand, wore an elegant white Chanel dress, looking as noble as a fairy untouched by worldly affairs. The two drove slowly toward a manor on the outskirts of Shanghai City. Even before the car got close, you could see that the entrance was filled with all kinds of top-of-the-line luxury cars. Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Maybach. Each one of them is worth a fortune. You could hear the noise coming from inside from afar. Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu walked hand in hand into the villa's lobby. The hall was already bustling with noise. The entire space was decorated in a magnificent and splendid manner, with lanterns and colorful decorations. On the wall in the very center, there hangs a huge golden longevity character. Well-dressed guests gathered in small groups, holding wine glasses, clinking glasses, and chatting happily. An elderly woman, dressed in a red tang suit, with gray hair but a sprightly spirit, sat in the main seat of the armchair, receiving congratulations from everyone with a radiant face. Today's protagonist is Ouyang Dan. The appearance of Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu immediately attracted everyone's attention. Countless gazes focused instantly, like searchlights. There is scrutiny, there is curiosity, and above all, there is an undisguised exploration. Shen Zhiqiu, the pride of the Shen family, is the head of the Shen Group. Who is the man next to her? "Zhiqiu, you're here." A slightly overweight middle-aged man walked over first. He is Shen Zhiqiu's uncle, Shen Zhangguo. Behind him followed a young woman with exquisite makeup. She was his daughter, Shen Xiu. On the other side, a man with a slightly shrewd appearance also approached with his son, Shen Zhiqiu's uncle, Shen Jianjun, and his son, Shen Hao. These people usually work at a branch of the Shen Group. Before she arrived, the old lady, Ouyang Dan, had already given her instructions. Zhiqiu got married. Her husband's name is Lin Fan. Furthermore, Lin Fan was unaware that Zhiqiu was the president of the Shen Group. The old lady specifically instructed that no one was allowed to let it slip. This, on the contrary, aroused their even greater interest. "Uncle, younger uncle." Shen Zhiqiu nodded politely, then took Lin Fan's arm tightly. "This is my husband, Lin Fan." She then introduced Lin Fan. "This is my eldest uncle, Shen Zhangguo. my cousin, Shen Zhiqiu, my younger uncle, Shen Jianjun, and my younger cousin, Shen Hao. Lin Fan smiled and nodded in greeting. Hello, uncle. Hello, younger uncle. Shen Zhiqiu looked Lin Fan up and down, his eyes scrutinizing him. Young man, where do you work? This opening statement is full of interrogation. Lin Fan remained calm and said frankly, I run a small company. A small company? My cousin Shen Zhiqiu immediately scoffed, her tone full of contempt. What a small company? Is it just a shell company? Zhiqiu, Shen Zhiqiu said, feigning a reprimand. But the expression on his face clearly indicated his tacit approval of his daughter's rudeness. Cousin Shen Hao made no attempt to hide his pursed lips. Sis, don't say that. Maybe Lin Fan's company will become a Fortune 500 company in the future. These words, ostensibly flattering, were in fact full of sarcasm. Shen Zhiqiu's face instantly turned cold, and she said indifferently, Lin Fan's company is called Xiu Fan Technology. Not long ago, we signed a cybersecurity contract worth 200 million yuan with the Shen Group. She thought that number would be enough to shut these people up. Unexpectedly, Shen Hao laughed even more exaggeratedly after hearing this. 200 million? And it was signed with the Shen Group. He looked at Shen Zhiqiu, his eyes filled with an I understand expression. The implication couldn't be clearer. Everyone assumed that Shen Zhiqiu was giving Lin Fan a 200 million yuan order to support him. To put it bluntly, Lin Fan is a freeloader. Shen Zhiqiu knew exactly what they were thinking, and she was so angry that she was trembling all over. Just then, an old but powerful voice rang out. What are you all doing gathered there? Everyone turned around and saw the old lady, Ouyang Dan, walking over. Grandmother, grandmother. The younger members of the Shen family immediately dropped their mocking expressions and greeted him respectfully. Ouyang Dan ignored them and walked straight up to Lin Fan. Her gaze was gentle and kind as she carefully examined Lin Fan. Xiao Fan is here. Hello, Grandma. Lin Fan replied respectfully. Good boy. Ouyang Dan nodded in satisfaction, then waved to the crowd. Everyone, disperse, stop crowding around. She took Lin Fan's hand and said affectionately, Xiao Fan, come with Grandma. I recently came across an old painting that I find a bit odd. Take a look at Grandma. These words shocked everyone present. Who doesn't know that Grandma Ouyang herself is a master of calligraphy and painting appreciation? Why should this unknown boy be allowed to look at a painting that even she can't understand? How is that possible? Shen Hao and the others exchanged a glance, understanding each other perfectly. They believed that the old lady was giving Lin Fan a way out and deliberately putting on a good show for him. Having figured this out, the disdain on their faces deepened. Yes, Grandma. Lin Fan did not refuse and followed Ouyang Dan to the study on one side of the hall. A large group of relatives who had come to watch the spectacle also followed them inside. Soon, the butler carefully took out a scroll and slowly unfurled it on the mahogany desk. It was a landscape painting, the paper yellowed, bearing obvious signs of age. The painting bears the inscription, Qing Dynasty, Zhangxia. Zhangxia was a painter in the Qing Dynasty, but he was not very famous. Although this painting is authentic, its market value is not high. Everyone was even more puzzled. Why would an old lady with countless collections be so interested in this seemingly ordinary painting? Lin Fan walked to the desk, and his gaze fell on the painting. He examined it extremely carefully, scrutinizing every detail from the brushstrokes and ink to the inscriptions and seals. The entire study was silent, and all eyes were on him. Several minutes passed before Lin Fan finally raised his head. Grandma, this is indeed Zhangxia's authentic work. As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Hao couldn't help but burst out laughing. I wonder what the trick is. What Grandma has in her hand is real. Of course it's real. Do you even need to tell me? That's completely obvious. A burst of laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Lin Fan ignored these taunts. His expression remained calm, even serious. But there is indeed a problem with this painting. After he finished speaking, he made a move that left everyone speechless. He turned around and picked up a glass of water from the side. He raised his arm. Splash. He poured the entire glass of water onto the ancient painting. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. The next second, the study erupted into chaos. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Shen Zhiqiu pointed at Lin Fan's nose, his face turning red with anger. You spendthrift. Do you even know how much this painting is worth? How dare you throw water on it? Bodyguards, arrest this property-damaging lunatic. Shen Hao shouted excitedly. Even Ouyang Dan was stunned. She also didn't understand why Lin Fan did this. Only Shen Zhiqiu, though equally shocked, chose to believe Lin Fan and immediately stood beside him, coldly staring at the crowd. Despite the accusations and angry shouts from everyone, Lin Fan remained calm. He ignored everyone and simply reached out his finger to gently rub the edge of the water-soaked scroll. A miracle happened. He actually split the thin sheet of paper into 2 layers. He carefully and slowly peeled off the top layer of paper. As the top layer of paper was peeled off, another painting was revealed underneath. The brushwork, the artistic conception, and the ink style are completely different from the superficial Qing dynasty landscape paintings, and are full of ancient and vigorous grandeur. The entire study fell into a deathly silence. All the shouting and cursing stopped abruptly. Shen Zhiqiu, Shen Hao, and the others stared wide-eyed, their expressions frozen. Amidst everyone's stunned gazes, Lin Fan completely peeled off Zhang Qia's painting, revealing the priceless treasure hidden beneath. He turned his head, looked at the equally shocked Ouyang Dan, and smiled slightly. "Grandma, it's right that you feel something strange. Because this painting is a painting within a painting. This is the true universe within the painting." 9 Peaks After Snowfall, by Huang Gongwang of the Yuan Dynasty. Chapter 64. Lin Fan presents the gift, a 1,000 longevity scroll. Everyone was petrified on the spot. Their eyes were fixed on that ancient and powerful painting. The painting depicts towering mountains covered in snow, rendered with bold and unrestrained brushstrokes, conveying a profound and evocative atmosphere. That magnificent aura, even across hundreds of years, still rushes towards us. Even those who don't understand painting can feel its breathtaking power. This is the true national treasure passed down through generations. Compared to it, the painting by Zhang Xia from the Qing dynasty is like a firefly compared to the bright moon. The value is also vastly different. Shen Hao's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. He had just been shouting for the bodyguards to arrest Lin Fan. Now, all he felt was a burning pain in his face. Chen Xiu's face turned pale and then flushed, and her carefully applied makeup looked somewhat distorted. She had just been mocking Lin Fan's company as a shell company. In the blink of an eye, they transformed a painting into a priceless national treasure. This is no longer just a slap in the face. They pressed their faces to the ground and rubbed them repeatedly. Great painting. Ouyang Dan was so excited that she trembled all over. She put on her reading glasses and almost pressed them against the painting. Having studied calligraphy and painting her entire life, how could she not tell the difference between the genuine and fake 9 Peaks After Snowfall painting? Authentic. It is absolutely a genuine work by Huang Gongwang. Tears even welled up in the old lady's eyes. She carefully stroked the painting, her movements as gentle as if she were handling a newborn baby. After a long while, she calmed down and turned to look at Lin Fan. His eyes were filled with approval and curiosity. "Xiao Fan, how did you figure that out?" This was a question on the minds of everyone present. They racked their brains, but still couldn't figure it out. Lin Fan remained calm and said indifferently, "When I received the scroll, I felt that the thickness was a bit off. It is thicker than ordinary single-layer Xian paper, and the texture is also somewhat stiff. So we guessed that this might be a painting within a painting. Splashing water is to render the glue on the mounting ineffective, making it easier to peel off the top layer of the painting." His explanation was simple. Simple. But when it reached the ears of others, it stirred up a different kind of commotion. Just because of the thickness? Shen Hao was the first to shout it out, his tone filled with resentment and jealousy. "What kind of skill is that? It's just a lucky break, like a blind cat catching a dead mouse." "Exactly," Shen Xiu immediately chimed in, her tone sarcastic. "Anyone can just guess. What if you guess wrong and ruin Grandma's painting? Can you afford to pay for it? In the end, he's just a reckless fool who does things entirely by luck." The others nodded and whispered among themselves. "So it was a guess. I knew it. How could someone who runs a small company possibly know anything about antique appraisal? His luck is just too good. He managed to guess right." The sense of awe that had just been established vanished in an instant. In their view, Lin Fan's success was nothing more than pure luck. Shen Zhiqiu was furious and was about to retort. Lin Fan gently pressed her hand down and shook his head at her. "You can't talk about ice with a summer insect. Arguing with these ignorant people is pointless. Do you really think you can distinguish a painting within a painting just by the slight difference in thickness?" That was just an excuse Lin Fan made up because he didn't want to explain further. Shen Zhiqiu rolled his eyes and smiled as he changed the subject. All right. No matter what, today is a joyous occasion. Mom, you've got another treasure. Congratulations." He paused, then changed the subject, looking at Lin Fan. By the way, Lin Fan, what birthday gift have you prepared? Upon hearing this, everyone's attention once again focused on Lin Fan. His eyes were filled with mockery and anticipation of a good show. Shen Hao, seemingly eager to stir up trouble, started shouting even louder. Yeah, brother Lin Fan, hurry up and show it to us so we can see for ourselves. My dad spent a fortune to find a Qing dynasty jade Buddha for my grandma, worth over 8 million yuan. Shen Zhiqiu covered her mouth and laughed. My dad is no less impressive. He gifted me a set of top-quality imperial porcelain. They kept raising the value of the gift, one sentence after another. The objective is very clear. The goal is to put Lin Fan on the hot seat. You just stumbled upon the 9 peaks after snowfall, painting by sheer luck. You're incredibly famous. Now we'll see what kind of decent birthday gift you, who runs a small company, can come up with. In their view, the best outcome for Lin Fan would be to take out something worth a few $100,000. But in today's context, it's simply not enough. It might even become a laughing stock. Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged despite the crowd's excessive praise. He simply said, "The gift I prepared for my grandmother is a painting I wrote myself called Longevity Scroll." The entire study fell into an eerie silence. Shen Hao was the first to burst out laughing. Ha ha, did I hear that right? You wrote those words yourself. His laughter was filled with undisguised contempt and mockery. Lin Fan, are you kidding us? Shen Zhiqiu laughed so hard, she almost cried. I'm telling you, you're a company owner. Even if your company is small, you can't be so poor that you can't even afford a gift, can you? You actually tried to fool Grandma with your own lousy handwriting? You really don't respect Grandma at all. This isn't a gift, it's an insult. That's incredibly stingy. I've never heard of anything like it. How could Zhiqiu fall for someone like that? In an instant, all sorts of sarcasm and ridicule surged toward Lin Fan like a tidal wave. In their eyes, Lin Fan's behavior was synonymous with being poor, stingy, and low class. Shen Zhiqiu remained calm, knowing how good Lin Fan's handwriting was and how well it would win her grandmother's favor. As expected, Ouyang Dan showed no anger at all. Instead, she displayed great interest. Oh, you wrote the 1,000 longevity scroll yourself? Quick, take it out and show it to Grandma. She remembered Lin Fan's calligraphy skills from the last time he demonstrated them. That handwriting is far superior to that of many contemporary so-called calligraphers. Therefore, she was full of anticipation for the 1,000 longevity scroll that Lin Fan mentioned. Ouyang Dan's words brought Shen Hao and the others' laughter to an abrupt halt. They looked at each other, puzzled as to what the old lady meant. Does the old lady really want to see those broken characters? Lin Fan smiled slightly and opened the brocade box he had brought. As the scroll unfolds, a stunning scene is revealed to everyone. It was a long scroll of Xian paper, several meters long. The entire scroll is densely covered with the same character. Life. Thousands of the character, Sog, longevity, filled the entire picture. At first glance, it appears chaotic and disorganized. But upon closer inspection, one will find that each Sog character is unique in form, with no two alike. It includes Oracle Bone script, Bronze script, Large Seal script, and Small Seal script. There are clerical script, regular script, running script, and cursive script. Some are ancient and imposing, like towering mountains. Some are graceful and agile, like immortals dancing with swords. Some were dignified and solemn, fully displaying the law. Some are unrestrained and free-spirited. 1,000 longevity characters represent 1,000 different postures. Together, they form a magnificent long scroll of calligraphy. Ouyang Dan's eyes widened, and her breathing became rapid. She walked quickly to the desk, her body trembling slightly with excitement. He muttered to himself, "A masterpiece of craftsmanship. Truly a masterpiece of craftsmanship. This is impossible." However, there are always some discordant voices. TCH, what kind of crap is this? It's all a mess. Shen Hao pursed his lips. He couldn't understand calligraphy at all, and he just felt dizzy looking at all these characters. Exactly, it looks like scribbles, and they dare to give it as a gift? Shen Zhiqiu joined in the mockery, trying to save face. In their view, no matter how fancy it is, it's just a piece of paper, worthless. It's nothing compared to the jade Buddha and imperial porcelain they gave us. Shut up. A furious roar, like a thunderclap from a clear sky. The one who made the sound was Ouyang Dan. The old lady suddenly turned around, her usually kind and gentle face now covered with frost. Her sharp gaze swept over Shen Hao and Shen Zhiqiu. What do you two know? The two men trembled at the old woman's imposing manner and dared not utter another word. Ouyang Dan pointed to the 1,000 longevity scroll and said excitedly, "Do you know how difficult it is to create a work like this? This picture encompasses almost all the written forms of the character Sog, longevity, from ancient times to the present. Look at this character." She pointed to a character for longevity, written in an archaic style. "This is how Oracle Bone script was written during the Shang dynasty." She pointed to another one. "This is how the inscriptions on bronze vessels and bells from the Zhou dynasty are written. And this is the small seal script from the Qin dynasty. And this is the clerical script from the Han dynasty. And there's the ancient charm of Wang Shiji's running script and the spirit of Huaisu's cursive script. 1,000 characters, 1,000 ways to write them, each stroke different, each character full of spirit. Each character, taken individually, is a rare masterpiece of calligraphy. To perfectly integrate 1,000 characters into a long scroll, with a unified spirit and a seamless flow, requires such profound calligraphic skill and artistic attainment. You actually say this is some kind of scribbles?" Ouyang Dan's voice grew louder with each sentence. Every word was like a resounding slap across the face of Shen Hao, Shen Zhiqiu, and the others. They were completely dumbfounded. They never dreamed that this worthless piece of calligraphy would have such a significant background. It's surprising that the old lady gave it such high praise. Chapter 65, Berkeley Music Prodigy. In this awkward silence, a clear, crisp female voice suddenly came from outside the study, towards the living room. "Grandma, Grandma, I'm home." Shen Jianjun's body jolted violently. He recognized the voice as that of his daughter, Shen Xingyao. A flash of wild joy crossed his face. "Our savior has arrived." They had originally planned to come together as a family, but my daughter said she had to go to the airport to pick up her boyfriend and would be a little late. Unexpectedly, they arrived at this most crucial moment. Shen Jianjun immediately changed the subject. "Xingyao is back. She even brought her boyfriend along. Everyone, go out and take a look." Everyone felt as if they had been granted a pardon, and they all turned around and walked towards the living room. Nobody wanted to stay in this place that made them feel so incredibly embarrassed. Shen Hao and Shen Zhiqiu ran faster than anyone else, as if they were fleeing the execution ground. Although Ouyang Dan wanted to continue admiring the 1,000 longevity painting, her granddaughter had returned, so she couldn't stay in the study any longer. She glanced at the calligraphy with lingering affection, then said gently to Lin Fan, "Xiao Fan, Grandma loves this calligraphy so much. Grandma will accept your kind gesture. I'm glad Grandma likes it." Lin Fan smiled calmly. Everyone walked out of the study and into the living room. A young woman wearing the latest Chanel dress was seen holding a man's arm. The woman's makeup was exquisite, and her eyes and brows exuded an air of arrogance. It was Shen Jianjun's daughter, Shen Xingyao. The man beside her was about 25 or 26 years old. He wore gold-rimmed glasses and a well-fitting tuxedo, and had a refined and elegant demeanor. When Shen Xingyao saw everyone come out, she immediately pulled the man to Ouyang Dan. "Grandma, may your happiness be as boundless as the eastern sea and your longevity as enduring as the southern mountains." She smiled sweetly, then turned to the side and introduced herself with a proud expression. "Grandma, let me introduce you. This is my boyfriend, Su Jingxian. Jingxian is a top student who graduated from Berkeley College of Music. He flew back from abroad specifically to celebrate your birthday." Su Jingxian bowed slightly and gave a polite smile. "Hello, Grandma." All right, please sit down," Ouyang Dan said kindly. She was quite satisfied with her new grandson-in-law. Shen Jianjun and his wife stood proudly to the side, looking at their daughter and future son-in-law, their backs straightening considerably. At this moment, Shen Zhiqiu's eyes darted around, and she deliberately asked loudly, "Xingyao, what gift did you prepare for Grandma? Show it to us so we can see it." She had just lost face and was eager to find an opportunity to regain the limelight. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingyao raised her chin slightly, her face revealing undisguised smugness. "My gift is Jingxian himself." Upon hearing this, everyone in the living room was stunned. "What does this mean? Treating your boyfriend as a gift?" The crowd looked at each other, completely baffled by her logic. Shen Hao couldn't help but mutter under his breath, "What's going on? How can a person be used as a gift?" Shen Xingyao heard it, but didn't care at all. She cleared her throat and explained loudly in a boastful tone, "You don't understand. Although Jingxian has just graduated, he is already a young pianist with some international renown. He has held several solo piano recitals in Europe. all of which were sold out and tickets were hard to come by. Many wealthy and famous people want to pay him a lot of money to play a piece, but he may not agree. Today, to celebrate his grandmother's birthday, he will sing a song here for her and for everyone present. Isn't this the most precious and unique gift? After she finished speaking, the entire living room fell silent. The way everyone looked at Su Jingxian instantly changed. An internationally renowned pianist? A concert where tickets are extremely hard to come by? These titles sound impressive enough. In an instant, the arrogance that Lin Fan had just suppressed reignited in the hearts of the younger generation of the Shen family. Wow, she's a pianist. That's amazing. Xingyao, you are so lucky to have found such an excellent boyfriend. Yes, giving a top-notch piano recital as a birthday gift is indeed a unique, elegant, and tasteful idea. Compliments came one after another. The smiles on Shen Jianjun and his wife's faces grew even brighter. Ouyang Dan nodded happily. Okay, Grandma likes listening to music. Jingxian, you're so thoughtful. Su Jingxian maintained his artist's composure and simply nodded slightly. It is my honor to play for my grandmother. After saying that, he walked to the expensive Steinway grand piano in the corner of the living room. He didn't look at the sheet music. I simply sat down quietly and adjusted my breathing. Then, her slender fingers gently landed on the piano keys. A series of smooth and gorgeous notes poured out like flowing water. It is a world-famous piece of music that is technically demanding and emotionally rich. It has to be said that Su Jingxian is indeed quite capable. His basic skills are very solid, his fingering is skillful, and his interpretation of the music is also quite appropriate. At its most exhilarating moments, it's like 10,000 horses galloping. In its gentlest moments, it resembles a lover's whisper. Everyone in the living room was captivated by his superb piano skills. Even Shen Zhiqiu showed an expression of appreciation. The music ended, but the lingering melody remained. Thunderous applause erupted in the living room. It sounds so beautiful. It's simply heavenly music. As expected of an international-level pianist, their skill level is truly exceptional. Shen Hao was the first to stand up, applaud, and cheer. He looked in Lin Fan's direction with a provocative look in his eyes. He shouted, "This is true art, elegant, tasteful, unlike some things, which only have a few words written on them." His words were pointed. Shen Zhiqiu immediately echoed, "That's right. In our high society circles, we value artistic taste and refinement. Piano, violin, and opera are the mainstream. Calligraphy, that outdated thing, should have been eliminated long ago." Shen Xingyao had just heard Shen Zhiqiu talk about Lin Fan, and immediately joined the mocking camp. She took Su Jingxian's arm and glanced at Lin Fan with disdain. Some people are just ignorant and think there's something special just because they can write a few characters with a brush. Little did they know that in the face of true art, those things are simply not worthy of being presented. They sang in unison, making up for the loss of face they had just suffered because of the 1,000 longevity painting. It seems that Su Jingxian's piano playing has completely surpassed Lin Fan's calligraphy. Lin Fan remained calm, ignoring the taunts. Shen Zhiqiu's pretty face turned red with anger, and she was about to lash out. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in Lin Fan's mind. "Ding! Host is facing a challenge, pointing out shortcomings in Su Jingxian's performance in public. Reward, God-level piano skills." Su Jingxian basked in the adulation of the crowd, a hint of smugness on his face. Shen Xingyao's vanity was greatly satisfied. She deliberately looked at Shen Zhiqiu and asked with a smile, "Sister Zhiqiu, you used to be the best pianist in our family. Can you give your feedback on how my boyfriend played?" This question, seemingly asking for advice, is actually a way of showing off. Shen Zhiqiu took a deep breath, suppressing her displeasure, and objectively commented, "You played very well. The technique is very skillful, and the emotional expression is also very appropriate. It is indeed at a professional level." She was telling the truth. There's really nothing to criticize about Su Jingxian's performance. Shen Xingyao became even more pleased with Shen Zhiqiu's affirmation. She abruptly changed the subject, turning her attention to Lin Fan. "Sister Zhiqiu, you're such a good pianist. Your husband must be a very good pianist too, right?" All eyes immediately turned to Lin Fan. Shen Zhiqiu's expression changed, and she quickly said, "Xingyao, don't talk nonsense. Lin Fan can't play the piano." "Oh, you don't?" Shen Xingyao covered her mouth, feigning surprise. "I thought Sister Zhiqiu would find someone with whom she could share common interests and ideals." Shen Hao immediately burst into laughter. "Sister, finding a man isn't just about family background. It's also about spiritual compatibility. How can someone who understands art and someone who can't even read sheet music possibly have a conversation? Exactly. It's like casting pearls before swine. Shen Zhiqiu covered her mouth and chuckled. The younger generation's mockery came wave after wave. They were trying to use this method to prove that Shen Zhiqiu's choice was wrong and that Lin Fan was not good enough for her. Shen Zhiqiu was so angry that she trembled all over, but she couldn't refute him, because Lin Fan had never shown his piano talent in front of her. Just then, a calm voice rang out. Actually, this gentleman's playing was quite mediocre. Chapter 66. Actually, your playing was just average. The entire living room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. The one speaking was Lin Fan. Su Jingxian's smile froze. Shun Xingyao was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, instantly bristling with anger. Lin Fan, what nonsense are you talking about? What right do you have to criticize Jingxian's playing when you can't even play the piano? You call it average? Do you even know what a piano is? Lin Fan ignored her shouting. His gaze remained fixed on Su Jingxian. He slowly opened his mouth and said, Chopin's heroic Polonaise is magnificent and emotionally stirring. It is a combination of power and poetry. Your playing technique is indeed excellent, very elegant. However, you only captured its form, not its soul. There are 3 fatal errors in the entire article. First, in measure 43, during the part where your left hand runs a continuous octave at high speed, your rhythm was clearly half a beat ahead of the beat. Although subtle, it disrupts the overall stability and sense of power. Secondly, in the arpeggio section of measure 81, you deliberately sped up the tempo to show off your technique, resulting in uneven dynamics. Several notes were almost glossed over, losing the articulation and layering that arpeggios should have. Third, and most seriously, your emotional interpretation during the climax of the entire piece was completely wrong. What is shown here is the heroic spirit and indomitable will of the Polish people in their resistance against oppression. It should be full of tragedy and power. But you played too frivolously, too showy. You had technique, but no soul. Lin Fan's voice was neither hurried nor slow. Every word was like a precise scalpel, dissecting the seemingly perfect performance just now. When he finished speaking the last word, the entire living room was completely silent. Everyone was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. They looked at Lin Fan with disbelief in their eyes. The mocking smiles on Shun Hao, Shen Zhiqiu, and Shun Xingyao's faces froze completely, and the pianist Su Jingxian, who always maintained an arrogant attitude. At this moment, his face was deathly pale, and a fine layer of cold sweat had seeped from his forehead. Lin Fan was actually quite nervous. What you just said sounded like a gem of wisdom, and was very well organized. But he didn't understand it all. That was entirely pointed out by the system. He was just repeating what it said. I have no idea whether what I'm saying is right or wrong. If I say something wrong, I'll lose face big time today. Just as he was feeling uneasy. Bite. Host has successfully completed the challenge. Reward, God-level piano skills. Moment. A massive torrent of information flooded into Lin Fan's mind. Countless pieces of music theory, fingering techniques, and insights into musical pieces. It's as if he has spent his entire life on the black and white keys of the piano since the moment he was born. From Bach to Mozart, from Beethoven to Chopin. At this moment, the souls of all the masters merged with him. Lin Fan's eyes subtly changed. If he was just a bluffing novice a moment ago, then he was nothing more than a bluffing outsider. And now, he is the piano god standing at the top of the world. He looked at Su Jingxian again. That look in his eyes was indifferent and calm. It carries a majestic air of looking down upon all living beings. The first to break the silence was Shen Zhiqiu. Qiu. She leaned close to Lin Fan's ear and whispered, Lin Fan, do you really know anything about the piano? She had also studied piano for many years and was confident in her skill level. But to her, Su Jingxian's performance just now was almost perfect. The details Lin Fan pointed out, such as being short of the beat and having uneven strength, she didn't recognize it at all. Lin Fan looked at her worried eyes and smiled faintly. I know a little bit. You know a little bit? Shen Xingyao was annoyed, as if she had heard the biggest joke in the world. Lin Fan, stop pretending to know what you don't and making things complicated. Among all the people here, even Sister Zhiqiu didn't notice the problem, but you did? Who do you think you are? A world-class piano master. I think you're just talking nonsense and trying to attract attention. Shen Hao and Shen Zhiqiu immediately joined in the commotion. Exactly. Someone who probably can't even read sheet music dares to comment on top students from Berklee College of Music? It's laughable. Some people can talk their way out of nothing, even make the dead come back to life. I think he's just jealous of Jingxian's talent and is deliberately trying to smear him. The mocking voices rose again, sharper and more biting than before. However, Su Jingxian, the person involved, remained silent throughout. His heart was already in turmoil, because only he himself knows best. Every word Lin Fan said was correct. Those 3 mistakes were precisely where he felt most insecure during his performance. The first quick shot was because he was eager to get into the later, more technically impressive part, and he was a little impatient. The second instance of uneven arpeggio intensity is a common problem he has when playing at high speeds, indicating that his basic skills are not yet solid enough. His third weakness lies in his handling of emotions. He has never experienced the tragedy of a nation's collapse, and therefore cannot express the deepest cries of his soul. These are all flaws hidden beneath the dazzling techniques. He thought that apart from the world's top judges, it was impossible for anyone to tell the difference. But this man in front of me, who exactly is he? Su Jingxian was shocked, but he absolutely could not show it on his face. This is a matter of his dignity, and he absolutely cannot admit it in this situation. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his inner panic, and forced a cold smile onto his face. Mr. Lin, since you speak so eloquently, your piano skills must be far superior to mine. How about you play a piece on the spot and broaden our horizons? As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up. Yes, let's see what it's really like. No matter how eloquently you speak, it's all for nothing if you can't play the instrument. Shen Xingyao immediately seized the opportunity and loudly echoed. Yes, didn't you say Jingxian's playing was just average? Then you play something extraordinary. Let us see what a true soul really is. Shen Hao immediately started clapping and cheering. Play one. Play one. Let's see the piano skills of a calligraphy master. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire living room was enlivened. Everyone was eagerly anticipating a good show, waiting for Lin Fan to make a fool of himself. Shen Zhiqiu tugged hard at Lin Fan's sleeve and said urgently, Lin Fan, don't be impulsive. If you're not confident, then forget it. We won't compete with them for this. In her opinion, Lin Fan has already shown extraordinary talent in IT and calligraphy and painting. A person's energy is limited. She couldn't believe that Lin Fan could have such a high level of skill on the piano. This is completely illogical. Even Ouyang Dan, who was in the main seat, felt that the younger generation was being a bit silly. She frowned and tried to smooth things over. All right, everyone, say less. Xiao Fan's calligraphy and Jingxian's piano are both wonderful gifts for me, and I like them very much. Today is Grandma's birthday banquet. Let's all be happy. The old lady spoke, and Shen Hao and the others immediately fell silent. But Su Jingxian had no intention of giving up. This concerns his reputation. If Lin Fan isn't embarrassed in public today, his reputation as a young pianist will be tarnished. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his tone carrying a hint of aggressiveness. Grandma, please don't misunderstand. I didn't mean to make things difficult for Mr. Lin. However, art is sacred and should not be defiled by laymen. Since he has made criticisms, he has an obligation to prove that he is qualified to criticize. Otherwise, it would be the greatest disrespect for art. He elevated this matter to the level of respect for art. Ouyang Dan didn't know what else to say. All eyes were once again focused on Lin Fan. Lin Fan met everyone's gaze, and a faint smile suddenly appeared on the corner of his mouth. He gently patted Shen Zhiqiu's hand to reassure her. Then, he turned to Su Jingxian and calmly uttered 2 words. Can. Chapter 67, featuring lists La Campanella, electrified the entire audience. After saying that, Lin Fan walked to the piano. Reach out and gently brush your hand across the smooth, lacquered piano lid. Then, he slowly sat down. The instant his fingertips touched the black and white piano keys, his entire demeanor changed abruptly. If he still carried a trace of worldly life, just now, at this moment, he seemed to have transcended the mortal world and transformed into a solitary monarch. An indescribable, powerful aura emanated from him. The air in the entire living room seemed to have frozen. All the noise and mockery vanished without a trace at this moment. Lin Fan didn't look at anyone. His eyes were slightly closed. The next second, his fingers moved. Bite. A crisp, single note, like a dewdrop in a valley, falls onto the still surface of a lake. Ethereal, pure. Just one note made everyone's heart skip a beat. Su Jingxian's pupils suddenly contracted. A true expert's skill is immediately apparent. The touch of this note, the dynamics, the duration, and the timbre are all perfect. Before anyone could react, Lin Fan's fingers began to dance across the piano keys. A series of rapid arpeggios poured out like a flood bursting its banks. That's not flowing water. That was a storm. That was thunder. That was a volcanic eruption. Every note was like a bullet, precisely piercing everyone's eardrums and shaking their souls. This is Liszt's La Campanella. It is recognized worldwide as one of the 10 most technically challenging piano pieces. It is known worldwide for its dense octaves, rapid fingering, and extremely wide leaps. Su Jingxian's face instantly lost all color. He had also practiced this piece, but he struggles even to play a complete piece, let alone perform it publicly. Lin Fan. His hands left two afterimages on the piano keys. Those were no longer human fingers, but two sprites dancing wildly in a black and white world. Every difficult skill becomes effortless and fluid in his hands. The music was sometimes as violent as a storm. At other times, it sounds as distant as the tolling of a midnight bell. At other times, it is as tender as a lover's whisper. Everyone in the living room was stunned. They don't understand music theory or techniques, but they could sense that the music contained an unparalleled beauty. A beauty that penetrates the soul and sends shivers down your spine. Shen Hao's mouth dropped open, and the wine glass in his hand fell to the ground without him noticing. Shen Zhiqiu and Shen Xingyao's expressions were completely frozen, like two stone sculptures. Their so-called artistic taste, which they were so proud of, was utterly crushed in the face of Lin Fan's miraculous performance. Shen Zhiqiu stared intently at the figure sitting in front of the piano. She felt her heart was about to leap out of her chest. So he really does know how. And she is so incredibly talented. At this moment, Lin Fan's figure became incredibly tall and dazzling in her eyes. Ouyang Dan leaned back in her chair, her aged eyes sparkling with a strange light. She has attended countless world-class concerts, but nothing has ever shocked her so much. This is not a performance. This is God announcing his coming. And Su Jingxian, that so-called young pianist, his face was now ashen. He stared at Lin Fan's fingers, his eyes filled with fear and despair. He knew, I'm finished. Faced with Lin Fan's performance, which was like a god descending to earth. His previous meager skills were a joke. What a huge joke. Finally, as the last note faded, it left a lingering echo. The music ended. The entire living room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A deathly silence. Lin Fan slowly stood up, his expression calm, as if he had only done a trivial matter. He turned around, his gaze calmly sweeping across the entire room. Finally, the blame fell on Su Jingxian, whose face was ashen. What do you think now? Am I qualified to judge you? Lin Fan's words were like a silent slap across Su Jingxian's face. Qualifications? Faced with Lin Fan's superb performance, everything that Su Jingxian was so proud of was crushed into dust. He was filled with regret, wondering why he hadn't listened to Grandma Ouyang Dan earlier. Why invite humiliation upon yourself by forcing Lin Fan onto the stage? Now he has become the biggest joke of the whole place. Su Jingxian's face flushed red and then turned pale, and his lips twitched a few times. Finally, under the scorching gazes of everyone, he had no choice but to say, Mr. Lin's performance was superb. I have learned a lot from it. After saying that, he retreated to the side in a disheveled state. Shen Xingyao stood there dumbfounded, looking at her distraught boyfriend and then at the radiant Lin Fan. She felt her worldview completely collapse at that moment. Shen Zhiqiu's beautiful eyes were filled with undisguised shock. She reached out her small hand and gently touched Lin Fan's fingers, as if trying to confirm whether they were a mortal's hand. Lin Fan, when exactly did you start learning piano? How come I've never heard you mention it before, nor have I ever seen you play it? Lin Fan withdrew his gaze, looked at Shen Zhiqiu's delicate face, and smiled faintly. Oh, back when I was in school, I enrolled in an extracurricular class and studied it for a year in my spare time. He spoke of it casually. However, these words were like a bombshell to those around them. You studied for a year? Or is it amateur? Shen Hao, Shen Zhiqiu, Shen Xingyao, and the others felt that their brains were no longer enough. Which of these women wasn't forced to learn piano from a young age, for 3 to 5 years at the shortest, and 7 or 8 years at the longest? But their skill level is so low that they're not even worthy of carrying Su Jingxian's shoes. Su Jingxian, a graduate of Berklee College of Music, has dedicated over a decade to the piano and has achieved his current success. As a result, Lin Fan, after studying in his spare time for a year, completely annihilated Su Jingxian. Is this guy even human? This isn't just genius. This is monster. What made them feel most ashamed and indignant was that Lin Fan's casual remark seemed to say, "You people who have studied for 7 or 8 years and still play like crap are all useless." Versailles? This is the ultimate Versailles. Shen Zhiqiu could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. She naturally didn't believe that Lin Fan had only studied for a year. In her opinion, Lin Fan was clearly showing off on purpose, using this method to respond to the mockery from those people earlier. But she likes it. She stretched out her delicate arm and took Lin Fan's arm, almost pressing her whole body against him. She tilted her pretty face up, her eyes sparkling with stars. "Honey, you're a genius." This scene completely shattered the psychological defenses of the younger generation of the Shen family. Looking at the two people so deeply in love, they felt a burning pain on their faces. They had previously mocked Lin Fan for being a gigolo and a lackey of Shen Zhiqiu. Now it seems they were the clowns, calligraphy masters, antique appraisers, and now a piano prodigy. In this case, who is actually marrying above their station? Shen Hao and Shen Zhiqiu wished they could disappear into a crack in the ground. They even began to regret why they had come to this birthday banquet. This isn't a birthday celebration. This is clearly a torture session. After this incident, after that, no one dared to show the slightest disrespect to Lin Fan. Everyone kept their distance from him, afraid that they might be humiliated again by this unconventional guy in ways they couldn't understand. The atmosphere at the birthday banquet gradually returned to normal. Ouyang Dan greeted the guests with a smile. Just as the birthday banquet was about to officially begin, a commotion suddenly broke out at the door. "Mr. Zhao has arrived." With a loud shout from the MC, a sprightly elderly man dressed in a tang suit strode in, surrounded by a crowd. The visitor was none other than Zhao Jingyuan, the head of the Zhao Group. Ouyang Dan immediately stood up to greet her. "Brother Zhao, what brings you here? You didn't even give me a heads up. It's Ouyang's 70th birthday. As her older brother, how could I not come and have a drink at her celebration?" Zhao Jingyuan laughed heartily. Behind him followed a young man, Zhao Ming. There was another person beside Zhao Ming. It was none other than Lin Fan's ex-wife, Liu Ruyan. Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Zhao Jingyuan handed a congratulatory gift to Ouyang Dan. "It's just a small token of my appreciation. I wish you boundless happiness and longevity." "Brother, you're too kind." Ouyang Dan accepted it with a smile, her gaze immediately falling on Liu Ruyan. She didn't know Liu Ruyan, but seeing her always following Zhao Ming, she assumed she was Zhao Ming's girlfriend. "And who is this?" Ouyang Dan asked politely. Before Zhao Ming could speak, Liu Ruyan bowed slightly and said, "Hello, Grandma Ouyang. My name is Liu Ruyan." She paused, turned her gaze to Lin Fan, and continued. "She is Lin Fan's ex-wife." Chapter 68. Liu Ruyan plays the victim. Boom. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire banquet hall erupted in chaos. All eyes immediately turned to Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu. Ex-wife? This man named Lin Fan is actually a divorcee? The newly established image of genius was instantly shrouded in shadow. The guests present were all wealthy and influential, and they placed great importance on marriage between people of similar social standing. In their eyes, what is Shen Zhiqiu's identity? The president of the Shen Group, a favored daughter of heaven, and the most outstanding, rich, beautiful, and successful woman in Shanghai City. As for Lin Fan, no matter how talented he is, how can a divorced man be worthy of Shen Zhiqiu? This is a disgrace to the Shen family. The arrogance that Shen Hao, Shen Zhiqiu, and the others had just suppressed reignited. Their gazes toward Lin Fan were once again filled with contempt and disdain. It turned out to be a second-hand item. Shen Zhiqiu's face instantly turned as cold as ice. She stared intently at Zhao Ming, her voice carrying a chilling undertone. "Zhao Ming, what do you mean by this?" Zhao Ming shrugged, a blank expression on his face. "Zhiqiu, don't misunderstand. I just couldn't bear to see you being deceived by this man. You don't even know his past, yet you dare to be with him. I invited Miss Liu here today so that you can see clearly what kind of person the man beside you really is." His words were spoken in a grand and dignified manner. It seemed as if everything was for Shen Zhiqiu's benefit. But the smugness and resentment deep in his eyes could not be concealed. Shen Zhiqiu was so angry that he trembled all over. She could tolerate the sarcastic remarks made by Shen's relatives towards Lin Fan, because it was, after all, a family matter. But she would never allow an outsider to use such despicable means to humiliate her man at her grandmother's birthday banquet. This is no longer a provocation. This is a declaration of war against her and the entire Shen family. Good, very good. Shen Zhiqiu was so angry that he laughed instead. She whirled around and shouted at the security guard at the door. Someone come here. Get all three of them out of here. Shen Zhiqiu's angry shout seemed to instantly suck the air out of the entire banquet hall. Everyone was stunned. Among these three is Zhao Jingyuan, the head of the Zhao Group. In Shanghai City, the Zhao family is a powerful force that can shake the ground with a single stomp. Is Shen Zhiqiu about to publicly break ties with the Zhao family? Zhiqiu, you're being ridiculous. Shen Zhiqiu's uncle, Shen Zhangwo, changed his expression and immediately reprimanded him. Her uncle, Shen Jianjun, also quickly stepped forward, grabbed her arm, and whispered, Grandpa Zhao is an elder. You can't be so rude. Shen Zhiqiu, however, shook off his hand. Her gaze was fixed on Zhao Jingyuan. Elder, they brought people to cause trouble at my grandmother's birthday banquet. Do they even respect us? Why should I give them face? His words were powerful and resounding. This left Shen Zhangwo and Shen Jianjun speechless. The security guards exchanged glances, and having received the president's order, they reluctantly stepped forward. Mr. Zhao, please, miss. Although the security guard spoke politely, he had already made a gesture of invitation, subtly surrounding the three of them. Zhao Jingyuan's face immediately turned so gloomy it seemed like water could drip from it. He had been a prominent figure in the business world for decades and had never suffered such humiliation. The atmosphere was about to explode. A strange, sarcastic voice rang out from the side. Oh, you got angry and wanted to kick people out after someone touched a sore spot. The speaker was Shen Hao. Chen Xiu immediately echoed. Why is Sister Zhiqiu so nervous? Could it be that this Lin Fan really has some shady dealings? Shen Xingyao glanced at Lin Fan, her tone full of disdain, and said, A divorced man? Is he really worth your protection? He's a disgrace to the Shen family. A few younger people chimed in, instantly shifting the tide of public opinion. Seeing this, a hint of smugness flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. He spread his hands, feigning grievance. Zhiqiu, you've really misunderstood me. I meant perfectly well. I was afraid you would be scammed. I didn't expect you to react so strongly. This statement, seemingly an explanation, is actually adding fuel to the fire. He adopted a very humble attitude, portraying himself as a good person who cared about his friends but was misunderstood. Now, Shen Zhiqiu was in a difficult position. If she insists on kicking Liu Ruyan out now, it will only confirm that she has a guilty conscience. Acknowledging Lin Fan's past is a stain that is difficult to bear. All eyes were on Shen Zhiqiu. Let's wait and see how she handles this. Just then, Shen Zhiqiu suddenly smiled. That smile was cold and mocking. She waved her hand, signaling the security guards to leave. Then, she strode forward and walked step by step to Liu Ruyan. The powerful aura made it almost impossible for Liu Ruyan to breathe. Back then, you were the one who initiated the divorce and abandoned Lin Fan, weren't you? Liu Ruyan's expression instantly turned somewhat unpleasant. Admitting to abandoning Lin Fan in front of so many people made her feel utterly humiliated. But what does face matter when it comes to money? She took a deep breath, and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Glistening tears welled up in her eyes, threatening to fall, but not quite, making her look pitiful. No, that's not it. When I said I wanted a divorce, it was just something I said in anger. I didn't expect Lin Fan. He would take it seriously. Actually, I have always loved him in my heart, and I have never thought about really leaving him. As she spoke, she gazed lovingly at Lin Fan through her tearful eyes. That acting skill is enough to win an Oscar. Many of the men present felt a pang of sympathy upon seeing her pitiful appearance. Perhaps there really is some misunderstanding? However, a soft laugh broke the somber atmosphere she had created. Lin Fan smiled. This woman's ability to distort the truth hasn't changed at all. Liu Ruyan, it's a waste of your talent that you're not an actor. Stop with your disgusting attitude and stop making a fool of yourself here. Liu Ruyan's body stiffened, and she almost lost control of her expression. But she quickly recovered and cried even harder. Lin Fan, how could you say that to me? I know you're still angry with me. You can hit me or scold me. Just please don't disown me. Let's remarry, okay? Seeing this scene, the last trace of warmth in Lin Fan's eyes vanished completely. He knew. There's no need to worry about saving face when dealing with a woman who has no principles. Remarry. A mocking smile curled at the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. You should return the house, car, and my savings that you swindled from me. Boom. Lin Fan's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in the crowd. The house, the car, and the savings they stole? Everyone was stunned by this bombshell revelation. The way they looked at Liu Ruyan changed instantly. Pity? It no longer exists. All that remained was contempt, disgust, and disdain. This woman is not a devoted ex-wife at all. Instead, she was a gold digger who meticulously swindled her ex-husband out of his entire fortune. Liu Ruyan's face drained of all color in an instant. She never expected that Lin Fan would bring this up in public. This is practically tearing her face off and stomping on it. I didn't. She was still making futile attempts to explain herself. But her voice had lost all persuasiveness. Everyone present was shrewd and intelligent. From Lin Fan's open and honest gaze and her flustered expression, one could tell who was lying. Certainly, although they despised Liu Ruyan, their impression of Lin Fan also plummeted. A man who can be swindled out of everything by a woman. They're either stupid or spineless. How could someone like that be worthy of Shen Zhiqiu? Just then, a soft little hand tightly grasped Lin Fan's hand. Shen Zhiqiu stepped forward. She held her snow-white chin high, like a proud swan, surveying the entire room. I know everything about Lin Fan's past, but this only proves that Liu Ruyan is blind. In short, Lin Fan is now my husband, Shen Zhiqiu's husband, and no one can bully him. Chapter 69. Zhiqiu has grown up. She has her own judgment. The guests present were completely stunned. They couldn't understand it. Has Shen Zhiqiu gone mad? For a divorced man, she was willing to offend the Zhao family? That doesn't make sense. What is it about a man who was cheated out of everything by his ex-wife that makes him so attractive? Is it worth Shen Zhiqiu's utmost protection? The brothers Shen Jiangwo and Shen Jianjun looked ashen-faced, feeling that the Shen family had been utterly disgraced. The younger generation, including Shen Hao and Shen Xiu, were filled with disbelief, their eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment. On what grounds? Why would this second-hand item win Shen Zhiqiu's favor? Just as everyone was having different thoughts, Zhao Ming stepped forward once again. He looked heartbroken and said, Zhiqiu, you're so silly. This kind of man can abandon his ex-wife for personal gain today, and he can abandon you for even greater gains tomorrow. Look at me, Zhiqiu. Zhao Ming took a step forward, his eyes burning with intensity. Don't you know how I've treated you? For so many years, I, Zhao Ming, have been devoted to you. When have I ever changed? He tried to portray himself as a loving guardian. This portrays Lin Fan as a ruthless and heartless traitor. However, Shen Zhiqiu just looked at him coldly. It's like watching a clown. Yeah. A mocking smile curled at the corner of her lips. Wholeheartedly, Zhao Ming, what is your relationship with this Miss Liu? Do I need to say it in public? Boom. Zhao Ming's mind went completely blank, as if struck by lightning. The color drained from his face at a visible speed. For the first time, panic appeared in his eyes. Did she send someone to investigate me? Zhao Ming's heart sank to the bottom in an instant. He looked into Shen Zhiqiu's cold eyes, his throat went dry, and he couldn't utter a single word. Just as the atmosphere froze again, an old but powerful voice rang out. That's enough. Ouyang Dan, who had been silent all along, slowly stood up from the main seat. The old lady's gaze calmly swept across the entire room. Finally, it fell on Zhao Jingyuan. Brother Zhao, today is my birthday. If your Zhao family has come to sincerely offer birthday wishes, I, Ouyang Dan, will welcome you with open arms. If you're here to cause trouble, then please leave. Her voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Zhao Jingyuan's old face flushed red and then turned pale. Ouyang Dan didn't give him a chance to speak and continued. Zhiqiu has grown up and has her own judgment. What kind of man she likes is her own right, and it's a family matter for the Shen family. It's not up to outsiders to point fingers. His words were powerful and resounding. This was both a warning to the Zhao family and a warning to Shen Jiangwo's relatives who harbored ulterior motives. The unspoken meaning was crystal clear. She supports Lin Fan. She acknowledged that Lin Fan was the grandson-in-law of the Shen family. Zhao Jingyuan's face darkened completely. He knew he had lost this game. They suffered a crushing defeat. Staying here will only bring shame upon yourself. Zhao Jingyuan forced a smile and cupped his hands in greeting to Ouyang Dan. Since the birthday banquet is disruptive, we will not disturb you any further. I will visit you another day to apologize. After saying that, he glanced at his distraught grandson, Zhao Ming. Let's go. Amidst the complex gazes of the guests, the Zhao family grandfather and grandson walked towards the door. Liu Ruyan's face was ashen. Unwilling to give up, she tried to make one last struggle as she passed by Lin Fan. Lin Fan, everything I said is true, I love you. Her voice was choked with sobs, and she looked utterly pitiful. Pity. Lin Fan didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Shen Zhiqiu directly shielded Lin Fan behind her, forcing her back with her cold gaze. The surrounding guests also cast disdainful glances at them. Liu Ruyan could only follow behind the Zhao family grandfather and grandson and slunk away from the banquet hall. The farce has finally come to an end. Ouyang Dan watched the backs of the Zhao father and son and let out a long sigh. Well, it should have been a happy day, but it has left me so disappointed. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiangwo and Shen Jianjun exchanged a glance. They thought their mother was referring to Lin Fan, or the whole farce itself. Shen Jiangwo immediately stood up, pointed at Lin Fan's nose, and sternly rebuked him. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, how could Mom's birthday banquet have turned out like this? Shen Jianjun echoed this sentiment. A divorced man shouldn't be here in the first place, and now he's brought such a huge trouble to our Shen family. Zhiqiu, look at the kind of people you've hired. They placed all the blame on Lin Fan. Lin Fan frowned slightly, about to speak. Shen Zhiqiu, who was standing in front of him, was trembling with anger. Uncle, younger uncle, you. Just then, Lin Fan gently tugged at her hand, signaling her to calm down. He stepped forward and bowed slightly to Ouyang Dan, who was seated in the main seat. Grandma, I'm sorry. I have disturbed your birthday banquet because of my matter. Upon hearing this, Shen Jiangwo and the others all showed smug expressions. See, he admitted it himself. However, Ouyang Dan's next words struck them like a thunderbolt. The old lady smiled and shook her head. She reached out and lovingly took Lin Fan's hand. Good boy, this is none of your business. Her gaze slowly swept over her two sons, Shen Jiangwo and Shen Jianjun. His eyes were filled with disappointment. I'm angry not because the Zhao family is causing trouble. What angers me is that the Shen family is not united. Outsiders have come to bully us at our doorstep, pointing their fingers at my grandson-in-law and humiliating him. And then what happened? There is only one person who has stood up to defend the honor of the Shen family. Zhiqiu, what are you two grown men doing, and what are you juniors doing? Are you here to laugh at us? Are you still helping outsiders to bully your own people? The old woman's voice grew increasingly stern. Every word was like a resounding slap across the face of Shen Jiangwo, Shen Jianjun, Shen Hao, Shen Zhiqiu, and others. Their faces instantly turned a deep purplish red. Shame, embarrassment, utter disgrace. Yes, when the Zhao family was being aggressive just now, they didn't even try to save face for the Shen family. They even fanned the flames and kicked him when he was down. This stands in stark contrast to Shen Zhiqiu's act of stepping forward. The old lady's words caused them to lose face in front of all the guests. No one dared to say another word. The birthday party that followed finally returned to normal. There were no more discordant voices. After the banquet, the guests took their leave one after another. The Shen Jiangwo family and the Shen Jianjun family also made excuses and left in a hurry. They were too ashamed to stay any longer. The huge banquet hall was soon sparsely populated with only a handful of people. Grandma, let's stay and keep you company. Shen Zhiqiu walked to Ouyang Dan's side and said softly. The seriousness on Ouyang Dan's face instantly turned into a kind smile. The more she looked at Lin Fan, the more she liked him. This young man remained neither humble nor arrogant in the face of humiliation. Be polite and respectful when facing criticism. Be humble and respectful when facing elders. What's even more remarkable is that he also possesses astonishing talent. Xiao Fan, come with me. Ouyang Dan took Lin Fan's hand and led him to the study as if he were a treasure. Shen Zhiqiu followed behind with a smile. Ouyang Dan enthusiastically took out her treasured calligraphy and paintings. Xiao Fan, could you take another look at this one? It's Zheng Banqiao's bamboo and rock painting, but I feel the brushstrokes are a bit hesitant. And this inkstone, it's said to have been used by Ji Xiaolan. Take a look at it. The old man, like a child who had received a new toy, kept asking Lin Fan for advice. From the brushstrokes of calligraphy to the composition of paintings, and then to the appreciation of antiques. Lin Fan answered every question, and his insights were unique and always to the point. After their conversation, Ouyang Dan's appreciation for Lin Fan deepened even further. Chapter 70. What? My wife is a female CEO? Night was falling. Ouyang Dan's interest gradually subsided. She looked at Lin Fan and said, It's getting late. Zhiqiu, you and Xiao Fan go and rest. Have breakfast with this old woman tomorrow morning. The old lady spoke. Shen Zhiqiu nodded obediently. Okay, Grandma. Lin Fan bowed to Ouyang Dan again. Grandma, you should get some rest too. Go ahead, go ahead. Ouyang Dan waved with a smile, watching the two leave the study. The Shen family's old house is very large, with pavilions and towers, which have a unique charm under the moonlight. Shen Zhiqiu's courtyard is on the east side of the house. As I pushed open the door, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted towards me. The furnishings here are simple yet stylish, and it's clear that they've been maintained for many years. Shen Zhiqiu explained. This is where I used to live. Later, I moved out because I was busy with work, but my grandmother always asked people to keep me here. Lin Fan nodded and looked around. Several photos are hanging on the wall. There's a picture of Shen Zhiqiu as a child, with pigtails and a carefree, innocent smile. There is also a photo of her with a couple, presumably her deceased parents. There's another photo of her and her grandmother, Ouyang Dan, showing their close bond. As Lin Fan admired the photos of the room, his doubts grew stronger. At today's birthday banquet, the gifts that the guests gave to Ouyang Dan were worth millions of dollars each. What a terrifying circle this is. With a family like that, how could Shen Zhiqiu possibly just be an ordinary employee? Just then, the bathroom door opened. Shen Zhiqiu came out wearing a silk nightgown. Her long, wet hair cascaded over her shoulders, carrying the scent of her recent bath. She seemed to notice that Lin Fan's expression was off and asked softly, "What is my husband thinking about?" Lin Fan turned his head and met her gaze. Those eyes, in the dim light, were as clear as water. He didn't speak, he just looked at her quietly. Shen Zhiqiu's heart was inexplicably flustered. She knew that some things could no longer be hidden. From the moment she decided to bring Lin Fan to her grandmother's birthday banquet, she was prepared to be honest. However, she didn't know how to bring it up. She was afraid. She was afraid Lin Fan would be angry. "I'm afraid he'll think I've been deceiving him." The atmosphere became somewhat frozen. After a long while, Shen Zhiqiu took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind. She moved closer to Lin Fan and said softly, "Honey, there's something I've been keeping from you. If I tell you, can you promise me you won't get angry?" Lin Fan sighed inwardly as he looked at her cautious demeanor. He reached out and pulled her into his arms. His large hand gently stroked her soft, long hair. "Fool, everyone has their own secrets. I definitely won't be angry with you. Go ahead and say it. I'm listening." Shen Zhiqiu leaned against his chest, her emotions gradually calming down. She hesitated for a few seconds before finally speaking. "I am not actually an ordinary employee of the Shen Group. My true identity is the president of the Shen Group." In short. But it was like a thunderclap exploding in Lin Fan's mind. His body froze instantly. He instinctively tightened his grip on Shen Zhiqiu's arm. President of Shen's Group? That business empire with a market value of hundreds of billions in operations all over the country? How is that possible? Lin Fan's breathing stopped. He considered many possibilities. I wondered if Shen Zhiqiu might be the leader of an important department in the Shen Group. But he never expected this. Shen Zhiqiu is the person standing at the top of the pyramid. That's incredible. Recalling their first meeting, he was a loser who had been cheated out of his ex-wife and left with nothing. The other party is a business queen who runs a multi-billion-dollar empire. The difference is like heaven and earth. How could two people like this sleep together and even get married in a flash? This is even more bizarre than an online novel. Lin Fan's mind went blank, completely crashing. Time passed, second by second. He remained silent throughout. Shen Zhiqiu panicked. Thinking Lin Fan was angry, he quickly explained. "Honey, why aren't you saying anything? Are you angry?" "We agreed not to get angry." Her voice trembled with tears, and her eyes instantly welled up with red. As she spoke, she pouted, her little mouth showing a hint of grievance and a touch of coquetry, like a child who has done something wrong and is waiting for judgment. This sight brought Lin Fan back to his senses instantly. He looked at her, on the verge of tears, and felt both heartache and amusement. "I'm not angry. I'm just so shocked. President of the Shen Group. This. He simply couldn't find the right words to describe his feelings. "Then why did you rush into marriage with me?" Upon hearing this question, a smile suddenly appeared on Shen Zhiqiu's face. He burst out laughing, like a night blooming Sirius quietly blooming in the night. "Because I need a husband." She blinked and began to tell her story. "My parents passed away in an accident when I was very young. My grandma doted on me and took me under her wing since I was little. She loved me very much. But because of this, my uncle and my younger uncle have always been very jealous of me." Her tone was calm, as if she were telling someone else's story. "Later, when I grew up, I started working for the group. I work harder than anyone else, and I achieve better results than anyone else. Grandma overruled all objections and made me take over as president. From that day on, the targeting by other family members moved from the shadows to the open. They know they can't do anything to me when it comes to work skills. So they came up with another idea. Marriage alliance. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Shen Zhiqiu's lips. They've been looking for marriage partners for me everywhere, trying to marry me off. Once I get married, I will become someone else's family, and I will naturally have to give up my position as president of the Shen Group. During that period, I was overwhelmed and couldn't breathe. I hate the feeling of being used as a bargaining chip. Therefore, I long to marry an ordinary man, a man with whom I have no conflict of interest. Once I get married, all their plans will fall through. It was at that moment. She raised her head and looked intently at Lin Fan. I met you. Lin Fan's heart was clenched tightly. He suddenly realized that the time Shen Zhiqiu was drugged was probably also the work of the Shen family. Fortunately, I met Zhiqiu that night. At this moment, Lin Fan wasn't thinking about how much Shen Zhiqiu was worth. For Lin Fan, who has a systematic approach, making money is not difficult. What came to mind was a lonely, thin figure. A girl who lost both parents and fights alone in a family surrounded by wolves and tigers. She has to face the scheming of her closest relatives. She has to bear the immense pressure of running a multi-billion-dollar empire. She must have suffered a lot these past years. You must be very tired. Lin Fan remained silent. He simply stretched out his arms and pulled her even tighter into his embrace. Honey, you've worked so hard all these years. With my husband by my side, we'll face anything together. Chapter 71, showing off my cooking skills. A simple sentence, but it was like a warm current that instantly flowed into Shen Zhiqiu's heart, which had been frozen for many years. Over the years, she has single-handedly carried the weight of this huge corporation, facing open and covert attacks from within the family. No one asked her if she was tired. No one offered to stand by her side through thick and thin. She was used to loneliness, used to pretending. Use a cold mask to wrap up your soft heart. But Lin Fan's words easily shattered all her defenses. She suddenly raised her head, looking into Lin Fan's resolute yet gentle eyes. There was no greed in those eyes for her identity, only pure heartache. My nerves, which had been taut for so long, snapped. The strength he had maintained for over a decade crumbled at this moment. She could no longer control herself. Wah! A suppressed sob escaped from his throat. She threw herself into Lin Fan's arms, clutching his clothes tightly with both hands. His shoulders began to tremble violently. It seems like she wants to vent all the grievances, resentment, and exhaustion she has suffered over the years. Lin Fan remained silent. There was no attempt to comfort them. He simply held her quietly. One hand gently stroked her soft, long hair again and again. For a long time, the sobbing in her arms gradually subsided. Shen Zhiqiu's emotions finally stabilized. She lifted her head from Lin Fan's embrace, her eyes red and her voice slightly nasal. Honey, thank you. Lin Fan smiled and reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes. Fool, we are husband and wife. Shen Zhiqiu looked at him, a resolute glint in her eyes. Honey, come to my company. I'll arrange a vice president position for you. I believe in your abilities. You are fully capable of handling this task. She wanted to bring Lin Fan under her wing. That way, she can better protect him. However, Lin Fan shook his head. No. Shen Zhiqiu was stunned. She had considered that Lin Fan might be modest or might decline. But I didn't expect him to refuse so completely. Any man would be overjoyed at such an opportunity to rise to the top overnight. Seeing her surprised expression, Lin Fan said seriously, Qiufan Technology has already fired the first shot. Next, it will enter a phase of rapid development. Trust me, it will become a company that you and everyone else can be proud of. One day, I will stand tall beside you, instead of hiding behind you. I want everyone to know that your man is worthy of you. His voice wasn't loud, but it was firm and resounding. Every word is full of confidence and power. Shen Zhiqiu's heart was deeply touched once again. This is the man she chose. Ambitious, capable, and with an unyielding pride that refuses to be subservient to others. This is how a man should be in her eyes. She smiled. A genuine, radiant smile. Good. I respect your decision. She paused, then added with a hint of slyness. However, I have one condition. From now on, if you encounter any problems that you can't solve, you must tell me first. No one is allowed to shoulder this alone. Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart as he looked at her domineering yet caring demeanor. Don't worry, I only like carrying your legs, nothing else. One sentence immediately eased the previously oppressive atmosphere. Shen Zhiqiu rolled her eyes. When emotions run deep, Lin Fan lowered his head and kissed that soft spot. The night grew deeper. The lights in the room had been turned off at some point. The next day, the sky was still barely light. Lin Fan opened his eyes. He glanced at Shen Zhiqiu, who was still fast asleep beside him, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Up. Last night, she was like a kitten with insatiable demands. At this moment, her sleeping face is serene, and her long eyelashes cast a faint silhouette in the morning light. Lin Fan carefully got up without disturbing her. He wanted to leave a good impression on Ouyang Dan, the image of a hard-working, considerate, and caring grandson-in-law. He quietly left the room, crossed the courtyard, and arrived at the kitchen of the Shen family's old house. The kitchen was large and fully equipped with all kinds of cooking utensils. Several chefs dressed in white chef uniforms had already started working. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they saw Lin Fan walk in. The head chef immediately stepped forward and respectfully asked, "Son-in-law, what are your orders?" Lin Fan smiled. "It's nothing. I'm just making breakfast for everyone." One sentence left everyone in the kitchen stunned. Is the son-in-law making breakfast? The head chef immediately tensed up. "Son-in-law, how can this be? You are a distinguished guest. We can handle these rough tasks." Are you kidding me? If word got out that the son-in-law of the prestigious Shen family was cooking in the kitchen, would they still have their jobs? Lin Fan, however, persisted. "It's all right. You guys go and rest. I'll take care of things today." The chefs looked at each other in bewilderment, and in the end, they could only retreat to the side in despair. Lin Fan tied on his apron and began to work methodically, kneading dough, preparing fillings, cooking porridge, processing ingredients. His movements were so fluid and professional that the chefs around him were stunned. This is hardly a hobby. This is clearly the work of a master. When Ouyang Dan got up and walked into the restaurant, he was completely stunned. The long mahogany dining table was already laden with a sumptuous breakfast. Crystal shrimp dumplings that are translucent and glistening. Golden and crispy pan-fried radish cake. Baskets of delicate and small soup dumplings. Her grandson-in-law, Lin Fan, was wearing an apron around his waist, carrying the last pot of freshly cooked soy milk out of the kitchen. "Grandma, you're awake." Lin Fan greeted him with a smile. Ouyang Dan stared at the scene with shock on her face. "Xiao Fan, did you make this?" Lin Fan nodded and placed the soy milk on the table. "Yes, I don't have any decent gifts to give you. I just want you to try my cooking." Hearing these words, Ouyang Dan felt as sweet as if she had drunk honey. She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes overflowing with admiration and satisfaction. "I like this grandson-in-law more and more the more I look at him. She's capable, polite, and even now, she seems so considerate and caring." Zhiqiu's judgment was indeed correct. Okay. Ouyang Dan said good 3 times in a row, her face beaming with joy. Sit down quickly. Lin Fan took off his apron. "Grandma, you eat first. I'll go wake Zhiqiu up." After saying that, he turned and went back to the east courtyard. Inside the room, Shen Zhiqiu was still wrapped in the quilt, fast asleep. "Honey, get up." Lin Fan patted her gently. Shen Zhiqiu hummed twice and buried her head in the quilt, like a lazy kitten. She was exhausted last night, and all she wants to do now is sleep. Seeing this, Lin Fan leaned close to her ear and whispered, "If you don't get up, Grandma will come and wake you up herself." The words had barely left his mouth. The figure inside the blanket trembled violently. Shen Zhiqiu instantly sat up in bed, all sleepiness gone. "Oh, Grandma's coming." She hurriedly began to get dressed. Seeing her adorable appearance, Lin Fan couldn't help but laugh out loud. When the two of them finished getting ready, they arrived at the restaurant. Ouyang Dan was sitting in the main seat waiting for them. "Grandma, why don't you eat first?" Shen Zhiqiu said somewhat embarrassedly. "As a family, of course we should eat together." Ouyang Dan smiled and invited them to sit down. Lin Fan served Shen Zhiqiu a bowl of porridge and then sat down himself. "Here, Grandma, try this soup dumpling." Lin Fan picked one up and placed it on the plate in front of Ouyang Dan. Ouyang Dan nodded and picked up the soup dumpling. She first bit a small opening in the bun skin. A rich aroma of meat, accompanied by scalding steam, bursts forth instantly. She carefully sipped the broth. The next second, her eyes widened suddenly. The broth is golden yellow, rich but not greasy. The intensely fresh and fragrant flavor exploded on her taste buds, sending a rush straight to the top of her head. How delicious this is. She lived for 70 years and ate all kinds of delicacies. The chefs in her household were hired at great expense from the descendants of the imperial kitchen. But she had never tasted such delicious soup before. Ouyang Dan was completely stunned. She didn't care about her image and put the remaining bite of the bun into her mouth. The meat filling is firm and springy, and the dough is chewy and smooth. All the flavors blend together perfectly, bringing an unparalleled enjoyment. Seeing her grandmother's shocked expression, Shen Zhiqiu smiled smugly. "Grandma, how are you? My husband's cooking skills are top-notch. I can't stand eating out anymore. I have to eat his cooking every day." Her words were full of boasting and pride. Ouyang Dan nodded heavily, her eyes filled with disbelief as she looked at Lin Fan. "Delicious, so delicious. Xiao Fan, your cooking skills are far superior to those of my top chefs." She quickly tried other breakfast items. Crystal shrimp dumplings have a translucent outer skin and chewy, crisp shrimp filling. Century egg and lean pork congee features soft, glutinous rice that melts in your mouth, with the aroma of the pork and the unique flavor of the century egg blending together for an unforgettable taste. Pan-fried radish cake, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a savory and delicious flavor. Every single one. They are all exquisite. Ouyang Dan was completely won over. Looking at the calm and humble young man before her, she had only one thought in her mind. This grandson-in-law is a treasure the Shen family found. Chapter 72. Anyone who dares to bully my wife will pay the price. The breakfast was a pleasant one for both host and guests. Ouyang Dan's smile never faded. After the meal, the three strolled in the backyard of the old house. As dawn broke, the light spilled onto the flagstone path, and the air was filled with the fresh scent of grass and trees. Ouyang Dan walked in the middle, with Shen Zhiqiu on her left and Lin Fan on her right. She suddenly stopped in her tracks. His gaze fell on Shen Zhiqiu. "Knowing autumn. Grandma, when do you plan to tell Xiao Fan about your identity?" Upon hearing this, Shen Zhiqiu playfully stuck out her tongue. "Grandma, I confessed everything last night." A hint of surprise flashed in Ouyang Dan's eyes, which then turned into a satisfied smile. She nodded. "That's right. It should have been said a long time ago. My granddaughter is the president of the Shen Group. My identity is perfectly legitimate, and there is nothing shameful about it." After saying that, she turned her gaze to Lin Fan. There was a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Xiao Fan, now that you know, are you interested in helping Zhiqiu at the Shen Group?" Before Lin Fan could answer, Shen Zhiqiu, he burst out laughing. She looked at her grandmother, her tone full of pride. "Grandma, I've made that suggestion before. I told him last night that I wanted him to come to the company as vice president. In the end, he didn't like it." "What? You don't like it?" The smile on Ouyang Dan's face froze instantly. Having lived most of her life, this was the first time she had ever heard of someone refusing the position of vice president of the Shen Group. That is a peak that countless people strive for their entire lives, but cannot reach. Lin Fan actually doesn't like it? She looked at Lin Fan, her eyes filled with shock and confusion. Lin Fan quickly explained. "Grandma, you've misunderstood. It's not that I look down on it. It's that I can't go. My career is just getting started, and Xiaofan technology has unlimited potential. I want to stand tall and proud beside Zhiqiu through my own efforts, instead of becoming a man who depends on the Shen family in the eyes of others. Please believe me, I will work hard. I will become a man worthy of her." His words were neither humble nor arrogant, but resounding and powerful. Ouyang Dan stared at him blankly. It was as if I was seeing myself when I was young. This is the pride a man should have. She originally thought that Lin Fan was just an excellent and good man. Now it seems, in his heart, there is still a wider world hidden. "Good." Ouyang Dan nodded emphatically. "That's ambitious. Grandma supports you." On the other side, Zhao Ming received a call from overseas. "Boss, we've made contact with Ghost." A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. "How much money does he want?" $10 million. Zhao Ming's eyelids twitched slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, "The money will be credited to your account immediately. I have only one request. We need to completely cripple the Shen Group's official website. Let it become a laughingstock in the entire industry." The call ended. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes as he muttered to himself. "Lin Fan, Shen Zhiqiu. Let's see how you die this time." 9 o'clock in the morning. Shen's Group Headquarters, Technology Department. A technician is giving a report. "Director, our official website has been attacked. It's a DDoS attack, hundreds of times larger than usual. The other side is still trying to breach the firewall. The entire technical department instantly tensed up. Wang Zongjian's forehead was covered in a dense layer of cold sweat. He had only ever seen attacks of this level in textbooks. The other party must be a top-tier professional hacker. I wonder how long the newly upgraded firewall on the official website will last. However, 10 minutes have passed. The anticipated collapse did not occur. Wang Zongjian stared intently at the monitoring interface of the main server. The torrent of attack data was frantically crashing against an invisible barrier. That barrier, however, remained as stable as Mount Tai, completely unmoved. The technician exclaimed in surprise. My God, Xiaofan Technology's upgraded firewall actually blocked everything. Everyone stared at the impregnable firewall, their eyes filled with shock and disbelief. The Shen family's old residence. Shen Zhiqiu's cell phone rang. It was a call from Qinyu, the special assistant. Hello, Qinyu. President Shen, something terrible has happened. Just now, the company's official website was attacked by top overseas hackers. Shen Zhiqiu's brows furrowed instantly. What was the result? We held on. Mr. Shen, you would never guess that Xiaofan Technology. Qinyu quickly recounted what had happened. Upon hearing this, Shen Zhiqiu's face turned completely cold. She hung up the phone, looked at Lin Fan, and briefly recounted how Zhao Ming had threatened her with overseas hackers last time. Now that Lin Fan knows her identity, there's nothing left to hide. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan's eyes turned cold, and he murmured, They dared to bully my wife, and I'll make them pay. After saying that, he went straight to the study. Shen Zhiqiu and Ouyang Dan exchanged a glance and followed. Inside the study, Lin Fan sat at a mahogany desk. He opened his laptop. The screen lit up, its pale blue light illuminating his focused and aloof profile. He didn't touch the mouse. Long, slender fingers landed directly on the keyboard. The next second, crackling and popping. A rapid, torrential sound of keyboard typing filled the quiet study. Shen Zhiqiu and Ouyang Dan were both stunned. All they saw was Lin Fan's hands moving across the keyboard, leaving a blur of afterimages. A black terminal window opened on the screen. Countless green lines of code scrolled down rapidly like a waterfall. The appearance and execution of each line of code are completed within milliseconds. Find the target IP. Skim ports. Bypass the outer defenses. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was dazzling. The firewall on the official website of the Zhao Group, which had cost a fortune to build, was as fragile as a thin sheet of paper in front of Lin Fan. Sizzle. A soft sound. A hole was torn in the firewall. Lin Fan's fingers did not pause for a moment. He marched straight in, as if entering an empty field. 5 seconds later, he gained root access to the server. Root. At this moment, the entire official website of the Zhao Group held no secrets from him. He can easily delete all the data, rendering the entire website completely unusable. But he didn't do that. That's too brutal. What he wanted was to destroy people's spirit. He then brought up the official website's backend management page. Locate the homepage file. Index.html. He selected all the content inside. Then, I pressed the delete key. The entire page instantly went blank. The cold smile on Lin Fan's lips became even more pronounced. His fingers began to tap on the keyboard again. 7 characters. Finish typing. He pressed the enter key. Everything has settled down. He closed all the windows and shut down his computer. The whole process took less than a minute. He turned around and smiled at Shen Zhiqiu. Nailed it. Shen Zhiqiu was still in a state of great shock and had not yet come to her senses. Lin Fan picked up her phone and opened the browser. The official website address of the Zhao Group was entered. Click to jump. The next second, an incredibly simple yet incredibly stunning page appeared on the phone screen. A pure white background. Right in the center, it was a line of striking black song typeface characters. Those who commit many unrighteous acts will surely perish. Uft. Shen Zhiqiu could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. She looked at Lin Fan, her beautiful eyes sparkling with admiration. This man always manages to surprise her. She lunged forward and planted a hard kiss on Lin Fan's face. Honey, you're so handsome. Ouyang Dan, who was standing nearby, witnessed the whole thing. Looking at the young man in front of her who was smiling calmly, she felt a storm raging in her heart. This grandson-in-law, just how many unknown skills does he still possess? Chapter 73. Mr. Zhao, here's a suggestion. Go find Xiaofan Technology. Zhao family villa. Zhao Ming leaned back on the sofa, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, looking out the window. Actually, he was waiting for a phone call. waiting for Shen Zhiqiu to beg for mercy. He had even thought of the first thing he would say when the call connected. He wanted to enjoy the sound of her panicked voice. Enjoy her humble pleas. Presumably, Shen Group's official website is already engulfed in flames by now. Sudden, the phone vibrated on the table. A look of wild joy flashed in Zhao Ming's eyes. It's here. They couldn't hold on that quickly. Ghost truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 hacker on the dark web. He picked up his phone. The smile on his face froze completely the moment he saw the caller ID. It wasn't Shen Zhiqiu's call. Zhao Ming's face darkened as he answered the phone. What is it? The secretary's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Zhao? Something terrible has happened. Something terrible has happened. Our group's official website has been hacked. What? Zhao Ming suddenly stood up from the sofa. What did you say? The official website was hacked? What are those incompetent people in the tech department doing? A bunch of good-for-nothings. I spend tens of millions of dollars a year supporting them, and they can't even keep an eye on a website. The secretary on the other end of the phone was trembling with fear. Under immense pressure, she stammered her explanation. General Manager Zhao, this has nothing to do with the technical department. This attack was too bizarre. The other party is not human at all. He was like a ghost, breaking through all our defenses in an instant. The technical department is still doing everything they can to save it, but, useless. Zhao Ming's voice was as cold as ice. Yes, we simply cannot regain control. The other party is still on our homepage. They left a message. Zhao Ming's breathing instantly became heavy. He hung up the phone and opened his laptop with trembling fingers. The official website address of the Zhao Group was entered. Press enter. Page redirection. There was only a blinding expanse of pure white. And, right in the center, there's a line of large characters written in black song typeface, like an epitaph. Those who commit many unrighteous acts will surely perish. Bang! Zhao Ming slammed his fist on the table, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. Shame. This is utter disgrace. He had just hired Ghost to attack the Shen Group. In the blink of an eye, his own stronghold was destroyed. This is absolutely no coincidence. Shen Zhiqiu. It must be Shen Zhiqiu's revenge. How dare this woman? Where did she find such a skilled person? Zhao Ming's chest heaved violently, and his eyes turned bloodshot with anger. He picked up another phone. The Shen family's old residence. The atmosphere in the study was just right. Shen Zhiqiu looked at Lin Fan, her eyes overflowing with admiration and love. Ouyang Dan was all smiles, increasingly pleased with her grandson-in-law. Just then, Shen Zhiqiu's phone rang. She picked it up and looked at it, her eyebrows furrowing slightly. Caller ID, Zhao Ming. She looked up at Lin Fan, her eyes asking a question. Should I answer? Lin Fan smiled and whispered a few words in her ear. Shen Zhiqiu's eyes widened further and further. At last, he burst out laughing. She extended her delicate finger and gently tapped Lin Fan's forehead. Honey, you're so naughty. Even so, her smile grew even brighter. She cleared her throat and composed herself. Then, calmly swiped to answer the call. Hello. The call had just been connected. Zhao Ming's voice, which was suppressing his overwhelming rage, erupted like a volcanic eruption. Shen Zhiqiu, you did it, didn't you? Did you hire someone to hack the official website of my Zhao Group? You have some nerve. Let me tell you, through technical means, we have already identified the source of the attack as your Shen family. Shen Zhiqiu, this is a commercial crime. You're going to jail. A series of roars made people's ears ring. Shen Zhiqiu didn't even frown. Are you trying to scam me? She held the phone a little further away, her tone calm, even carrying a hint of innocence and confusion. Mr. Zhao, what nonsense are you talking about? Why can't I understand a single word? Zhao Ming was so angry at her feigned ignorance that he almost spat out blood. You're still pretending. Shen Zhiqiu, don't think I have no evidence. Shen Zhiqiu chuckled softly. Evidence? Mr. Zhao, if you have evidence, you shouldn't be calling me. You should hand the evidence over to the police directly. Or, have your lawyer send me a lawyer's letter. What's the point of yelling at me here? After saying that, she didn't wait for Zhao Ming to speak again. With a beep sound, hang up the phone immediately. Zhao family villa. Zhao Ming was stunned when he heard the busy tone coming from his phone. She just died like that? How dare she? An unprecedented sense of frustration swept over me. His carefully prepared questions and his self-righteous threats were nothing but a joke to the other party. It was like punching cotton. Powerless. Anger. There was also a trace of fear, which even he himself was unwilling to admit. Ah! Zhao Ming roared wildly, sweeping everything off the table. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. The official website of the Zhao Group remains blank. Those 7 large black characters were like a resounding slap in the face of the entire Zhao Group. Everyone in the tech department is going crazy. The ace programmer's hair has turned into a chicken coop. The new intern looked at the screen, on the verge of tears. They tried everything. Restart the server. Roll back the backup. Change the IP address. They even physically disconnected from the external network in an attempt to perform internal repairs. But it didn't work. None of it worked. As soon as the server connects to the internet, that outrageously simple page will reappear immediately. It's as if the other party has made their home on their server. The ghost lingers. The entire group is in complete chaos. Inquiries from partners came one after another. Every minute the official website is down, the losses go beyond just money. It is also the reputation and credibility that the Zhao Group has built up over the years. He couldn't wait any longer. If we wait any longer, the Zhao Group will be finished. Zhao Ming took a deep breath, picked up his phone again, and dialed the number he hated to the core. The call was answered quickly. This time, Zhao Ming did not roar. Shen Zhiqiu, name your terms. What do you want in return for your refusal to stop attacking my company? This is a trap. A language trap. If Shen Zhiqiu continues in his line of reasoning, it will be tantamount to admitting that she was the one who did it. Zhao Ming had already started recording. This was his final counterattack. However, Shen Zhiqiu on the other end of the phone seemed not to understand what he was saying at all. Her voice was filled with just the right amount of surprise. Mr. Zhao? What are you talking about? Disarm? I don't understand. Oh, right. She changed the subject. Are you still worried about the issues with your official website? Oh, this is so unfortunate. It's quite a coincidence. Our Shen Group's official website was also hacked some time ago. However, we are very lucky. We found a company called Qiufan Technology to help us with a comprehensive upgrade of our security architecture. The effect can be described as immediate. Look, there was another large-scale attack this morning, but what happened? The other side couldn't even break through our firewall. Professional matters should be left to professionals. Mr. Zhao, I have a suggestion for you. Why don't you give it a try? I believe that Qiufan Technology can definitely help you solve the problem. Shen Zhiqiu's voice was gentle and sincere. It was as if they were genuinely offering him advice. But every word, when it reached Zhao Ming's ears, turned into mockery. Qiufan Technology? Should he beg Lin Fan, the man he considers an ant? Chapter 74. No matter what method you use, go and beg Lin Fan. Shen Zhiqiu put down her phone, unable to hold back any longer. Uffed. She laughed out loud. Immediately following was an uncontrollable burst of laughter. I laughed so hard I almost cried. Zhao Ming must be furious right now. Qiufan Technology. Huh. Honey, you're so naughty. She laughed as she punched Lin Fan's shoulder. Lin Fan just smiled calmly, letting her act as she pleased. Ouyang Dan, standing to the side, rolled her eyes at her granddaughter. His eyes were full of doting affection. All right. You've made enough of a scene and vented your anger. Tell me, how do you plan to resolve this? Shen Zhiqiu stopped laughing, and his expression instantly switched back to that of the president of the Shen Group. She analyzed it in a very serious manner. Grandma, the issue now isn't how we're going to handle this. It's Zhao Ming. How will he handle this? Lin Fan's move directly put the name Qiufan Technology into the sights of the entire upper-class circle of Shanghai City. The Shen Group's impregnable firewall is the best advertisement. The 7 big characters on the Zhao Group's official website are its most prominent signboard. Now, everyone knows that there is a company called Qiufan Technology with unparalleled technology. Zhao Ming's only option is to come and beg Lin Fan. He had no other choice. Lin Fan nodded and added, "We cannot back down when dealing with someone like Zhao Ming. If you take a step back, he will take 10 steps forward. The only way is to beat him so badly that he's scared. Let him know that we are not pushovers that can be easily manipulated. Otherwise, he will never learn his lesson." After listening, Ouyang Dan's eyes shone with approval. They are courageous, resourceful, skillful, and have a strong moral compass. She was right about this grandson-in-law. Good. Since you all know what's going on, then I won't get involved in this matter. You young people, go for it. Another half-day passed. Night falls. The official website of the Zhao Group remains a stark white. The technical department was brightly lit. Despair and exhaustion were written on the faces of every employee. They have given up. This is not a confrontation on a technical level. This is the difference between gods and mortals. The Zhao family mansion, study. The atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it was about to freeze. Zhao Ming stood in front of the desk with his head down, not daring to even breathe loudly. Behind the desk sat an elderly man with gray hair, but who was in good spirits. Zhao Jingyuan, the pillar of the Zhao family. Waste. Zhao Jingyuan slammed a document in his hand onto Zhao Ming's face. I'm handing the company over to you, not so you can use the Zhao family's reputation as a stepping stone for others. The entire deep sea city is now laughing at our Zhao family. Are you satisfied? Zhao Ming trembled, but dared not refute. Grandpa, what do you mean? What? Zhao Jingyuan slammed his fist on the table and roared angrily. I know the whole story. You hired hackers to attack the Shen family first, and then you were retaliated against. Trying to steal a chicken only resulted in losing the rice instead. Idiot. Zhao Ming lowered his head even further. Zhao Jingyuan's chest heaved violently, eventually turning into a long sigh. It's no use saying anything now that things have come to this. Now, immediately, go find that Lin Fan. No matter what method you use, whether you beg or kneel, he must restore the official website. Did you hear me? Zhao Ming suddenly looked up. Grandpa, you want me to beg that good for nothing? Impossible. Smack. Zhao Jingyuan delivered a resounding slap to Zhao Ming's face. Waste. Is someone who can manipulate our entire Zhao group like trash? I think you're the arrogant, ignorant good for nothing. I command you, go now. Zhao Ming covered his burning face. Humiliation. Anger. Unwilling to accept it. A mix of emotions churned within him. Should he beg Lin Fan? That Shen Zhiqiu's husband, that pretty boy in his eyes? He can't do it. Sudden, a thought flashed through his mind like lightning. Lin Fan, Liu Ruyan. His eyes lit up instantly. Right. And her too. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's mouth. He took out his phone and dialed a number in front of Zhao Jingyuan. Liu Ruyan had just returned home. I received a call from Zhao Ming. She thought Zhao Ming wanted to invite her to a hotel room again. To be honest, Liu Ruyan now dislikes Zhao Ming very much. But the other party is, after all, the son of the Zhao group. I finally answered the phone. Ruyan, our public relations department is short of a manager. The annual salary is 1 million, plus project bonuses. Are you interested? As soon as the call connected, Zhao Ming dropped a bombshell. Liu Ruyan's mind went completely blank. Public relations manager of Zhao Group? Annual salary of 1 million? Happiness came so suddenly that she almost thought she was dreaming. That's the Zhao Group, the top-tier luxury family in Shanghai City. It's 100 times more glamorous than being a salesperson at a rundown 4S store under Shen Zhiqiu's business empire. I'm interested. Her voice trembled slightly with excitement. Very good, Zhao Ming said calmly on the other end of the phone. However, this position is not easy to hold. I need to see your capabilities. Now, you have an opportunity to demonstrate your abilities. Go to Qiufan Technology. Have Lin Fan find a way to restore our official website. If you handle this well, the position of public relations manager is yours. The ecstasy on Liu Ruyan's face froze instantly. Even if she were stupid, she would understand. This is hardly a recruitment drive. It's clearly taking advantage of me. Zhao Ming wanted to use her past relationship with Lin Fan as an intermediary. A feeling of humiliation welled up inside me. Why can't I ever get over Lin Fan's shadow after our divorce? But what could she do? Should I refuse? And then stay in this wretched place, watching Shen Zhiqiu and Lin Fan being all lovey-dovey? No, she was not willing to accept it. As long as we can persuade Lin Fan, she can then soar to great heights and completely escape her current life. This risk is worth taking. Liu Ruyan took a deep breath. Good. I promise you. The next day, Liu Ruyan got up very early. She rummaged through her entire wardrobe and picked out the most expensive dress. She put on an exquisitely beautiful makeup look. She looked radiant and beautiful in the mirror. She wasn't going to see her ex-husband. It was her stepping stone to high society. Qiufan Technology. The company is located in the most bustling office building in the city center. When Liu Ruyan stood in front of that towering building, she felt a mix of emotions. She remembered that Lin Fan had mentioned before that his dream was to have his own office here. At the time, she just took it as a joke. Unexpected. Lin Fan really did it. Step into Qiufan Technology's office area. Liu Ruyan was completely stunned. A spacious and bright office. A floor-to-ceiling window covering an entire wall. Employees in uniform sat at their workstations, the sound of keyboards clicking filling the air. On the wall hangs the 4 large, elegant metal characters, Qiufan Technology. This place is no longer the small workshop that once only had Chun Bin, Li Wei, and a few others. This is a burgeoning and thriving modern technology company. The one who created all of this was the man she had once despised and abandoned. An indescribable regret gnawed at her heart like a venomous snake. If we hadn't gotten divorced. Now, the one standing here, surveying all of this as the mistress of the house, should be Liu Ruyan. She's the boss of this company. A girl dressed in a business suit, with a capable demeanor, walked over. It's the front desk. Hello, how can I help you? Liu Ruyan snapped out of her daze, composed herself, and forced out what she considered a proper smile. My name is Liu Ruyan, and I'm looking for Lin Fan. She subconsciously assumed that once she gave her name, the other person would immediately take her inside. However, the receptionist's professional smile remained unchanged. Ms. Liu, do you have an appointment? Reserve? Liu Ruyan's smile froze on her face. An indescribable pang of sorrow welled up in my nose. Once upon a time, that man was completely devoted to her and always at her beck and call. As long as she makes a phone call, no matter what Lin Fan is doing, he will rush to her side immediately. Now, I need to make an appointment just to see him. Between her and him, there was more than just distance. It is also an invisible high wall. Chapter 75. The past affection between husband and wife? Liu Ruyan's smile froze. She felt a burning sensation on her cheeks. The subtle, almost imperceptible gazes of the surrounding employees felt like needles pricking her. Just when she was at a loss and in a dilemma, a familiar figure emerged from the depths of the office area. It's Han Tao. Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up instantly. It was like grasping at a straw. Han Tao, she called out immediately. Han Tao looked over upon hearing the sound and paused for a moment. His eyes held a complex expression. They still came over. When the receptionist saw him, she immediately bowed respectfully. Manager Han. That cry of Manager Han was like an invisible slap across Liu Ruyan's face. She remembered that Han Tao used to be just a follower of Lin Fan. When they see me, they always bow and scrape, calling me sister-in-law more affectionately than anyone else. Now, he has actually become a supervisor. But I was left standing at the front desk, like a joke. I'll handle this. Han Tao nodded to the receptionist. Okay. The receptionist turned and returned to her post. Han Tao's gaze returned to Liu Ruyan. That gaze was calm and indifferent. You can leave now. President Lin is very busy and doesn't have time to see you. You're already divorced. There's no point in continuing this entanglement. Liu Ruyan said unhappily. Han Tao, what do you mean? Have you forgotten what you used to call me? Now that Lin Fan has become successful, you've also risen to prominence along with him. Yet you won't even help me with this small favor? Her voice became shrill, with a hint of hysteria. Han Tao's brows furrowed even more deeply. I'm only advising you to leave because of our past relationship. Don't make things too ugly. Seeing that Han Tao was unyielding, Liu Ruyan knew that throwing a tantrum would be useless. She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the humiliation and anger in her heart. I'm not here to bother Lin Fan. I am here on behalf of the Zhao Group to discuss serious business with him. The Zhao Group? Han Tao was stunned for a moment. Looking at Liu Ruyan's expression, he didn't think she was lying. He couldn't make that decision. Wait a moment. Han Tao hesitated for a moment, then turned and walked towards the innermost office. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Han Tao pushed open the door and entered. Lin Fan was sitting in a large executive chair, looking at the data stream on his computer screen. What's up? President Lin, Liu Ruyan has arrived. Lin Fan paused for a moment. But it was only for a moment. Let her go. His tone was completely flat. It's as if they're talking about a complete stranger. She said. Han Tao hesitated for a moment. She came on behalf of the Zhao Group. Lin Fan finally raised his head. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhao Ming. He actually sent Liu Ruyan? That's interesting. A playful smile curved the corners of Lin Fan's mouth. He wanted to see what kind of tricks Zhao Ming and Liu Ruyan could pull off when they got together. Let her in. And, Lin Fan added, you stay here too. Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Tao understood that President Lin was afraid that Liu Ruyan might play some tricks. When Liu Ruyan followed Han Tao into the office, she was once again stunned. The office was bigger than she had imagined. A floor-to-ceiling window covering an entire wall. Outside the window lies the most bustling CBD in Shanghai City. Below, traffic flows like a river, and tall buildings stand tall. It was as if the entire city was being trampled underfoot. And that man sat right at the center of it all. He leaned back in a black leather executive chair, his well-tailored casual suit accentuating his tall and straight figure. His expression was indifferent, and his eyes were deep. He exuded a calm, yet powerful aura. confident, composed, in control of everything. Is this still the same man who stayed at home, wearing an apron and cooking for her? Is this still the same man who would ride his electric scooter to pick her up from work, rain or shine? Liu Ruyan's heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Pain, regret, endless regret overwhelmed her like a tidal wave. If she weren't so vain, so materialistic, now, sitting in this office, enjoying all of this, is her. Speak your mind directly. The cold voice shattered her reverie. Lin Fan looked at her, his eyes devoid of any warmth. Liu Ruyan snapped out of her daze and forced a smile. She glanced at Han Tao beside her. Han Tao, please step out for a moment. Lin Fan and I have some private matters to discuss. Han Tao stood there expressionless, motionless. It was as if he hadn't heard her. He only listens to General Manager Lin. Liu Ruyan's face turned pale and then flushed. Lin Fan's patience was being rapidly exhausted. Leave without saying anything. Don't interfere with my work. He pointed to the door and unceremoniously told them to leave. These words completely ignited the suppressed humiliation in Liu Ruyan's heart. She could no longer control her emotions. Lin Fan, you weren't like this before. You used to be so obedient and patient with me. How can you treat me like this now? Her eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Lin Fan looked at her and suddenly smiled. He laughed out of anger. Big sister. He stood up and slowly walked to Liu Ruyan. He looked down at her. You also know that was before? We are already divorced. Why should I have any patience with you? Who do you think you are? Every word was like a cold knife, piercing Liu Ruyan's heart. Lin Fan stopped looking at her and turned to Han Tao. Han Tao, see a visitor out. Yes. Han Tao immediately stepped forward and made a pleased gesture. Ms. Liu, please. They were about to be kicked out, and the opportunity they had in their grasp was about to slip away. Liu Ruyan became anxious. She didn't care about saving face, etc. I really have something important to do. Lin Fan stopped in his tracks. He didn't turn around, but instead gave Han Tao a wink. Han Tao understood and stepped aside. Liu Ruyan knew this was her last chance. She composed herself and tried to make her voice sound calm. Lin Fan, I am now the newly appointed public relations manager of Zhao's group. She deliberately emphasized the words public relations manager. It seems they want to use this to prove their current status and position. I am here on behalf of the Zhao Group to request the assistance of Qiufan Technology. Lin Fan, for the sake of our past relationship as husband and wife, could you please help the Zhao Group restore their official website? As long as you. She hadn't finished speaking. Then you could see Lin Fan's shoulders twitching slightly. Immediately afterwards, oh, a soft laugh escaped his lips. Then came the uncontrollable burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Lin Fan turned around. He laughed so hard he bent over, tears welling up in his eyes. It was as if I had heard the funniest joke in the world. The bond of being husband and wife. He looked at Liu Ruyan's bewildered, confused, and humiliated face. I feel like I've never seen anyone with such thick skin in my entire life. Chapter 76, A Friendship Price, 10 million. Marital affection? Lin Fan repeated those 4 words softly, yet they struck Liu Ruyan's heart like a heavy hammer. When I gave up my guaranteed postgraduate admission to stay in Shenzhen with you, did you ever talk to me about our marital relationship? When I get up at 6 every morning to make you breakfast and cook for you after get off work at 10 at night, do you ever talk to me about our marital relationship? When your younger brother Liu Wei got into trouble and owed 200,000 yuan in gambling debts, and I used the down payment I had saved for a house to pay off his debts, did you ever talk to me about our marital relationship? Lin Fan approached step by step. Liu Ruyan couldn't help but back away. His gaze was like 2 sharp knives, threatening to tear her apart. You came to me for a PR manager position, trying to curry favor with your new boss, and now you want my help. Liu Ruyan, what right do you have? Where did you get the courage? You're bringing up marital affection with me? In my entire life, I, Lin Fan, have never seen anyone more shameless than you. Every word is piercing to the heart. Every word was like a knife. Liu Ruyan's face instantly drained of all color, pale white as paper. She opened her mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Those past events she had deliberately forgotten were now brutally torn open by Lin Fan and laid bare in the sunlight. This will expose her completely. Standing to the side, Han Tao made no attempt to hide the disdain in his eyes. He looked at Liu Ruyan as if she were a pile of disgusting garbage. It turns out that General Manager Lin had suffered such injustice before. It turns out that this woman is so selfish and cold-hearted. The office was deathly silent. Liu Ruyan finally realized that she had become a complete joke today. But she can't leave. If she can't handle this, her dream manager position will be gone. She couldn't accept it. Absolutely not. After a brief struggle, she trampled her last shred of dignity under her own feet. Lin Fan. I was wrong. It was all my fault before. Please, for the sake of the past, help me this once. I promise this is the last time. I will never bother you again. She tried to tug at Lin Fan's sleeve. Lin Fan, however, took a sudden step back as if avoiding a plague. His eyes were filled with disgust. Your promises are worthless. Go back and tell Zhao Ming. If you want Xiofan technology to solve your problem, that's fine. Show sincerity. With the money in place, everything is negotiable. After saying that, he turned around and faced away from Liu Ruyan. Han Tao, see a visitor out. Han Tao immediately stepped forward and stood in front of Liu Ruyan. Ms. Liu, please. His attitude was even colder and harder than before. Liu Ruyan panicked completely and lost control of her emotions in an instant. Lin Fan, you can't do this to me. It took me a lot of effort to become the public relations manager of the Zhao Group. If I mess this up, Zhao Ming will definitely fire me. Can you bear to see me lose my job? Can you bear to see me with nowhere to turn? Lin Fan slowly turned around. A mocking smile played on his lips. You're unemployed, you're desperate. What does this have to do with me? Liu Ruyan, you only ever think about yourself. Your selfish nature is truly ingrained in your bones. Roll. Han Tao no longer held back. He grabbed Liu Ruyan's arm and pulled her outwards, half dragging and half pulling her. Let me go? Lin Fan, you bastard. Outside the glass door of Xiofan Technology, Liu Ruyan was pushed out by Han Tao without any mercy. She stumbled and almost fell to the ground. She looked back. Through that cold glass door, she could see the bright, spacious, and vibrant office area inside. And that man had already returned to his throne. Resolute and indifferent, Liu Ruyan was dejected and heartbroken. She couldn't understand it. The man who once doted on her and cherished her. How did things turn out like this so soon after the divorce? The Zhao Group. As Zhao Ming listened to Liu Ruyan's tearful complaints on the phone, his expression grew increasingly grim. Waste. You can't even handle this small matter, and you want to be the public relations manager? Dream on. He slammed down the phone. The official website has been down for more than 24 hours. Every minute represents a huge loss. Zhao Ming's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He knew he had no choice. An hour later, Xiofan Technology, President's office. Zhao Ming sat on the sofa opposite Lin Fan, his face ashen. Behind him stood 2 bodyguards and a secretary. Lin Fan leaned back leisurely in his office chair and said casually, "It is an honor to welcome Mr. Zhao. We are sorry for not greeting you sooner." Zhao Ming suppressed his anger. An honest person doesn't beat around the bush. Name your price. How can we restore our company's official website to normal? Lin Fan smiled. President Zhao is indeed a straightforward person. He held up one finger. Zhao Ming's pupils contracted slightly. 1 million. Lin Fan shook his head. 10 million. What? Zhao Ming jumped up from the sofa. Are you robbing me? Lin Fan's expression remained unchanged. Mr. Zhao, you are mistaken. Just a few days ago, Shen Group servers were also attacked by overseas hackers. I helped them solve their problems, and I charged 10 million. The same applies to you. Of course, if Mr. Zhao thinks it's too expensive, he can always find someone else. He made a pleased gesture. The implication is that they won't see him off. Zhao Ming's chest heaved violently. The whole thing with the Shen Group was orchestrated by him. Lin Fan's words were clearly a blatant slap in his face. This is to vent Shen Zhiqiu's anger. Zhao Ming was furious, but he had no other choice. The company's technical department is at a loss. The so-called experts invited from outside were equally at a loss. Time is money. The longer it drags on, the greater his losses will be. Good. Zhao Ming squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. 10 million. 10 million it is. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. It's a pleasure to work with you. However, I have one more rule. Zhao Ming frowned. What rules? Pay first, then get the service done. To prevent some people from defaulting on their debts later. Lin Fan's gaze was meaningful. Zhao Ming's anger was reignited. Lin Fan, don't go too far. How can you expect to pay before the job is even done? Lin Fan shrugged, looking completely indifferent. This is my territory, and my word is law. If Mr. Zhao does not accept this, he may seek someone else. You. Zhao Ming stared intently at Lin Fan. I wanted to rush up and tear him to pieces. Lin Fan didn't care at all. He wanted to use his actions to warn Zhao Ming. If you dare to bully my wife, you'd better be prepared to pay the price. Transfer the money. Zhao Ming practically shouted. The secretary behind him quickly took out her phone and started operating it. Soon, Lin Fan's phone received a text message from the bank. 10 million yuan has arrived. Lin Fan stood up and straightened his clothes. Let's go, Han Tao. Let's go to the Zhao Group and take a look. Headquarters of the Zhao Group. Technical department. The atmosphere in the entire department was oppressive. Dozens of technicians sat around rows of computers, looking worried. The sound of keyboards being typed rose and fell. However, the official website homepage remains a glaringly blank page. And that sarcastic saying, "Those who do many unrighteous deeds will surely perish." Just then, the office door was pushed open. Zhao Ming walked in with a dark expression. Behind him were two young men. One of them was Lin Fan. All eyes in the technical department instantly turned to Lin Fan. There was curiosity, there was doubt, there was disdain. Him, so young. Where did the boss find this person? Is he reliable? Whispers arose from the crowd. Zhao Ming snorted coldly. Get out of my way. The technicians immediately made way for them. Lin Fan walked straight to the main control computer. He pulled out a chair and sat down. The next second, on the screen, countless lines of code flashed by like a waterfall. The speed was so fast that it was impossible for the human eye to perceive it. In the office, only the crisp sound of keyboard typing remained. Dense as raindrops. All the technicians stared wide-eyed. They couldn't even see what Lin Fan was typing. Those hands seemed to have come alive. On the keyboard, a dance of death unfolds. 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Despair. Lin Fan pressed the last enter key. The whole world fell silent. He stood up and clapped his hands. Done. Before anyone could react, the others realized what was happening. A young technician subconsciously refreshed the company's website. The next second, he let out a gasp. It's back. The official website is back to normal. The entire technical department was completely silent. Everyone was looking at Lin Fan as if he were a monster. 30 seconds. In just 30 seconds. That solved a problem that dozens of them couldn't solve even after 24 hours. Is this something humans can do? Chapter 77. Should I get a Qiufan technology membership? Sudden. In a corner of the crowd, a young technician muttered to himself. 30 seconds. Unless he has the key himself. The sound was soft. In this absolutely quiet environment, it appears exceptionally clear. It instantly stirred up a huge wave. The eyes of all the technicians changed. Yes, restoring a deeply compromised official website in 30 seconds is simply impossible. Unless, of course, this attack is not devastating. Rather, it's a kind of backdoor-style intrusion. The hacker did not destroy the core data. He simply created a hidden account with the highest privileges. Then used this account to lock the official website homepage. Lin Fan easily logged in using the key to this account. Then, delete the backdoor you left behind. The whole process was naturally incredibly fast. This inference is reasonable. It perfectly explains Lin Fan's incredible speed. This also upheld the dignity of these senior technical personnel. It's not that we're incompetent. The other party is cheating. In an instant, the way everyone looked at Lin Fan changed from awe to disdain and anger. Zhao Ming had already paid 10 million for 30 seconds of service. I feel like an idiot. Hearing the technician's discussion, the anger in his eyes almost burst forth. I see. He finally caught Lin Fan red-handed. Lin Fan, how dare you? They attacked my company's official website first, and then came to extort money from me. From me. Commercial crime, involving a huge sum of money. You're courting death. He pointed at Lin Fan, his voice sharp and stern. I'm calling the police right now, and you'll spend the rest of your life in jail. The air froze again. Everyone in the technical department held their breath, staring at Lin Fan. In their eyes, Lin Fan was finished. The suspect was caught red-handed, and the evidence was irrefutable. However, Lin Fan's reaction, surprised everyone. He showed no sign of panic whatsoever. Instead, a playful smile appeared on his face. Mr. Zhao, you need to provide evidence when you speak. You accuse me of attacking your official website. Where's the evidence? You accuse me of extortion, but we signed a technical service contract. It's in black and white. Zhao Ming was speechless. Evidence. He has absolutely no evidence. You. Lin Fan stepped forward, exuding an imposing aura, and said, Of course, if Mr. Zhao insists on suing me, I'm ready to oblige at any time. But let me remind you of something. If the Zhao family's official website crashes again next time, Mr. Zhao will have to pray for good luck. After all, There aren't many people who can solve your problems. A blatant threat. Everyone present understood. This is telling Zhao Ming. If you dare to mess with me today, I'll make sure your entire group's network completely collapses tomorrow. Zhao Ming's fists clenched so tightly they cracked. He stared intently at Lin Fan, his eyes seeming to want to devour him. But he dared not. He can't afford to gamble. Lin Fan's technical skills were terrifying. If we really anger him, the consequences will be unimaginable. How? Lin Fan smiled, a radiant smile. Has Mr. Zhao changed his mind? He walked up to Zhao Ming and lowered his voice. Mr. Zhao, seeing how sincere you are, I'll give you a suggestion. Zhao Ming frowned. How about becoming an annual member of Qiufan Technology? What? Zhao Ming thought he had misheard. Lin Fan repeated, it only costs 5 million a year. Our Qiufan Technology will provide the Zhao Group with 24/7 cybersecurity protection. Ensure your official website and servers are up to date and functioning reliably throughout the year. Lin Fan patted Zhao Ming on the shoulder, as if he was thinking of him. Just think about it. They spent 10 million today alone. A membership costs only 5 million a year. Isn't that a great deal? The office fell silent once again. All the technicians looked at Zhao Ming as if he were an idiot. 10 million at a time. Their boss just got ripped off in an epic way. Whispers began again. Zhao Ming's face instantly turned a deep liver color. Humiliation. An unprecedented humiliation. He felt that every word Lin Fan said was like a loud slap across his face. He wished he could immediately order his bodyguards to hack Lin Fan to death. But he couldn't. All I could do was swallow my pride and bear it. Lin Fan felt a surge of satisfaction looking at Zhao Ming's frustrated expression, as if he wanted to kill someone but didn't dare to. Dare to challenge Shen Zhiqiu? This is what happens. He wants more than just money. They wanted to trample on Zhao Ming's dignity and rub it repeatedly under their feet. Mr. Zhao, what's your decision? Lin Fan asked with a smile. This is a rare opportunity. Once it's gone, it'll be gone forever. Zhao Ming squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. No. Oh dear, that's such a pity. Lin Fan shook his head with a regretful expression. He turned around, facing Han Tao, and deliberately raised his voice. Han Tao, yes, Mr. Lin. Han Tao immediately straightened his back. Pass down the notice. All company employees will have dinner together tonight. My treat. Thanks to General Manager Zhao, our company made another 10 million today. Yes, General Manager Lin is awesome. Han Tao shouted excitedly at the top of his lungs. The coordination was flawless. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You're using my money to pay for your employees' benefits? And you even said it to my face? This is outrageous. This is absolutely outrageous. However, Lin Fan's act of putting on airs didn't end there. He took out his phone and dialed Shen Zhiqiu's number, deliberately putting it on speakerphone. Zhiqiu, I just fixed the network outage for the Zhao Group. Mr. Zhao is very generous, paying me 10 million as a reward. We're having a company dinner tonight to celebrate. Would you like to come? Really, honey? You're amazing. I'll definitely be there tonight. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan looked at Zhao Ming calmly, his eyes full of provocation. Zhao Ming was furious. Everyone in the Zhao Group knows that he is pursuing Shen Zhiqiu. But Shen Zhiqiu married Lin Fan, a good-for-nothing. Now Lin Fan is showing off in front of everyone. The woman that Zhao Ming couldn't handle has become Lin Fan's wife. This is even more painful than slapping Zhao Ming twice. This is absolutely outrageous. Lin Fan sneered, and with Han Tao, swaggered away from the technical department amidst the complicated gazes of the technicians. Zhao Ming could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. He kicked over the desk next to him. Computer, files, and keyboard were scattered all over the floor. Waste. A bunch of useless trash. He pointed at the room full of technicians and started cursing. Dozens of people were manipulated by one person. What use are you bunch of useless trash to me? Get out of here, all of you. The technicians were terrified, heads bowed, not daring to utter a sound. The atmosphere in the entire technical department was extremely oppressive. Just then, a middle-aged man, who looked to be in his 40s and wore gold-rimmed glasses, walked out from the back of the crowd. He is Sun Qian, the technical director of the Zhao Group. Mr. Zhao, please calm down, Sun Qian said. When Zhao Ming saw him, his anger subsided slightly. Calm down? How can you expect me to calm down? I, Zhao Ming, have never been treated like this in my entire life. Sun Qian pushed up his glasses, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Mr. Zhao, a gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Although Lin Fan is arrogant, he also has a fatal weakness. Zhao Ming's eyes narrowed. What weakness? His company is Qiufan Technology, Sun Qian said slowly. As far as I know, Qiufan Technology has just been established and is currently expanding its recruitment on a large scale. This is an opportunity. Zhao Ming understood instantly. You mean? A sinister smile curled at the corner of Sun Qian's mouth. We can send our people in to infiltrate. Once you get into his company and get involved in his core business, are you still afraid of not finding evidence against him? By then, with both witnesses and physical evidence, he won't be able to escape. Zhao Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes. How come I didn't think of that? This is a vicious scheme to undermine our very foundation. Good. I'll leave this matter to you. Find a few reliable, technically skilled people to infiltrate my ranks. Money is not a problem. I have only one request. I want Lin Fan to rot in jail. Chapter 78 Mr. Lin is awesome. Night. Hanhai City, Grand Hyatt Hotel, Diamond Ballroom. Qiufan Technology's celebration banquet is being held here. Lin Fan booked the entire hall. The long buffet table was laden with delicacies from land and sea. The company's dozens of employees gathered in twos and threes, chatting excitedly. The main table. A woman was sitting next to Lin Fan. She wore a simple white dress, exuding a cool and aloof aura, and possessed an unparalleled beauty. It was Shen Zhiqiu who was in the midst of it. She arrived early and sat there quietly. He didn't speak or look at anyone. She would only occasionally turn her head to glance at Lin Fan beside her. Even so, her innate powerful aura created a vacuum around the main table. The new employees began to whisper among themselves. Who was that beautiful woman? She has such a refined air about her. Could it be the landlady? Definitely. Look at the way the boss looks at her. This was the first time these employees had met Shen Zhiqiu. Without exception, they were all stunned by her beauty and aura. Even his voice unconsciously lowered considerably. Han Tao, Shin Bin, Li Wei, and other veteran employees were also somewhat reserved. Lin Fan stood up. He raised his glass. The noisy hall fell silent instantly. All eyes were on him. Lin Fan said loudly, "Today is the first gathering for our new colleagues who have joined the company. I hereby announce that everyone's bonus will be doubled this month." The words had barely left his mouth. Oh! The entire banquet hall was instantly filled with cheers. Boss is awesome. Long live President Lin. Following Boss Lin means you'll get what you deserve. The employees were so excited that their faces turned red. Not long after I joined the company, the boss gave me a bonus. They felt they had chosen the right person to follow. Lin Fan smiled and gestured for everyone to be quiet. He turned around and gently took Shen Zhiqiu's hand. Also, let me introduce someone to you. All eyes in the room instantly shifted to Shen Zhiqiu. Curiosity, amazement, envy. This is my wife. Shen Zhiqiu. A burst of good-natured laughter and applause rang out in the hall. Hello, boss lady. The proprietress is so beautiful. However, Lin Fan's next words froze everyone's smiles on their faces. At the same time, she is also the current president of the Shen Group. Dead silence. The entire banquet hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The air seemed to have been sucked out at that moment. Everyone stared wide-eyed and gaped. They all had the same expression on their faces. Sluggish. It was as if a thunderbolt from the heavens had struck the top of his head. President of Shen's Group? Which Shen Group? In Shanghai City, there seems to be only the Shen Group, right? The stunningly beautiful proprietress before me. Is she the queen of that empire? That legendary, ruthless, beautiful, and intelligent Ice Queen CEO, who wields power with lightning speed? Glug. Someone swallowed hard. I feel like my worldview is collapsing. In the crowd, Han Tao's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints. His mind was blank. Shen Zhiqiu, president of Shen's Group. He finally understood why Qiufan Technology had so easily secured a 200 million yuan order from Shen's Group. I see. Everything now has an answer. Shen Bin and Li Wei were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They were personally recruited by Lin Fan from his old company. He thought he knew a lot about Lin Fan's past. But now, can anyone tell them what's going on? A man who was just dumped by his ex-wife suddenly becomes the husband of a female CEO worth hundreds of billions. This is fucking more fantastical than any online novel. The way all the employees looked at Lin Fan completely changed. What started as respect has turned into awe, even fear. She could win the heart of the female president of the Shen Group. Just how terrifying are Mr. Lin's methods? They dared not even think about it. I didn't dare ask. Shen Zhiqiu sensed the changes around her. She looked up and rolled her eyes at Lin Fan. This guy? How come I never noticed before that he loved to show off so much? However, she didn't feel any aversion to it. On the contrary, it has a hint of sweetness. After a brief silence, the atmosphere in the banquet hall reached another peak. I'd like to toast President Lin. President Lin, you are a role model for us, my idol. This sentence is like a switch. Moment. Everyone realized what was happening. President Lin, I salute you. Mr. Lin, you and your wife are a match made in heaven. A perfect couple. Flattery poured in like a tidal wave. A group of people rushed to the main table, eager to toast Lin Fan. The scene was comparable to a large-scale fan meeting. As for Shen Zhiqiu, no one dared to offer her a toast. Joke. That's the president of the Shen Group. How dare a mortal disturb immortals and gods? They could only look up at this legendary figure from afar with the utmost reverence. The banquet has ended. Lin Fan got completely drunk. Only after being supported by Han Tao and Chun Bin on either side did they walk out of the hotel. Sister-in-law, I'm entrusting Mr. Lin to you. In the parking lot, Han Tao carefully helped Lin Fan into the passenger seat of the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. His attitude towards Shen Zhiqiu was extremely respectful. Shen Zhiqiu nodded lightly. He started the car and sped away. Han Tao and the others were left standing in the night wind, looking at each other in silence for a long time. Everything that happened today has had a tremendous impact on them. Han Hai Tianqi. Shen Zhiqiu helped Lin Fan back to the bedroom and threw him onto the bed. Seeing his drunken state, she shook her head helplessly. He stepped forward and helped Lin Fan take off his coat, shirt, and pants. Then I went to the bathroom and got a hot towel. She carefully wiped his face and hands. The movements are gentle. At the same time, inside the presidential suite of another five-star hotel, the air was filled with the mixed smell of tobacco and hormones. Zhao Ming leaned against the headboard, slowly smoking a cigar. The crimson flames flickered on his somber face. Liu Ruyan lay beside him, her body covered in ambiguous marks. Her eyes were somewhat vacant. Zhao Ming exhaled a smoke ring. You should organize a class reunion as soon as possible. Arrange to meet Lin Fan. Liu Ruyan's body stiffened almost imperceptibly. Why did you ask him out? A cruel smile curled at the corner of Zhao Ming's lips. When the time comes, we'll find a way to add something to his drink. Then, take him to a hotel room. Liu Ruyan's pupils suddenly contracted. She instantly understood Zhao Ming's intention. You want me to? That's right. Zhao Ming stubbed out his cigar, turned his head, and pinched her chin. I want you to sleep with him. Record the whole process. Once we get the video, Shen Zhiqiu will never want him again. Liu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale. Pale. She knew Zhao Ming was using her. Treat her like the dirtiest tool. But she remembered the heartless words Lin Fan had said to her in the office. I remembered the disdainful looks the employees gave me when I was kicked out. She remembered Zhao Ming's promise to her. Public Relations Manager, Zhao Group. Annual salary of 1 million. The temptation is too great. It was big enough for her to abandon all her dignity and bottom line. As long as you get this done, the position of Public Relations Manager is still yours. Zhao Ming's voice, like the whisper of a devil, echoed in her ears. Liu Ruyan closed her eyes. A long time. She opened her eyes, and the struggle in them had vanished. Instead, there was a resolute determination. Okay, I agree. Chapter 79 Class Reunion. The next day, early morning, Lin Fan slowly opened his eyes. His memories of last night were somewhat hazy. I only remember being very happy and drinking a lot of alcohol. I have absolutely no recollection of how I got back. He propped himself up and sat up. There was a glass of warm water on the bedside table. At this moment, the cell phone rang. Lin Fan picked up his phone and glanced at the caller ID. Chen Peng. His college roommate was also his best friend. Lin Fan pressed the answer button with some doubt. Hey, old Chen. On the other end of the phone, Chen Peng's hearty laughter came through. Old Lin, are you free this weekend? What's wrong? It's a class reunion. The class monitor gave a strict order this time. Not a single one can be missing. You have to come. Lin Fan remained silent for a moment. Class reunion. How distant those four words are. He has never participated in it, even once in all the years since graduation. It's not that he didn't want to go. Previously, it was Liu Ruyan who wouldn't let him go. Liu Ruyan felt that he was doing too poorly, and it would be embarrassing for him to go there. She herself goes every year. Every time she came back, she would show off to him which classmate got a promotion or which classmate got a luxury car. His words were full of contempt and dissatisfaction. Old Lin, are you still listening? Chen Peng's voice pulled Lin Fan back from his memories. Exist. Give me a straight answer. Are you coming or not? Where is it located? Royal Hotel, Saturday evening at 6 p.m. Okay, I'll be there on time. Shen Peng on the other end of the phone was visibly taken aback. Damn, you're being really agreeable today. I used to call you 800 times and you wouldn't respond. Lin Fan smiled. The past is the past. The present is the present. He is no longer the Lin Fan he used to be. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan got up and got out of bed. Stepping out of the bedroom, a delicious aroma of food wafted in. On the restaurant table, there were a few simple breakfast items. Soy milk, fried dough sticks, and 2 tea eggs. Next to it, there was a sticky note. Honey, breakfast is on the table. I'm going to the office now. Love, your wife. A warm feeling welled up in Lin Fan's heart. This female CEO is quite considerate. He took out his phone and dialed Shen Zhiqiu's number. The call was answered quickly. Hey, honey, you're awake? Are you feeling unwell? You're awake? My head hurts a little. I drank too much last night. Sorry for making you take me home. It's okay, it's just a bit heavy. Lin Fan smiled awkwardly. Thank you for breakfast, my dear wife. It was delicious. Eat it while it's hot. By the way, honey, I have something to tell you. My college classmates are having a party this weekend, and I'm planning to go. Okay, aren't you going to ask who's here? Are there any female classmates? Lin Fan teased her on purpose. It's your decision. Go if you're happy. Shen Zhiqiu's tone remained calm, but Lin Fan sensed something different. It's about trust. Okay, my dear wife. I've had breakfast. You get back to work. After hanging up the phone, Lin Fan felt incredibly relieved. Shen's Group, president's office. Shen Zhiqiu put down her phone, a fleeting, almost imperceptible thought crossing her exquisite face. A class reunion? He recalled that the survey data showed that Lin Fan had never attended a class reunion after graduation. Why did they have to gather at this particular time of year? What a coincidence. She picked up the internal phone. Qingyu, come in for a moment. Soon, Qingyu, dressed in a business suit, pushed open the door and entered. President Shen, go and check the details of Lin Fan's university reunion. Who are the organizers? Who are the participants? Is there anything unusual? Qingyu felt a chill run down her spine. Yes, Mr. Shen, I'll take care of it right away. On the other side, inside a coffee shop, Liu Ruyan hung up the phone, her face beaming with undisguised elation. She had just learned this from her best friend from college. Lin Fan has agreed to attend the class reunion. She couldn't wait to dial Zhao Ming's number. How's it going? Zhao Ming's impatient voice came through. Liu Ruyan flattered. It's all taken care of. Lin Fan has agreed to attend the class reunion this weekend. Zhao Ming, on the other end of the phone, let out a cold laugh. Very good. Then we'll see how you perform. Remember, as long as you get things done, you'll be the public relations manager of my Zhao Group. Before we knew it, it was Saturday evening. Hanhai Tianqi, underground parking garage. Shen Zhiqiu saw Lin Fan off to his car, and before leaving, she didn't forget to give him some instructions. Honey, drink less tonight, and remember to call a designated driver. Lin Fan turned his head, looked at her, and smiled gently. Don't worry, I promise I won't drink too much. Shen Zhiqiu watched the taillights of the departing car, took out her phone, and dialed Qinyu's number. He set off. Have you made all the arrangements on your end? A deep-sea city, the Royal Hotel. A black Mercedes-Benz G-Class slowly pulled up at the entrance. Its imposing appearance instantly attracted the attention of many people. Lin Fan parked the car and walked towards the hotel entrance. At the doorway, a familiar figure was peering out. It was Chen Peng. Old Lin. Over here. Upon seeing Lin Fan, Chen Peng immediately waved excitedly. Lin Fan walked over with a smile and punched him. Sure, you've gained weight in the years I haven't seen you. Chen Peng patted his belly and laughed heartily. I can't help it. I just can't control my mouth. Just then, several classmates who were attending the party also came over. Their eyes, without prior arrangement, fell on the Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Holy crap, a G-Wagon. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses exclaimed in surprise. This car must cost 2 or 3 million, right? Chen Peng, do you know the car owner? Chen Peng was about to speak. Another man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face spoke up in a sarcastic tone. Isn't that Lin Fan? Lin Fan? Which Lin Fan? Who else could it be? It's that kid from our class. Moment. All eyes were focused on Lin Fan. Surprise, doubt, disdain. Lin Fan, you've struck it rich. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his glasses and asked tentatively. Lin Fan remained calm and did not answer. He came today only to see his brother, Chen Peng. As for the others, he didn't care. Seeing that Lin Fan didn't speak, The man with the pointed mouth and monkey-like face laughed even harder. What kind of fortune are you talking about? You don't know yet, do you? He divorced Liu Ruyan a long time ago. A spineless coward who got dumped by his wife can afford a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. In my opinion, this car is probably rented. He would never come to gatherings before, but he came so readily this time, even driving a luxury car. Isn't he just trying to show off in front of us? How vain. These words were extremely harsh. The classmates around Lin Fan also began to look at him with amusement. Chen Peng's face instantly darkened. Ma Fei, watch your mouth. Old Lin is my brother. If you dare say another word, don't blame me for being impolite. Ma Fei shrank back, not daring to utter another word. Chen Peng grabbed Lin Fan's arm. Old Lin, don't bother with this kind of person. Let's go inside. Lin Fan nodded. The group entered the reserved private room. The huge round dining table was already quite full. The men were dressed in suits and ties, and the women were dressed in their finest clothes. People gathered in twos and threes, engaging in lively discussions. They talked about the company, stocks, cars, and houses. When Lin Fan and Chen Peng walked in, several people noticed them. Isn't that Lin Fan? Why is he here? A woman covered her mouth in surprise. The person next to him glanced at him disdainfully. So what if they come? What's the big deal? A lowly laborer earns 10,000 yuan a month, which isn't even enough for me to buy a handbag. Shoo, keep your voice down. Liu Ruyan is here too. Chapter 80. Huang lied. The atmosphere in the private room instantly became somewhat awkward. Just then, a beautiful figure walked in gracefully. The newcomer wore a white Chanel dress from the latest collection, which accentuated her graceful figure. On her wrist was a classic Cartier bracelet, shimmering with subtle light under the lamp. The bag he was carrying was a Hermes Birkin bag. Her exquisite makeup made her look radiant. It was Liu Ruyan. Her appearance instantly attracted the attention of most of the men in the private room. The previously noisy private room fell silent for a moment. Immediately following was a series of gasps. Holy crap, it's Liu Ruyan. Our class beauty back then. It's so beautiful, even more charming than when I was in school. Squad leader Su Chuan's eyes widened instantly. He stood up almost immediately and quickly went to meet her. Ruyan, you finally arrived. Everyone's been waiting for you for ages. Su Chuan's face was full of warm smiles as he eagerly pulled out the chair next to him. Come, sit here with me. Liu Ruyan smiled slightly at everyone, a smile that seemed to have a hook in it. Sorry to keep you all waiting. She didn't refuse and sat down next to Su Chuan. Su Chuan felt a fragrant breeze waft towards him, and he felt a little lightheaded. He immediately launched into a shower of compliments. Ruyan, you've become more and more beautiful. Your temperament has completely changed in the past few years. Compared to those big stars, they're just as good. By the way, I heard you divorced that good-for-nothing Lin Fan? Congratulations, you're finally free from this misery. Su Chuan's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but it was loud enough for everyone at the table to hear clearly. Many people looked on with expressions of anticipation, as if they were watching a good show. Liu Ruyan's smile remained unchanged as she calmly said, It's all in the past, let's not talk about it. Her tone was nonchalant, as if she truly didn't care at all. But out of the corner of his eye, he kept his gaze fixed on a certain corner. Lin Fan. He was talking to Chen Peng in a low voice. From the moment Liu Ruyan entered until now, Lin Fan hasn't even glanced in her direction. Liu Ruyan felt an inexplicable fire rising from the bottom of her heart. She dressed up specially today. All this was so that she could show Lin Fan her most perfect side. But what was the result? He completely ignored me. On what grounds? Liu Ruyan's heart was filled with resentment and malice. She agreed to Zhao Ming's plan. Revenge against Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu was only one aspect of his actions. Deep down, she harbored another, even more complex plan. If things go smoothly, Zhao Ming might betray his promise to the public relations manager. Lin Fan is her backup plan. As long as you can have a relationship with Lin Fan and film it, the initiative will be in your own hands. Lin Fan is no longer the useless coward he once was. He owns his own company and drives a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. By all accounts, he's a small business owner. If Liu Ruyan could reconcile with Lin Fan, it would be a good option for her. Just then, Su Chuan, standing to the side, seemed to want to continue to curry favor with Liu Ruyan while simultaneously putting Lin Fan down. He deliberately raised his voice and asked with a curious expression, By the way, Ruyan, Ma Fei just said that Lin Fan drove over in a Mercedes-Benz G-Class. Really? Su Chuan's original intention was to use Liu Ruyan's words to expose Lin Fan's pretentious act of renting a car. In his view, Liu Ruyan would definitely ridicule Lin Fan mercilessly. However, his words, were like the sharpest thorn, piercing deep into Liu Ruyan's heart. Lin Fan only became successful after his divorce from her. This fact was like a resounding slap across Liu Ruyan's face. It constantly reminded her how terribly wrong her choice was. The smile on Liu Ruyan's face froze instantly. Instead, there was an undeniable gloom. Su Chuan also realized something was wrong. He hadn't expected that his attempt to flatter had backfired. For a moment, I was at a loss. Fine. A scantily clad female classmate nearby promptly intervened to defuse the situation. She curled her lip in disdain, her voice shrill. Squad leader Su, you think too highly of Lin Fan, don't you? A Mercedes G-Class? Can he even afford that? That car must be rented. It only costs about 1,000 yuan a day. Who can't afford to rent one if they grit their teeth? It's just to make a good impression at the class reunion. That pathetic vanity of men, haha. These words immediately garnered the support of many people. Exactly. They're just putting on a brave face. He never came to the gatherings for so many years, but he came this year, and even rented a luxury car. His intentions are obvious to everyone. Poor thing, you got dumped by Ruyan. You must be feeling really hurt. A torrent of ridicule and mockery surged toward Lin Fan. Chen Peng was so angry that his face turned red, and he slammed his hand on the table, about to stand up. But Lin Fan held him down with one hand. Lin Fan shook his head at him, his face still showing that calm and indifferent expression. He couldn't even be bothered to offer a single explanation. For him now, the opinions of these people are no longer of any importance. You can't talk about ice with a summer insect. Arguing with them will only lower your own standards. Almost everyone had arrived. Su Chuan cleared his throat, stood up, raised his glass, and prepared to say a few opening remarks. Just then, the door to the private room was pushed open again. A middle-aged man, dressed in a sharp suit and with his hair neatly combed, walked in. The man wore a nameplate pinned to his chest. Huang lied, general manager of Royal Hotel. The private room fell silent instantly. Everyone looked at each other, their faces filled with confusion. The hotel's general manager? How did he end up here? Su Chuan's henchman, Ma Fei, paused for a moment, then lowered his voice and said to Su Chuan with a fawning expression, Squad leader, Manager Huang wouldn't be here to see you, would he? I've heard that the Royal Hotel has a powerful background, and the general manager rarely sees guests. For him to personally come and offer a toast, the squad leader must have a lot of influence. Upon hearing this, Su Chuan was also filled with surprise and doubt. But then he thought about it again and realized that among all the people present, it seemed that only his family background could earn the hotel general manager's respect. After all, his father's company also had some business dealings with the Royal Hotel. Thinking of this, Su Chuan straightened his back instantly. A strong sense of superiority arose spontaneously. He felt this was the perfect opportunity to showcase his abilities in front of Liu Ruyan. Maybe we can open the clam tonight. Su Chuan immediately stood up, wearing what he considered to be the most perfect smile, and extended his hand. Manager Huang, hello. What brings you here? However, an unexpected scene unfolded. Hotel General Manager Huang lied acted as if he hadn't even seen Su Chuan's outstretched hand. He walked straight past Su Chuan without looking to the side. Su Chuan stretched out his hand, then froze on the spot. The smile on his face froze instantly. The entire room fell silent. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Huang lied. He walked through the crowd and went to the most inconspicuous corner of the private room. They stopped in front of Lin Fan's desk. Then, under the gaze of dozens of shocked, bewildered, and incredulous eyes, Huang lied bowed respectfully to Lin Fan at an almost 90-degree angle. Mr. Lin, your presence is a great honor to our humble establishment, and I am deeply flattered. Chapter 81. What exactly is Lin Fan's identity? The entire room fell silent. Dozens of eyes were fixed on Huang lied. The air seemed to freeze. Time seemed to stand still. Lin Fan raised an eyebrow slightly. He searched his memory and confirmed that he had never seen this manager Huang before. But since the other party had adopted such a humble attitude, he naturally couldn't be impolite. Lin Fan stood up and offered a slight gesture of support. Manager Huang, you're too kind. Of course, Huang lied quickly replied. This scene completely shattered the understanding of everyone in the private room. Su Chuan's outstretched hand remained frozen in midair, his facial muscles twitching, his expression shifting from astonishment to bewilderment, and finally settling into a deathly gray. Ma Fei opened his mouth wide enough to fit an egg. Those men and women who were just mocking Lin Fan for renting a car to show off their wealth were now like ducks with their necks being choked, unable to utter a sound. Their faces stung with pain. That's a slap in the face. This is the most direct, ruthless, and merciless slap in the face. In the corner, a student lowered his voice and said, "Could this be a plant hired by Lin Fan?" Before he could finish speaking, someone nearby immediately retorted coldly, "To all, are you blind? That's Huang Lied, the general manager of the Royal Hotel. They're worth hundreds of millions and have the backing of top forces in Shenzhen City. You try hiring one, you son of a bitch." The student immediately shut up, his face turning deathly pale. Yes, who could possibly hire someone like that as a shill? Liu Ruyan's fingers, gripping the wine glass, were white at the knuckles. She stared intently at Lin Fan's calm face, her heart feeling as if it were being gripped by an invisible hand. It must be Shen Zhiqiu. Besides that woman, who else in the entire deep-sea city has such influence? An indescribable sense of regret and jealousy gnawed at her heart. Why should Shen Zhiqiu take a liking to someone he despises? Huang Lied ignored the reactions of the crowd. He personally poured Lin Fan a full glass of wine. "Mr. Lin, let me toast you." He drank it all in one gulp. Then came the second cup. "Mr. Lin, I wish you all the best." The third cup. "Mr. Lin, please feel free to contact me if you need anything in the future." He toasted 3 times in a row, and not a drop was left. After doing all this, he turned around and gave the others in the private room a professional smile. "You are Mr. Lin's friends, and therefore are distinguished guests at the Royal Hotel. Everyone, enjoy your meal and drinks tonight. All expenses will be on my tab." After saying that, he bowed slightly to Lin Fan again, then turned around and left the private room decisively. The door was closed. After several minutes of deathly silence, the private room erupted in chaos. "Holy crap! Lin Fan, what's going on with you? Do you know Manager Huang? What do you do now?" The classmates who had previously looked down on Lin Fan now surrounded him like sharks smelling blood. Especially a few unmarried female classmates who were fairly attractive, their eyes were even more blatant. Their gazes toward Lin Fan were filled with undisguised heat and desire. That look in his eyes seemed to want to devour him alive. If eyes could speak, they would surely say, "I don't want to try anymore." Chen Peng stood in front of Lin Fan, his face full of pride and honor. Lin Fan looked at the enthusiastic, fawning, and curious faces in front of him, but his expression remained calm. He shook his head and said, "I don't know him." "Ah." The noisy private room fell into an eerie silence once again. The group looked at each other in bewilderment. "Don't you recognize me? How is that possible? If you don't know them, why would the general manager come over to bow to you, offer you a toast, and give you a free meal? Do you think we're 3-year-olds? Immediately, some people thought that Lin Fan was just showing off. They deliberately pretended not to know him to make themselves seem more important and mysterious. But looking into Lin Fan's honest eyes, they didn't think he was lying. At that moment, a self-important male classmate suddenly slapped his thigh. "I understand. With a 'there's only one truth' expression," he loudly analyzed. Manager Huang must have mistaken someone for someone else. Maybe they mistook Lin Fan for some important figure? This explanation, though full of holes, gave everyone a way out. Right. That must be it. Be it. Even if the possibility of a hotel general manager mistaking someone is small, it's still much greater than the possibility that Lin Fan is a hidden big shot. Everyone agreed, as if they had found the most reasonable explanation. Sometimes, people are only willing to believe their own understanding, and the truth doesn't matter. Only Liu Ruyan sneered inwardly. Mistaken identity? A bunch of idiots. However, she didn't say it out loud. If we say it outright, wouldn't that make Lin Fan seem even more unapproachable? Sichuan's face was extremely pale. He felt like a clown. From beginning to end, he was the butt of everyone's jokes. He abruptly picked up his wine glass, forcefully changing the subject. "Come on, stop talking. Let's drink. We won't leave until we're drunk." Ma Fei immediately understood and raised his glass in agreement. "Yes, yes, yes. Let's drink." Wishing our squad leader a great career advancement. The awkward atmosphere was finally temporarily relieved by the alcohol. Inside the private room, the boisterous atmosphere of clinking glasses and exchanging toasts returned once more. However, no one dared to provoke Lin Fan anymore. Liu Ruyan's gaze swept across the crowd. She gave her best friend, Gong Sun Yu, a meaningful look. Gong Sun Yu understood immediately and nodded slightly. She put down her chopsticks, picked up a full glass of red wine, and stood up. Gong Sun Yu is tall and slender, and her long legs are particularly eye-catching under her short skirt. With an oval face and big eyes, she may not be as stunning as Liu Ruyan, but she is still a rare beauty. With a perfectly timed smile on her face, she moved gracefully through the crowd. Her goal was very clear. Lin Fan. All eyes in the private room were once again drawn to it. Gong Sun Yu then stood before Lin Fan amidst the attention of everyone present. A scent of perfume wafted over. Lin Fan, it's been a long time. We never expected you to be so amazing now. All of us old classmates are so happy for you. Lin Fan glanced at her, his expression unchanged. Thanks. He picked up his wine glass, clinked it with Gong Sun Yu's, and drank it all in one gulp. Gong Sun Yu picked up another bottle of red wine she had brought and filled Lin Fan's and her own glasses again. One cup isn't enough. Back when we were in school, I never had the chance to have a proper drink with you. Today, I must toast you again. That's a bit ambiguous. Immediately, some people started to jeer. Oh my, what does the beautiful Gong Sun mean by this? Why are you fixated on Lin Fan? Could it be that she's taken a liking to our Lin Fan? A beautiful blush appeared on Gong Sun Yu's cheeks. She gave the jeering people a coy, glaring look. Then, she turned her head and stared straight at Lin Fan with her big, watery eyes. So what if you like it? Lin Fan is currently single. I'm single too. Is there any reason why not? Normally, if a woman takes such initiative, most men will accept it. The saying goes, if you can't take advantage of a good deal, you're a fool. But Lin Fan immediately said, everyone, don't joke around. I already have a wife. Chapter 82 Schemes. These words caused an uproar in the audience. After a moment of silence, everyone burst into laughter. Lin Fan, shouldn't you at least think before you brag? You've only been divorced from Liu Ruyan for a few days? Found someone else so quickly? Could it be some country girl? Mocking voices rose and fell. Nobody believed it. Even Chen Peng came over and lowered his voice. Old Lin, is that just an excuse you're making up? In his view, Lin Fan was deeply hurt by his recent divorce, so it was reasonable for him to reject Gong Sun Yu's advances in this way. Lin Fan did not explain. His marriage doesn't need to prove anything to this group of people. Gong Sun Yu's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Her eyes sparkled with allure. Whether you have a wife or not, you must drink this glass of wine. Let's take this as a wish for our old classmates' friendship to last forever. Having said all that, refusing now would seem petty. Lin Fan didn't want to get entangled in such a boring matter. He picked up his wine glass and clinked it against Gong Sun Yu's. Then he drank it all in one gulp. Gong Sun Yu watched him drink it, a strange light flashing in her eyes. I did it too. After saying that, she tilted her snow-white neck back and drank the red wine in her glass until not a drop was left. In the corner, Liu Ruyan held a wine glass, gently swirling the scarlet liquid. A cold, smug smile curled at the corners of her lips. The plan has begun. Lin Fan put down his wine glass and sat back down. Not long after, he sensed that something was wrong. A sudden heat rose from my lower abdomen. Like a ball of fire, it quickly spread to every part of the body. My vision started to blur slightly. The noise from the surrounding classmates seemed distant, as if it were coming through a layer of frosted glass. Lin Fan felt a chill run down his spine. He immediately realized that there was something wrong with the drink he had just had. He suddenly looked at Gong Sun Yu. The other person was chatting and laughing with several female classmates. Seemingly noticing his gaze, she even gave him a flirty wink. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the surging desire within him. He must leave here immediately. I'm going to the restroom. He said something to Chen Peng next to him, and then suddenly stood up. The movement was a bit hasty, and it knocked over the chair. Old Lin, are you all right? Chen Peng quickly helped him up. It's nothing. I just drank a bit too much. Lin Fan pushed his hand away and walked towards the door of the private room. With each step he took, he felt the fire within him grow stronger. The fresh air in the corridor made him feel a little more awake. He leaned against the wall and found his way to the restroom. He turned on the tap, and the icy water hit his face. He was breathing heavily, trying to lower his body temperature in this way. It's useless. The fire inside my body burned ever brighter. His skin was flushed and abnormally. His eyes were bloodshot. Consciousness is being eroded little by little. Lin Fan shook his head and forced himself to walk out of the restroom. Just as he stepped out the door, a figure blocked his way. It was Liu Ruyan. She pulled her neckline down very low. You can see that bottomless ravine without bending over. The air was filled with the rich scent of her perfume. which mixed with alcohol to create an aphrodisiac allure. Lin Fan, what's wrong? Have you had too much to drink? Are you feeling unwell? Liu Ruyan reached out her hand, wanting to help Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan suddenly raised his hand and shoved her away. Roll! Liu Ruyan stumbled from his push and bumped into the wall, but showed no anger whatsoever. Seeing Lin Fan's flushed face and heavy breathing, she smiled even more smugly. Why are you being so fierce? We've been husband and wife for a time. Can't I even show you some concern? Lin Fan ignored her. He leaned against the wall and moved forward with difficulty. Every step felt like walking on cotton. The energy in my body is being rapidly drained. After taking only a few steps, his legs gave way, and his body slid down uncontrollably. A glint of triumph flashed in Liu Ruyan's eyes. She gave a wink to someone in the shadows of the corridor. Two bodyguards in black suits immediately emerged from the shadows. They held Lin Fan's arms from both sides. Lin Fan tried to struggle, but found that he had no strength left in his body. What are you going to do? Liu Ruyan walked up to him, extended her finger painted with red nail polish, and gently stroked his cheek. I'll take you somewhere to rest properly. Inside the room upstairs, Lin Fan was thrown onto the big bed. Liu Ruyan locked the door from the inside. She looked at the man on the bed, his face flushed, his eyes glazed, and him breathing heavily, and a sickly excitement appeared on her face. She took her phone out of her bag, found the right angle, and propped it up on the bedside table. The recording function is enabled. After doing all this, she slowly walked towards the large bed. Lin Fan, look at yourself now. Like a dog in heat. Does Shen Zhiqiu know that you're like this? The dignified female president of the Shen Group. Her man is now begging for pleasure under another woman. What do you think her expression would be if she saw this video? A beast-like growl escaped Lin Fan's throat. The effects of the medicine in my body have fully manifested. My body is like a boiler about to explode, desperately needing an outlet. Liu Ruyan was very satisfied with his reaction. She reached out and began to unzip the back of her skirt. Didn't you used to ignore me? Didn't you forget about your ex-wife now that you have Shen Zhiqiu? Today I'm going to show you who the woman who understands your body best is. A strong woman like Shen Zhiqiu must be like a dead fish in bed, right? Can she satisfy you? The long black dress slid down her smooth skin to the ground. Soon, all that was left was the set of lace lingerie she was wearing. The fabric was pitifully little, barely enough to cover her proud spring scenery. She climbed onto the bed and knelt beside Lin Fan. Warm breaths sprayed into Lin Fan's ear. Are you feeling unwell? Beg me, and I'll help you. Her fingers began to wander restlessly over Lin Fan's burning chest. They ignited clusters of even hotter flames. Lin Fan's rationality was on the verge of collapse. His body was completely dominated by instinct. Just as Liu Ruyan's hand was about to reach further down. Bang! A loud bang. The heavy hotel room door was violently kicked open from the outside. Immediately afterwards, a group of people rushed in. Snap! 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 The sound of camera shutters filled the air, clearly capturing this sensual scene on the bed. The smugness and desire on Liu Ruyan's face froze instantly. She screamed and instinctively grabbed the blanket, covering her chest. Who are you? Get out! Behind the flashing lights, the crowd automatically parted to make way. A figure slowly walked in. Shen Zhiqiu. Her face was like ice, and her eyes were as cold as the Siberian cold front. Behind her stood Qin Yu, whose expression was equally cold. Qin Yu was so angry when she saw the scene on the bed that she trembled all over. She rushed forward in one stride. Smack! A loud slap landed hard on Liu Ruyan's face. Slap! 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 Several more slaps followed. You shameless slut! How dare you drug Mr. Lin? Qin Yu's voice was filled with boundless rage. Liu Ruyan's cheeks quickly swelled up, blood seeped from the corners of her mouth, and she was completely stunned by the beating. Shen Zhiqiu never once looked at Liu Ruyan. Her gaze fell on the man struggling in pain on the bed. Her heart felt as if it were being gripped tightly by a hand. Drag him out. Two bodyguards immediately stepped forward and, ignoring Liu Ruyan's struggles, dragged her out of the room, dressed only in her underwear, like a dead dog. The door was closed again. Shen Zhiqiu walked to the bedside, looking at Lin Fan's pained and contorted face and listening to his suppressed breathing. A pang of heartache flashed in her eyes as she murmured, Honey, I'm here. You don't have to endure this so much. Chapter 83, Making a Mistake Comes at a Price. I don't know how much time has passed. Lin Fan's consciousness gradually returned. The room was brightly lit, but not glaringly so. He saw Shen Zhiqiu beside him. She lay quietly, her hair disheveled and clinging to her slightly damp forehead. An unnatural blush still lingered on her fair skin. Lin Fan felt as if he had been stabbed hard by a needle. He turned his head again and looked at himself. The two were completely naked. The bedsheets were a mess. That was close. Only these two words remained in Lin Fan's mind. If Shen Zhiqiu hadn't arrived in time, if it were Liu Ruyan lying here, the consequences would be unimaginable. His marriage and his newly begun life will be completely destroyed. He looked at Shen Zhiqiu, his throat dry. I'm sorry, Zhiqiu. I was too careless. I was almost tricked by Liu Ruyan. I never expected Liu Ruyan to be so despicable. She actually conspired with Gong Sun Yu to poison the wine. If it had been Liu Ruyan who offered the toast, Lin Fan would have been more wary. It just so happens to be Gong Sun Yu. An old classmate, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, offered a toast with great enthusiasm. He didn't want to appear stingy in that situation, so he drank it. As a result, they fell into the trap. Thinking about it now still gives me chills. Shen Zhiqiu sat up and pulled the blanket over her body. She reached out and gently stroked Lin Fan's cheek. Honey, it's not your fault. Liu Ruyan's purpose in doing this is definitely to separate us. I guess it was Zhao Ming's idea. You are actually a victim as well. Besides, we're husband and wife. When we encounter difficulties, we should help each other and grow old together. Hearing this, Lin Fan didn't know what to say. I was deeply moved. I really don't know how many good deeds I must have done in my past life to have met such a wonderful wife in this life. He pulled Shen Zhiqiu into his arms, kissed her hair, and murmured, Honey, I'm never going to any more of those stupid class reunions. Lin Fan had never participated before and felt it was a pity. I attended this class reunion, only to find that it was completely pointless. Besides showing off, comparing themselves to others, and belittling each other, those people, there was absolutely no sense of camaraderie among classmates. Time has changed many things. The pure friendships that once existed among classmates have long been diluted by reality. If you really want to have a get-together, it's better to invite a few close friends separately. Shen Zhiqiu smiled and said, Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Lin Fan nodded and lowered his head to kiss Shen Zhiqiu's lips. The two lingered for a while longer, and then Shen Zhiqiu said, Get dressed. Some things need to be resolved. The two got dressed. The room seemed to still linger with an atmosphere of ambiguity and madness. But their expressions were as cold as ice. Shen Zhiqiu took out her phone and dialed Qin Yu's number. Bring the person over here. Only one word came from the other end of the phone. Yes. Soon, there was a knock on the door. Qin Yu pushed open the door and entered, followed by two tall bodyguards. The bodyguard was holding a woman hostage. Gong Sun Yu. Her hair was disheveled, and her makeup was ruined from crying. He was in a terrible state. The bodyguard released his grip, and Gong Sun Yu's legs went weak, causing her to kneel on the ground. She looked up and saw Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu in the room. Both were fully clothed, but their expressions were indifferent. Especially Shen Zhiqiu. Those eyes were like poisoned ice blades, making her tremble all over. When Gong Sun Yu learned that Lin Fan really had a wife, who was also the female president of the Shen Group, she was terrified. There was no need for Lin Fan to question him at all. She knelt directly in front of the two of them and said, Lin Fan, I was wrong. It was Liu Ruyan who made me do it. She knelt on the ground, crawled forward a few steps on her hands and feet, and explained incoherently. She said she still loves you and wants to get back together with you. She said you were just temporarily infatuated with another woman, and that you still have feelings for her. She asked me to help her by adding something to the drink to create an opportunity. I really didn't know that the drug was so potent. I thought it was just a regular aphrodisiac. I really never intended to harm you, Lin Fan. We're old classmates. Gong Sun Yu wept bitterly, tears streaming down his face. They shifted all the blame onto Liu Ruyan. Shen Zhiqiu listened expressionlessly. She turned to Lin Fan and asked, Honey, what are you planning to do with her? The decision-making power was handed over to Lin Fan. Gong Sun Yu immediately turned to Lin Fan with pleading eyes. Lin Fan, please let me go. For the sake of our old classmate relationship, please forgive me this time. I'll never do it again. Lin Fan looked at her. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. Classmate? When he was at his lowest point, did these classmates ever show him even a shred of sympathy? All that remained was endless ridicule and mockery. Now that something's happened, they're suddenly thinking about our classmate relationship. Let the police handle it, Lin Fan said calmly. The sound wasn't loud, but it struck Gong Sun Yu's heart like a heavy hammer. Shen Zhiqiu nodded. Good. This result was within her expectations. Gong Sun Yu was utterly desperate. She lunged forward, trying to grab Lin Fan's leg. No, Lin Fan, don't call the police. I don't want to go to jail. My life can't be stained. The bodyguard reacted quickly and stopped her. Lin Fan, please, for the sake of our past as classmates, let me go. Lin Fan looked at her coldly and asked in return. When you drugged me, did you ever think of our friendship as classmates? If today, I really did have something happen between me and Liu Ruyan, what about my reputation, my family, my wife? What am I going to do? Gong Sun Yu, you are an adult. If you do something wrong, you have to pay the price. Every word Lin Fan said was like a knife, piercing Gong Sun Yu's heart. She collapsed to the ground, her face ashen. Drag it down. Shen Zhiqiu gave the order in a cold voice. The bodyguards immediately grabbed Gong Sun Yu and dragged her out of the room like a dead dog. Along with Liu Ruyan in the next room, she was being watched closely. And that bottle of red wine that had been drugged and was still mostly empty. Physical evidence and witness testimony. All of them are complete. They were all taken to the police station together. Police station. Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu finished giving their statements. Throughout the entire process, the Shen Group's top legal team accompanied them. Lin Fan believed that the evidence was conclusive this time. Liu Ruyan and Gong Sun Yu will be sentenced to at least several years in prison. Liu Ruyan, in particular, is the mastermind and her crime is compounded. However, things took an unexpected turn. In the interrogation room, Liu Ruyan changed her previous arrogance. She was tearful and pitiful. When questioned by the police, she insisted on her story. I admit that I asked Gong Sun Yu to put the drug in the wine. But I don't want to harm Lin Fan. I am Lin Fan's ex-wife. We have a very deep emotional foundation. I just want to win him back. I love him so much, I can't live without him. Everything I've done is because of love. If a retrial is not possible under Chapter 84, then a civil lawsuit will be pursued. Outside the door, Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu stood side by side. Hearing the sounds inside, they couldn't help but admire Liu Ruyan's thick skin. She could actually say such shameless things. Fang Jian, the chief lawyer of the Shen Group, walked over. He was in his 40s, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and had a meticulous expression. Mr. Shen, Mr. Lin, I have a basic understanding of the situation. From a legal perspective, Liu Ruyan's actions constitute preparation for the crime of intentional injury and preparation for the crime of forced indecent assault. With both witnesses and physical evidence, conviction is not difficult. Fang Jian spoke calmly, as if stating a fact, but then he changed the subject. But her previous marital relationship with Mr. Lin will be a variable. The opposing lawyer will definitely seize on this point and steer the criminal case toward a relationship dispute. She will argue that she was just confused for a moment and that her goal was to save the marriage, not to intentionally hurt anyone. Shen Zhiqiu's eyes turned cold. You mean she might not receive a severe sentence? Fang Jian nodded, adjusted his glasses, and said, Yes, Mr. Shen. When sentencing, judges will take into account the social relationships between the parties. With her, because of love rhetoric, it's easy for her to gain sympathy. The most likely outcome is a short-term detention or a suspended sentence. Detention. Probation. Is it really that simple? An elaborate conspiracy. It almost ruined her husband and her marriage. In the end, is this just a meaningless and insignificant result? Shen Zhiqiu was unwilling to accept this. Fang Jian saw through her thoughts and continued. And there's another problem. Once this matter enters the public prosecution process, it will be made public. How will the media write it? Newlywed CEO of Shen's Group narrowly escapes being drugged and assaulted by his ex-wife. This kind of headline will have an immeasurable negative impact on your reputation and that of the Shen Group. Your competitors will definitely not let this opportunity pass them by. Shen Zhiqiu nodded. Fang Jian is right. She is not only Lin Fan's wife, but also the head of the Shen Group. Her every move is tied to a group with a market value of hundreds of billions. It's not worth dragging the entire group down just to punish Liu Ruyan. Are we just going to let her go like this? Shen Zhiqiu couldn't do it. Lin Fan felt a pang of heartache when he saw Shen Zhiqiu's tightly furrowed brows. He stepped forward and took her hand. Zhiqiu, don't be troubled. Whatever decision you make, I will support you. Shen Zhiqiu raised her head and looked into Lin Fan's eyes. Her heart calmed down a little. Observing the interaction between the two, Fang Jian offered his own solution at the opportune moment. Mr. Shen, Mr. Lin. Actually, we have another option. What Liu Ruyan fears most now is going to jail and having a criminal record. Therefore, she will definitely try her best to seek reconciliation with Mr. Lin. That is, to have Mr. Lin sign a letter of criminal forgiveness. With this letter of understanding, the prosecutor's office will most likely decide not to prosecute. Lin Fan frowned. You mean let her go? No. A glint of light flashed behind Fong Jian's glasses. On the contrary, this is our biggest bargaining chip. We can avoid criminal proceedings, but we must go through civil proceedings. We can file a civil lawsuit against her regarding this matter. The grounds for the lawsuit are, her actions caused Mr. Lin enormous emotional distress and seriously threatened and attempted to destroy your marital relationship. We can propose an exorbitant amount in civil compensation that she cannot afford but must grit her teeth and accept. Make her pay for her actions with money. Let her live in the shadow of debt for the rest of her life. This is much more painful than letting her spend several months in jail. Fong Jian's voice was calm and cruel. This is the most effective way to deal with someone like Liu Ruyan. Shen Zhiqiu's eyes lit up. She looked at Lin Fan, seeking his opinion. Honey, what do you think? Lin Fan did not hesitate at all. Do as Attorney Fong says. Sending her to jail would be too lenient on her. Make her pay a price she can't afford. Shen Zhiqiu nodded. She turned to Fong Jian and said, let's do it this way. We need to ask for the highest possible compensation. I want her to know that there are some people she can never afford to mess with. Yes, Mr. Shen. Fong Jian accepted the order and turned to handle the follow-up matters. On the way back to Hanhai Tianxi, the car was quiet. Qin Yu focused on driving. In the back seat, Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu sat quietly. From the moment he got on the bus, Lin Fan kept looking out the window. The city's neon lights receded rapidly. It's like a dream, shimmering with light and color. If it weren't for Shen Zhiqiu, he would probably be in hell right now. He turned his head and looked at Shen Zhiqiu beside him. She leaned back in her chair, her eyes closed, a hint of weariness in her expression. Zhiqiu, Lin Fan said softly. Shen Zhiqiu opened her eyes. How did you manage to show up so quickly? This was the question Lin Fan had been wanting to ask. Shen Zhiqiu looked at him without hiding anything. I felt something was off from the moment you told me you were going to a class reunion. In particular, Liu Ruyan will also be there. So I asked Qin Yu to investigate the organizers of this gathering, as well as the backgrounds of all the participants. It was discovered that Zhao Ming had Liu Ruyan organize this gathering. Lin Fan's heart skipped a beat. I never expected it to be that bastard Zhao Ming again. Shen Zhiqiu continued. Zhao Ming attacked Shen's official website before, just to see me make a fool of myself. He specifically asked Liu Ruyan to organize this class reunion. His purpose was to get revenge on me. So I had Qin Yu arrange for someone to keep an eye on things near the hotel. She paused, looked into Lin Fan's eyes, and added earnestly, Honey, I'm not trying to spy on you. I just don't want anything to happen to you. Lin Fan's heart felt as if it were being soaked in warm water, both warm and soft. He reached out and pulled Shen Zhiqiu into his arms. I know. Zhiqiu, thank you. Without you, I would live the rest of my life in regret and guilt. His voice carried a hint of lingering fear. Shen Zhiqiu, nestled in his arms, smiled and said, Fool, we are husband and wife. On the other side, Liu Ruyan walked out of the police station, looking utterly dejected. Her lawyer was by her side. Miss Liu, you should be aware of the seriousness of this matter. The opposing legal team is far more capable than ours. The only way now is to obtain Mr. Lin Fan's letter of criminal forgiveness. Liu Ruyan swayed slightly. Should she beg the man she dumped? I feel so unwilling to accept it. She felt that Lin Fan would definitely not agree. But the thought of going to jail, of having an indelible stain on one's life, is unbearable. Liu Ruyan was afraid. She has to find a way. Yes, and Zhao Ming too. He orchestrated this whole thing. He can't just ignore it. Liu Ruyan immediately took out her phone and dialed Zhao Ming's number. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Hello. Is everything taken care of? Did you get the video? Hearing Zhao Ming's tone, Liu Ruyan's grievances and anger erupted instantly. Zhao Ming, I've been arrested. That bitch Shen Zhiqiu knew about our plan all along, and she led her men to storm in. Both Gong Sun Yu and I were taken to the police station. There was silence on the other end of the phone. A few seconds later, Zhao Ming's roar rang out. Useless trash. You're a piece of trash who's good for nothing and good for nothing. You can't even handle something this simple. Liu Ruyan was stunned. She thought Zhao Ming would comfort her and help her find a solution. Unexpectedly, what awaited him was a barrage of humiliation. Zhao Ming, you can't just ignore me. You made me do this. Liu Ruyan screamed. Zhao Ming sneered. Did I ask you to do that? Where's the evidence? Liu Ruyan, it's your own stupidity that led to you being schemed against by Shen Zhiqiu. What does it have to do with me? Your own troubles are your own to solve. Stop bothering me. Chapter 85. Go find your mother-in-law to play the victim. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Liu Ruyan held her phone, frozen in place. She slept with Zhao Ming so many times. In the end, she was nothing more than a tool to be used and discarded. Tools that break are thrown away without hesitation. A bone-chilling cold instantly spread from the soles of my feet to my entire body. Despair completely consumed Liu Ruyan. She couldn't help but think of Lin Fan, the man she once regarded as a good-for-nothing. When she has menstrual cramps, Lin Fan will make her brown sugar ginger tea. She casually mentioned wanting to eat wontons from that place in the west of the city, and Lin Fan would drive an hour to buy them for her. Those details she once scoffed at now flashed through her mind like scenes from a movie. It was so clear it broke her heart. What did she lose? It is true love, a haven, and a man's unconditional love. What did she get in return? It is humiliation, betrayal, and an abyss of unfathomable depth. What utter nonsense about the white moonlight ideal. Liu Ruyan was filled with deep regret. Liu Ruyan returned home. My younger sister, Liu Ruyan, is sitting on the sofa applying a face mask. Sis, you're back? Why do you look so pale? Seeing that she looked unwell, Liu Ruyan quickly showed concern for her. Liu Ruyan seemed to have found an outlet for her emotions. She recounted everything that happened at the class reunion. After hearing this, Liu Ruyan immediately began to defend the injustice. Sister, what did you do wrong? You're a girl, and you've gone to such lengths to win Lin Fan back. Who does Lin Fan think he is? Why is he so ungrateful? He slept with you for so many years, and now that he's climbed up the social ladder, he's turning his back on you? Lin Fan is not a man at all. He's a complete scumbag. An ingrate. Liu Ruyan's words made Liu Ruyan feel much better. Yes, what did I do wrong? I, a woman, was willing to undress Lin Fan. So how could you, Lin Fan, sue me? It must be that bitch Shen Zhiqiu. She's the one who instigated this behind the scenes. Liu Ruyan initially agreed to do so because she thought that even if things were exposed, Lin Fan would at most be angry. Out of consideration for past relationships, they won't do anything to me. She never expected that Lin Fan would actually do it and send her to the police station. They can be so heartless. He's a hypocrite. Liu Ruyan continued to fan the flames. Now that he's rich and powerful, he's long forgotten who you are. Liu Ruyan's eyes changed from despair to resentment. She wiped away her tears. Sis, what should I do now? Shen Zhiqiu's lawyer said that I have to pay a large sum of money, or he will put me in jail. Liu Ruyan's eyes darted around. Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu are determined to get rid of you. So a head-on confrontation is definitely not an option. But we can take a roundabout approach to achieve our goal. Have you forgotten? Lin Fan still has parents. Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up instantly. You mean, go find Lin Fan's mother? Yes. Liu Ruyan said. Let's go find Wang Cuifang. That old woman used to like you the most. She always treated you like her own daughter. Old people are all soft-hearted. Go there now. Go and cry to her. Go and make a scene. You insist that you did all this because you love Lin Fan too much and want to win him back this way. Put all the blame on Shen Zhiqiu and say that that vixen stole your husband. Once we get the old woman on our side, why would Lin Fan refuse? Liu Ruyan seemed to have grasped at the last straw. Right. Go and ask Wang Cuifang for help. She has to give it a try. The two of them got right to work. Liu Ruyan immediately washed her face, put on a haggard makeup, and made herself look even more pitiful. Then, Liu Ruyan went out and bought a bunch of health supplements and fruit at the supermarket downstairs. They drove straight to Lin Fan's parents' house. Old Town area. Wang Cuifang and Lin Zhengwo had just finished eating. The elderly couple changed their clothes and were getting ready to go out. Old Lin, hurry up, we're one short for the mahjong game. They're just waiting for us. What's the rush? Let them wait. Since their son became successful, the elderly couple no longer needed to scrimp and save. Playing mahjong became their greatest pleasure. The two opened the door, chatting and laughing. Outside the door, there was a person standing there. Liu Ruyan. She was carrying bags of gifts, her eyes red-rimmed and her face pale. Wang Cuifang's smile froze. Lin Zhengwo also frowned. It was Liu Ruyan who spoke first. Dad, Mom. Those two words made Wang Cuifang's heart skip a beat. She subconsciously took a half step back, her tone somewhat stiff. Ruyan, what are you doing here? Didn't you and Xiao Fan get divorced already? The next second, Liu Ruyan's legs went weak, and she knelt down. Mom, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Wang Cuifeng and Lin Zhengwo were both stunned. What kind of show is this? Liu Ruyan raised her head, her face already streaked with tears, and choked out. Divorcing Lin Fan was not my intention. I felt that he lacked ambition, so I deliberately said those things to provoke him and encourage him to work harder. Who knew Lin Fan would actually take it seriously? As she spoke, she pounded her chest with her fists, sobbing uncontrollably. Mom, I regret it. I can't sleep at night. I only have Lin Fan in my heart. I don't want to marry anyone else in this life except him. But Lin Fan is now bewitched by that Shen Zhiqiu, and he won't even see me. When Wang Cuifeng saw her tearful face, her heart softened instantly. No matter what, she was a daughter-in-law he had once truly loved. She quickly went forward to help him up. Oh dear, what are you doing? Get up, the ground is cold. Lin Zhengwo also sighed and bent down to pick up the things on the ground. Liu Ruyan was helped up by Wang Cuifeng and collapsed into her arms, crying and trembling all over. Mom, please help me. Please persuade Lin Fan to break up with that woman and come back to me, okay? I can't live without him. I will definitely take good care of you in the future. Also, I'm willing to have children. After Liu Ruyan and Lin Fan got married, the elderly couple urged them to have a child quite often. Lin Fan had mentioned it to Liu Ruyan several times, but each time Liu Ruyan made excuses to brush him off. They say that with this little salary, they can't even support themselves, and that having a child would only bring them suffering. The elderly couple exchanged a glance, their expressions complex. My thoughts of playing mahjong had long since vanished. Wang Cuifeng patted Liu Ruyan's back, comforting her repeatedly. Okay, stop crying. Come inside first. We can talk about it inside. She pulled Liu Ruyan into her home. Lin Zhengwo carried the things and followed behind. As Wang Cuifeng helped her into the living room, a barely perceptible glint of triumph flashed deep in Liu Ruyan's tearful eyes. Chapter 86. The elderly couple were deceived. Wang Cuifeng pulled Liu Ruyan to sit on the sofa, unsure of what to say. Lin Zhengwo walked into the kitchen. I poured a glass of warm water. Ruyan, have some water. Thank you, Dad. Liu Ruyan feigned a grateful expression. This was the first time she had ever been so polite to Lin Zhengwo. Lin Zhengwo sighed and said, Ruyan, we know about you and Xiao Fan. Since you're already divorced, don't think about it so much anymore. You're still young, find someone else to settle down with. Lin Zhengwo had long harbored resentment towards his former daughter-in-law. We've been married for several years, and I've never cooked a single meal or washed a single dish. Lin Fan took care of all the housework by himself. And her? They're either shopping for bags or having afternoon tea with their best friends. All the money was swiped using Lin Fan's credit card. Lin Fan's monthly salary is just over 10,000 yuan, but she spends 20,000 to 30,000 yuan on a single handbag. Lin Fan advised her to be more frugal, but she pointed at Lin Fan's nose and called him a good-for-nothing. Lin Zhengwo had seen all of these things. At that time, my son was in love with Liu Ruyan. As the father, he could only keep his thoughts to himself. But things are different now. My son has made something of himself. He found a girl 100 times better than Liu Ruyan. Does this Liu Ruyan still want to come back and cause trouble? No way. Wang Cuifeng patted Liu Ruyan's hand and advised her. Yes, Ruyan, why are you doing this to yourself? Forced love is never sweet. If Xiao Fan still has feelings for you, he would come back on his own without you having to say anything. You two are ultimately destined to be apart. Liu Ruyan didn't listen to any of these words at all. She suddenly raised her head, her eyes brimming with tears, and questioned, Dad, Mom, do you think that Shen Zhiqiu is better than me? Do you all think that because she's the president of the Shen Group, she's rich and powerful, so Lin Fan should be with her? Ah, president of the Shen Group? Wang Cuifeng and Lin Zhengwo exchanged a glance, both looking completely bewildered. All they knew was that the girl their son had found was named Shen Zhiqiu, and that she was beautiful. But I've never heard Lin Fan mention that she's the president of the Shen Group. Shen's Group. That's a major enterprise in Shanghai City. You can see it on the news every day. People like them, who are in the working class, will never have any connection with those important figures in their entire lives. Liu Ruyan took in the reactions of the two people and immediately realized a key problem. The elderly couple had no idea of Shen Zhiqiu's true identity. Perhaps this is a breakthrough. Liu Ruyan was overjoyed, but her face showed increasing grief and indignation. You don't know? Mom, think about it carefully. What kind of man can a female president of the prestigious Shen Group, with a net worth of hundreds of billions, find? Why did she specifically choose to find Lin Fan? It was a whirlwind marriage. To Lin Fan what? Two, because he's handsome? Don't be naive. Women from those kinds of families only care about profit. Liu Ruyan's words were like daggers to the heart. Wang Cuifang's face gradually paled. Yes. What's the point? Liu Ruyan continued. Shen Zhiqiu is definitely just playing around with Lin Fan. Once she gets tired of him, she'll kick Lin Fan to the curb. What will happen to Lin Fan then? There's another possibility. Maybe Shen Zhiqiu is already pregnant with someone else's child. Her belly is too big to hide, and she's in a hurry to find an honest man to take her in. Lin Fan is that big traitor. The words scapegoat struck the elderly couple like a thunderbolt. Wang Cuifang swayed and almost lost her balance. Lin Jiangwo's face also darkened, and he questioned, "Is what you're saying true? Is that Shen Zhiqiu really the president of the Shen Group?" Liu Ruyan said decisively, "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can check it online yourself. Think about it again. If she has nothing to hide, why would she conceal her true identity from you? She's just feeling guilty." This sentence became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Yes. Why have you been keeping such a big thing a secret? The elderly couple panicked completely. They lived their entire lives honestly and conscientiously. When their son found a wealthy and powerful wife, their first reaction was not joy, but fear. The families are not of equal social standing, nor are they a good match. Throughout history, none of them have had a good ending. What if it's really as Liu Ruyan said, that her son was just being played with, or even that he was unwittingly made a father? Where would that leave the Lin family's reputation? Lin Jiangwo suddenly stood up. "No, I have to call Xiao Fan and ask him what's going on." His face was ashen as he strode to the balcony and pulled out his phone. Only Wang Cuifang and Liu Ruyan remained in the living room. The opportunity has arrived. Taking advantage of the moment, Liu Ruyan hugged Wang Cuifang's arm and cried even harder. "Mom, I admit, I didn't do very well before. But I know I was wrong now. I've been trying everything to win Lin Fan back. There was a class reunion a few days ago. She began to confess her crimes. Of course, it was a carefully packaged confession. Wang Cuifang was already in a state of confusion, and upon hearing this heartfelt confession, she became even more disoriented. In her simple values, a woman who is willing to take the initiative to undress a man must be in love to the core. Liu Ruyan's previous mistakes seem to be understandable. It's Shen Zhiqiu, it's all her fault. If it weren't for her meddling, Lin Fan and I would never have gotten divorced. Now she wants to sue me, put me in jail, and make me pay a large sum of money. Mom, she's trying to drive me to my death." Wang Cuifang's heart tightened when she heard the words, "go to jail." No matter what, Liu Ruyan had called her mom for several years. Her compassion overflowed completely. "Don't worry. With Mom here, I won't let you go to jail." On the other side, on the balcony, the call was connected. "Hello, Dad." Lin Fan sounded to be in a good mood. Lin Jiangwo suppressed his anger and got straight to the point. "I'm asking you, who exactly is Shen Zhiqiu?" Lin Fan was stunned for a moment. "Dad, what's wrong? Why are you asking this out of the blue?" "Don't worry about all that. Just tell me if she's the president of the Shen Group?" Lin Jiangwo asked, enunciating each word clearly. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Lin Fan was somewhat curious. "Dad, how did you know?" "That's the sentence." A rhetorical question. This completely confirmed Liu Ruyan's words. Lin Jiangwo felt a rush of blood to his head, and his vision blurred. It's all true. His son really did marry the female president of the Shen Group. That legendary business queen who could turn the world upside down with a flick of her wrist. "You bastard." Lin Jiangwo roared into the phone. "Do you know what you're doing? What is their status? What kind of family do we come from? We're just ordinary people. How could you possibly be good enough for someone else? Have you lost your mind?" Lin Fan was baffled by the insults he received. "Dad, what era are we living in? Why do we still care about marrying someone of equal social standing?" Lin Jiangwo's voice carried an undeniable resolve. "I'm telling you, Lin Fan, you must divorce Shen Zhiqiu immediately. Our Lin family can't afford to climb such a high branch. Come back and live a good life with Ruyan." Chapter 87. Reason cannot be explained. Like smoke, Lin Fan's mind went blank. Liu Ruyan. She actually found her parents' house. An uncontrollable rage surged up to the top of his head. This woman is like a persistent ghost. "Dad, listen to me." Lin Fan's voice instantly rose in pitch. his tone urgent. Liu Ruyan is lying. She is deceiving you. You absolutely must not believe a single word she says. Lin Fan tried to explain. However, Lin Jiangwo on the other end of the phone was already firmly controlled by prejudice. Which of her statements was a lie? Is Shen Zhiqiu the president of the Shen Group? Are you hiding this from us? Tell me, which one is false? A barrage of questions left Lin Fan speechless. Because all of these are true. Lin Fan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Dad, there's a reason for Zhiqiu's identity, and I'll explain it to you later. But she is definitely not the kind of person Liu Ruyan described. Zhiqiu is very good to me, and we are truly in love. Truly in love? Lin Jiangwo thought he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Son, wake up. Would someone with a net worth of hundreds of billions truly fall in love with an ordinary person like you? What do you have to offer in return for your love? Have you been given some kind of love potion? Let me tell you, the waters of these wealthy families run very deep. You simply can't handle it. If you get involved now, you won't even know how you die. Every word Lin Jiangwo uttered was filled with the stubbornness of the older generation and their fear of the unknown world. In his view, his son had not found happiness, but had stepped into a huge trap. Lin Fan felt a wave of weakness wash over him. He knew that such deeply ingrained ideas could not be changed with just a few words. The first reaction of any normal working-class parent to suddenly learn that their daughter-in-law is a female billionaire on the Forbes list would not be surprise. It was fright. It's panic. It's an instinctive resistance. Liu Ruyan grasped this psychology of parents. Dad, it's not what you think. I don't want to hear it. Lin Jiangwo interrupted him rudely. I'm only giving you two choices. First, divorce that Shen Zhiqiu immediately. Secondly, you should never acknowledge me as your father. Beep, beep, beep. The call was disconnected. Lin Fan stood there, holding his phone, his arm trembling slightly. My chest feels incredibly tight. He knew that saying anything more now would be useless. We must go back and explain this in person. Lin Fan drove to his parents' building. He rushed upstairs in 2 strides. As soon as the door opened, bursts of laughter came from inside. It was his mother, Wang Cuifang's voice. Lin Fan's heart sank little by little. He pushed open the door. Then I saw his father, Lin Jiangwo, sitting on the sofa with a relaxed smile on his face. Liu Ruyan's mother, Wang Cuifang, was holding her hand and chatting intimately. Meanwhile, Liu Ruyan smiled sweetly as she peeled an apple for Wang Cuifang, her posture demure. The scene was as heartwarming as a painting. It's as if the domineering woman who never did housework in the past few years was just an illusion. Hearing the door open, all 3 of them turned to look. The laughter in the living room abruptly stopped. When Liu Ruyan saw Lin Fan, the smile on her face froze. Immediately, her eyes filled with tears, revealing a perfect blend of surprise, grievance, and guilt. The speed at which she switched her expressions was truly Oscar-worthy. She put down the fruit knife and apple, and suddenly stood up. Lin Fan, you're back. She walked quickly to Lin Fan, lowered her head, and nervously twisted the hem of her clothes with both hands. He looked like he had done something wrong and was waiting for judgment. Lin Fan, don't be angry. I know it was all my fault before. I shouldn't have been so willful. I shouldn't have spent money recklessly, and I definitely shouldn't have mentioned divorce to you. I regret it. I really regret it. Please give me another chance. I promise I will change in the future. I will do your laundry and cook for you. I will be a good wife and take good care of my parents. She looked up at Lin Fan with teary eyes, every word she spoke filled with genuine emotion. Lin Fan watched her performance quietly, but all that remained in his heart was a churning nausea, and he immediately rebuked. Liu Ruyan, stop with your act. You're not tired, but I'm tired for you. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Jiangwo slammed his hand on the armrest of the sofa. You bastard, how dare you speak to me like that? Wang Cuifang also hurriedly stood up, walked to Lin Fan's side, and grabbed his arm. Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Ruyan knows she was wrong. She even came to apologize. What more do you want? Can't you, a grown man, have some class? Looking at his 2 deceived relatives, Lin Fan felt a surge of immense frustration. Upon seeing this, Liu Ruyan's eyes flashed with a hint of smugness, but her face showed even more grievance. She quickly stepped forward and grabbed Wang Cuifang. Mom, Dad, please don't talk about Lin Fan. It's all my fault. It's understandable that Lin Fan is angry with me, and it's also understandable that he would scold me. I'd even be willing to hit him if it calmed him down. Her words of retreating to advance made the elderly couple even more heartbroken. Wang Cuifeng took Liu Ruyan's hand in return and patted it. Look how sensible Ruyan is now. She turned and glared at Lin Fan, feeling disappointed in him. Look at yourself again. They have absolutely no human touch. She's a girl, and she's already said all that. So why are you still keeping such a long face? Lin Fan felt like he was suffocating. When a scholar encounters a soldier, reason is useless. Arguing with brainwashed parents is pointless. He was too lazy to say anything more. He suddenly reached out and grabbed Liu Ruyan's wrist. Liu Ruyan let out a soft, ah, her body being pulled forward uncontrollably by him. Xiao Fan, what are you doing? Let go of Ruyan. Wang Cuifeng exclaimed. Lin Jiangwo also stood up abruptly and shouted angrily. Lin Fan, if you dare to lay a hand on me, I'll break your legs. Lin Fan didn't turn his head back. He pulled Liu Ruyan along and headed straight for his old bedroom. Inside the room, Lin Fan shook off Liu Ruyan's hand and said coldly, Speak. What exactly do you want? Without her parents present, Liu Ruyan was too lazy to put on that pitiful act anymore. She rubbed her reddened wrist and pouted. The sorrow on her face vanished, replaced by a captivating charm. She slowly walked towards Lin Fan, her soft body almost touching him. What do I want? I miss you, Lin Fan. She reached out her finger, wanting to touch Lin Fan's chest. After all, we were husband and wife. Get out of my way. Lin Fan's eyes flashed with intense disgust as he ruthlessly pushed her away. Liu Ruyan was pushed and stumbled, hitting the corner of the desk. She gasped in pain. Her attempt to seduce him failed, and her face fell. Lin Fan, don't you understand what's going on? My parents are on my side. They only recognize me as their daughter-in-law. They would never accept your so-called female president of the Shen Group. Chapter 88, Exposing Liu Ruyan's True Colors in Public. Bite. System notification. In front of your parents, completely expose Liu Ruyan's true colors and shatter all her pretenses. Task reward. Random cash bonus. At that moment, a system notification sound came. After the divorce, Lin Fan didn't say much negative things about Liu Ruyan in front of his parents. But Liu Ruyan clearly didn't need that kind of decorum. She went too far. Since that's the case, then don't blame yourself for tearing off the mask of civility. The system rewards are just icing on the cake. Today, Lin Fan must show his parents what kind of person their beloved good daughter-in-law really is. The last trace of hesitation in Lin Fan's eyes disappeared. He turned and opened the bedroom door. In the living room, Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifeng looked worried, and the atmosphere was oppressive. Upon seeing the two of them come out, the elderly couple immediately cast anxious glances their way. Lin Fan walked straight up to his parents and said, Dad, Mom, do you want to know the truth? I'll tell you now how Liu Ruyan and I got divorced. A sense of foreboding arose in Liu Ruyan's heart. Lin Fan slowly began to speak. We are getting a divorce, not because of incompatibility. She orchestrated a complete scam. What scam? Wang Cuifeng asked in a trembling voice. Lin Fan turned his gaze to Liu Ruyan, his eyes sharp as knives. She told me that in order to buy a second home and circumvent the policy, we had to have a fake divorce. She said, once we get the house, we'll remarry. I believed her. So, I left with nothing. Our previous house was registered in her name. The car I drive is registered in her name. All our savings are in cards she controls. In the divorce agreement, I gave up everything. With each word Lin Fan spoke, Liu Ruyan's face paled a little more. Wang Cuifeng and Lin Jiangwo's expressions changed from tense to shocked, and then to incredulous. She said it was all temporary. But the day after the divorce was finalized, she kicked me out of the house. I didn't get the house, the car, or the savings. This is the divorce she described as unavoidable. When I confronted her, she actually said that her first love, Zhao Ming, was coming back and told me never to contact her again. How could I possibly remarry a woman like that? Even if I remain a bachelor for the rest of my life, it's impossible. The living room was deathly silent. The elderly couple always thought that Liu Ruyan was just a little lazy, vain, and extravagant with money. They never imagined that Liu Ruyan's scheming was so vicious. This isn't living a normal life. This is a scam. Seeing the situation deteriorate rapidly, Liu Ruyan panicked completely. She knew that pretending to be pitiful was no longer effective. We must fight back. No, that's not it. Liu Ruyan rushed to Lin Fan and tried her best to defend herself. Lin Fan, how could you say that to me? I'm doing all this for your own good. I just want to push you to improve and make you feel a sense of urgency. Look at you before, complacent and unambitious every day. It worried me. Now that you can start your own company, Isn't that thanks to me? She then turned to Wang Cuifang and Lin Jiangwo, her face streaked with tears. Dad, Mom, you have to believe me. I admit I used the wrong method, but I really meant well for Lin Fan. I never really wanted those things. I can return the house, the car, and the savings to him. I can return everything to him right away. I only want Lin Fan. I only want this family. These words were spoken with sincerity and were extremely persuasive. A few minutes ago, Wang Cuifang would have definitely believed it. But now, a seed of doubt has been planted in her heart. Lin Fan sneered, mercilessly exposing her last pretense. Give it back to me. That sounds nice. Why did you have to say you'd pay it back now, of all times, instead of earlier or later? Is it because you see that I now own a company and am no longer that penniless pauper? Is it because you're jealous that I'm with Zhiqiu and living a better life than you? Liu Ruyan, do you really think I can't see through your little scheme? He then delivered the fatal blow. Besides, you have an ambiguous relationship with that Zhao Ming. You're entangled with him. They drugged me at the class reunion and filmed me to frame me. Wasn't their goal to ruin my relationship with Zhiqiu? Liu Ruyan completely lost her composure, and she clung tightly to Wang Cuifang's arm, pleading, Mom, don't believe him. He's completely infatuated with that Shen Zhiqiu. He's talking nonsense right now. Wang Cuifang was so dizzy from being shaken around. On one side was her former daughter-in-law, weeping uncontrollably. On one side was the son, who spoke with absolute certainty. Her mind was in complete chaos, and she was utterly at a loss. I don't know who to believe. Lin Fan lost all patience at the disgusting scene before him. He stepped forward, grabbed Liu Ruyan's wrist, and pulled hard. Enough. You are not welcome in my home. He dragged Liu Ruyan along and headed straight for the gate. Lin Fan, let me go? Dad, Mom, save me. Liu Ruyan struggled frantically and screamed. Lin Fan remained unmoved, his face as still as water. He opened the door and pushed her out without hesitation. Roll. The moment Liu Ruyan was pushed out the door, Lin Fan's phone suddenly emitted a loud notification sound. Alipay account received. 8.88 million yuan. In an instant, the whole world fell silent. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifang, who were in the living room, were stunned. Just as she was pushed out the door, Liu Ruyan, who was about to throw a tantrum, froze. 8,880,000? The elderly couple had never seen so much money in their entire lives. Compared to this figure, the meager assets that Liu Ruyan painstakingly swindled away are simply a joke. She regretted abandoning Lin Fan even more. Lin Fan remained expressionless. He bent down and picked up the gifts that Liu Ruyan had brought. He threw it straight out the door. Take your things with you. Don't bother my parents again. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Lin Fan, open the door. You bastard. Explain yourself. Open the door. Liu Ruyan frantically pounded on the door, crying and cursing. It quickly attracted the attention of the neighbors. The sound of neighbors peeking and whispering could be heard in the hallway. Is this the Lin family's house? What's going on? Why are you arguing so loudly? Liu Ruyan, didn't she divorce Lin Fan? Why is she still crying and making a scene at the door? I knew this woman was no good. She must be jealous that Lin Fan has found a young and beautiful wife now. I heard that Wang Cuifang's new daughter-in-law gave her a necklace worth 180,000 yuan. This Liu Ruyan has never bought gifts for the old couple before, but now she's starting to pretend. Liu Ruyan felt her face burning when she heard the discussion. Inside the house, Lin Fan leaned against the door and let out a deep breath. He turned around and saw that his parents still looked distraught, clearly not yet recovered from the series of shocks they had just experienced. Dad, Mom, I'm sorry to have worried you. I know you have many doubts about Zhiqiu. I only recently learned about her identity. She is indeed the president of the Shen Group, but she is in a difficult situation within the family, surrounded by enemies, and was even forced to abdicate. One of the reasons she married me was to escape the control of her family. He tried his best to explain in a way that his parents could understand. She never looked down on me because of my status, nor did she treat me badly. On the contrary, she has always helped me and supported my business. Lin Fan said a lot. He hoped his parents could understand Shen Zhiqiu's situation and accept this unusual daughter-in-law. However, Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifang's worries did not diminish at all after listening. After a long silence, Lin Jiangwo slowly spoke. Son, no matter what, Zhiqiu has a net worth of hundreds of billions. This is too unreliable. Wang Cuifang nodded in agreement, echoing. Xiao Fan, we are just an ordinary family. These kinds of wealthy families are like a TV drama. The waters run too deep. Mom is afraid you'll suffer in the future. No matter how Lin Fan explains how good Shen Zhiqiu is, or how much they love each other. In the deeply ingrained belief of the elderly couple, the huge wealth gap was an insurmountable chasm. Chapter 89, Seeking Grandma's Intervention. After Wang Cuifang had been trying to persuade him for a while, she suddenly stood up. He turned and went into the bedroom. A moment later, she came out carrying a jewelry box. She handed the box to Lin Fan. Xiao Fan, give this back to Zhiqiu. Lin Fan's gaze fell on the box. He recognized it as the gift Shen Zhiqiu had given his mother when she visited last time. That diamond necklace worth 180,000. Mom, this is a gift from Zhiqiu to you. Lin Fan frowned. This is too much of a sentiment. Wang Cuifang shook her head, insisting on putting the box into his hands. We can't accept it. What do you mean by can't accept? Lin Fan asked. Now that he's worth hundreds of millions, his perspective is naturally different. I really don't think there's anything wrong with my mom wearing this necklace. Xiao Fan, don't be naive. Wang Cuifang's eyes reddened. We are just ordinary people. We've never seen so much money in our lives, nor have we ever worn such expensive things. I can't sleep soundly with it on. I always feel like they sold our son. Lin Jingwo sighed and spoke up as well. Son, your mother is right. Our family and the Shen family are from different worlds. You're not a good match. You'll suffer later. Dad. Lin Fan felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He didn't know how to persuade his parents. You must take this back. Wang Cuifang's attitude was unusually firm. Otherwise, your father and I will always have this lingering resentment. Lin Fan looked at the box in his hand and felt its immense weight. He knew that arguing any further would only make his parents more anxious. Good. He nodded and put the box away. I will talk to Zhiqiu. Seeing that he agreed, the elderly couple seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, but the worry on their faces still lingered. Lin Fan did not linger any longer. He knew that he needed to give his parents some time, and he also needed to give himself some time. Stepping out of his home, Lin Fan drove directly to Hanhai Tianqi. He needs to discuss it with Shen Zhiqiu. When I got home, the huge living room was empty. Shen Zhiqiu hadn't finished get off work yet. Lin Fan placed the necklace box on the cabinet in the entryway. He opened the refrigerator. It was stuffed with all sorts of fresh ingredients. Lin Fan decided to cook a sumptuous dinner. More than an hour later, 6 dishes and a soup were served on the table. Every dish was a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate, far exceeding the usual standards. Click! The sound of the door lock turning rang out. Shen Zhiqiu is back. She was stunned when she saw the table full of delicious dishes. Immediately, a hint of surprise and warmth appeared in his eyes. She changed out of her high heels, put down her Hermes Birkin bag, and strode towards the kitchen. Lin Fan was serving the last bowl of soup. A pair of soft arms wrapped around his waist from behind. Her warm cheek gently pressed against his back. Honey, what's the special day today? You made so many delicious dishes. Lin Fan's body stiffened slightly, then relaxed. He turned around, before he could even speak. Shen Zhiqiu then tiptoed and planted a fragrant kiss on his lips. Confess honestly, are you thinking of something new to do tonight? After spending this time together, Shen Zhiqiu has long since become more and more open, having gone from being shy at the beginning. She was willing to cooperate with Lin Fan and try various ways to make each other happy. In any case, it's the two of them who are comfortable. Lin Fan did not respond to her teasing as usual. A bitter smile appeared on his lips. What's wrong? Shen Zhiqiu immediately noticed his unusual behavior and asked with concern. Lin Fan sighed and said, Today, Liu Ruyan went to see my parents. Shen Zhiqiu's eyes instantly turned cold. What trick is she planning this time? Lin Fan recounted everything that had happened that day in detail. My mom said that our family is too good for them. She said it was like selling a son. They felt that we were not a good match and told me to return the necklace to you. Lin Fan's voice was somewhat low. The living room fell silent. Shen Zhiqiu listened quietly. She didn't actually blame Lin Fan's parents. Any loving parents would have the same thought in this situation. Being a daughter-in-law of a wealthy family with a net worth of hundreds of billions sounds glamorous, but for ordinary families, it brings more fear and pressure. They were worried that Lin Fan would be wronged or looked down upon. This is normal. This precisely demonstrates that Lin Fan's parents are upright and kind, with sound values, and do not covet the Shen family's wealth and status. So what do we do now? Lin Fan asked. Shen Zhiqiu's lips curled up slightly, revealing a confident smile. This is easy to handle. The one who tied the knot must untie it. Your parents' concerns stem from their uncertainty about the enormous Shen family. Then let the patriarch of the Shen family personally go and reassure them. Lin Fan didn't react immediately. Patriarch? My grandma. Shen Zhiqiu blinked. Lin Fan was startled. Let grandma go herself? That's too much trouble for her. Will she be willing? In his mind, Ouyang Dan was a legendary figure who sat in the center and made strategic plans. Lin Fan found it difficult to bring up the idea of having her personally visit and comfort her parents. Don't worry, Shen Zhiqiu said with a light laugh. My grandma's most precious person right now isn't me, her granddaughter. But it's you, her hand-picked, precious grandson-in-law. She wants us to be well more than anyone else. Let's eat. The food is getting cold. She picked up her chopsticks and placed a piece of braised pork on Lin Fan's plate. The meal was enjoyed in a relaxed atmosphere. After the meal, Shen Zhiqiu dialed Ouyang Dan's number in front of Lin Fan. The call was answered quickly. In a few words, Shen Zhiqiu conveyed the concerns of Lin Fan's parents. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. The phone. Lin Fan's heart also jumped. Immediately, Ouyang Dan decisively said, I thought it was something serious. It's only natural for the in-laws to have concerns. Here's what you'd like to do. Tell Xiao Fan to inform his in-laws. I will personally visit them tomorrow morning. Okay, Grandma. Shen Zhiqiu hung up the phone and gave Lin Fan an okay sign. Done. The next day, early morning. The sun is shining brightly. Lin Fan called home early in the morning. Wang Cuifang answered the phone. Xiao Fan, what's wrong? Wang Cuifang's voice was still somewhat listless. It seems I didn't sleep well last night. Lin Fan took a deep breath and slowly said, Mom, there's something I need to tell you and Dad. Grandma Zhiqiu, I would like to pay you a visit this morning. Ah. There was a sudden silence on the other end of the phone. A good 10 seconds or so passed before Wang Cuifang's terrified voice finally came through. Who? Who's coming? Zhiqiu's grandmother? Is it the former chairman of the Shen Group? Oh my God! Wang Cuifang exclaimed in surprise. Immediately, a series of chaotic clattering sounds came from the phone, as if something had fallen to the ground. Immediately following was Lin Zhangwo's anxious voice. Hello? Hello? Son, what you just said is true. The old lady of the Shen family is coming to our house. Yes, Dad. When? What time will you arrive? It should be around 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock. There's less than an hour left. Lin Zhangwo instantly flew into a rage. Why didn't you say so sooner, child? Hurry, hurry. Old woman, don't just stand there. Quickly change your clothes and find me your best Zhongshan suit. And the floor? Mop the floor again. The sofa. Pat the sofa cushions dry. Where's the tea? How can we possibly present our meager tea? We need to go buy some. No, it's too late. Oh my God, what are we going to do? Listening to her parents' incoherent and panicked words on the phone, Lin Fan felt both amused and heartbroken. Chapter 90. My son is so outstanding. After hanging up the phone, Shen Zhiqiu gently held Lin Fan's hand and comforted him. Don't worry, Grandma will handle it. Lin Fan nodded, still feeling somewhat uneasy. That was, after all, Ouyang Dan. A legendary figure who once dominated the business world, whose every move could shake the entire deep-sea city. She personally visited her parents to comfort them, who were as ordinary as could be. Lin Fan felt that this matter was too big. Let's go. Shen Zhiqiu pulled him up. We'll go to the entrance of the community to pick up Grandma. 8:45 a.m. Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu stood at the entrance of the old residential area. The walls were mottled, the green belt looked a bit worn, and the sound of mahjong tiles rang out from the card room at the entrance. It was filled with the lively, everyday atmosphere of the city. A black Rolls-Royce Phantom pulled up to the side of the road. Its sleek lines and deep black color make it stand out from its surroundings. It immediately attracted the attention of all passers-by. The car door opened. An elderly woman dressed in a dark red tang suit, with her hair neatly combed, slowly walked out. It was Ouyang Dan. Although she is advanced in years, she is in good spirits and exudes a calm and composed aura that comes from long-standing positions of authority. Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu quickly went to meet them. Grandmother. Grandmother. The two spoke in unison. Ouyang Dan's gaze fell on Lin Fan, and a kind smile appeared in her eyes. Xiao Fan. Lin Fan took a deep breath and said apologetically, Grandma, I'm so sorry. It's such a small matter. Why did you have to come all the way here in person? The words had barely left his mouth. Ouyang Dan's smile vanished instantly, replaced by a feigned angry expression. Xiao Fan. Grandma doesn't like hearing that. You've already called me Grandma, so we're family. There's no such thing as trouble or inconvenience among family members. From now on, you must not use such formal language again. Did you hear me? Lin Fan felt a warmth in his heart and quickly nodded. I heard you, Grandma. Seeing this, Shen Zhiqiu immediately took Ouyang Dan's other arm and began to act coquettishly. Am I right? Grandma has long been biased towards you, Lin Fan. Even my own granddaughter has to step aside. Ouyang Dan laughed at her and gently tapped her forehead. You silly girl, you're getting jealous now. Let's go, don't keep our in-laws waiting. The three chatted and laughed as they walked side by side into the residential area. Ouyang Dan's gaze swept over the surrounding buildings without the slightest disdain. On the contrary, she commented on them with great interest. The environment here is nice and quiet. It's much more humane than our cold, impersonal manner. I'll visit more often when I have the chance. Soon, the three arrived at the apartment building where Lin Fan lived. Lin Fan took out the key and inserted it into the lock. Click, the door opened. The scene in the living room stunned both Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifang were standing straight in the center of the living room. Both of them changed into their best clothes, which they kept hidden away. Their expressions were extremely serious. Their bodies stood like two javelins. His expression was extremely tense, like a soldier about to be inspected. Looking at the nervous couple in front of her, Ouyang Dan's smile grew even more amiable. She stepped inside first and broke the silence by speaking. Greetings, in-laws and mother-in-law. I am Zhiqiu's grandmother, Ouyang Dan. Her voice was gentle and steady, carrying a reassuring power. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifang trembled violently. The two bowed almost simultaneously. Greetings, madam. Hello. His voice trembled noticeably. Ouyang Dan quickly stepped forward and offered a helping hand. Oh, don't be so polite. I should have paid a visit long ago, but I've been too busy with mundane matters. It was my oversight. Please forgive me. These words were spoken in a very humble manner, giving the Lin family ample face. But the more this happened, the more apprehensive Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifang became. They waved their hands repeatedly, stammering, too nervous to utter a complete sentence. No, I don't deserve it. Yes, it is we who should pay you a visit. Your presence is such an honor to our home. Upon seeing this, Shen Zhiqiu quickly stepped forward and affectionately took Wang Cuifang's arm. Mom, Dad, don't be nervous. My grandma doesn't eat people. And what's more, she's really fond of Lin Fan now, almost overshadowing me, her own granddaughter. These witty remarks made Wang Cuifang's stiff body relax a little. Looking at the sweet-smiling Shen Zhiqiu in front of her, and then at the kind and amiable Ouyang Dan, the fear in her heart subsided slightly. Quickly, please sit down. Lin Jiangwo finally realized what was happening and hurriedly invited them to sit down. The group sat down on the sofa. Lin Jiangwo hurriedly went to make tea, but because he was too nervous, he almost spilled boiling water on his hands. Wang Cuifang sat there awkwardly, her hands on her knees, unsure of where to look. Ouyang Dan seemed oblivious to their predicament, continuing to chat casually. How are you both doing, in-laws? Which company did you work for before retirement? The topic was ordinary, and the tone was gentle. Gradually, Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifang became less nervous. The atmosphere in the living room finally eased up. After chatting for a while, Wang Cuifang looked at Ouyang Dan across from her, and then at her son. After much hesitation, she finally couldn't hold back and voiced the deepest grievance in her heart. Madam, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Ouyang Dan smiled and nodded. Please speak freely, my dear in-law. Wang Cuifang gripped the hem of her clothes tightly and mustered her courage to say, Our Lin Fan is just an ordinary child. He has no great abilities, nor any great prospects. Zhiqiu is too outstanding. We feel that Lin Fan is not good enough for her. We're afraid that he'll become a burden to Zhiqiu in the future. These were her heartfelt words. This was also the reason why she and Lin Jiangwo couldn't sleep last night. However, after listening, Ouyang Dan gently shook her head. A hint of surprise even appeared on her face. Ordinary. My dear in-laws, my dear mother-in-law. You're wrong about that. In my opinion, Xiao Fan is anything but ordinary. Upon hearing this, the two elders of the Lin family were stunned on the spot. Ouyang Dan continued. I have asked the top art connoisseurs in China to look at Xiao Fan's paintings. Experts say that it is already at the level of a master. The brushstrokes and artistic conception are rare in the world. A single painting, if put at an auction house, can fetch an astronomical price that an ordinary person could not earn in a lifetime. What? Painting? Master level? Exorbitant price? Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifeng were completely dumbfounded. When did their son learn to paint? And at a master level? Before they could react, Ouyang Dan dropped an even bigger bombshell. And Lin Fan's piano skills. Even if I were to immediately go to Vienna's Golden Hall to give a solo concert, it would definitely be sold out. Those hands were born for the piano. Piano? Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifeng felt that their brains were no longer sufficient. They don't even have an electronic keyboard at home. So when did their son learn to play the piano? Ouyang Dan seemed oblivious to their stunned expressions and added one last sentence. Not to mention his calligraphy, which has its own unique style and is quite masterful. Such a child is both academically and athletically gifted and is exceptionally talented. Tell me, how could a child like this not be good enough for my granddaughter? I think it's our Zhiqiu who's out of his league. These words struck Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifeng like a thunderclap. They were completely dumbfounded. The two looked at each other, both seeing the bewilderment and shock in each other's eyes. Calligraphy? Painting? Playing the piano? Are they talking about their son, Lin Fan? How could they not know that the son they had raised for over 20 years was so outstanding? The two even had a fleeting, absurd suspicion. This old lady from the Shen family. Was it a fabrication to deceive them in order to defend their son? Chapter 91, Let's Play Mahjong. Lin Fan noticed the shock and confusion in his parents' eyes. They were afraid that the elderly couple might say something inappropriate in their nervousness. He quickly explained in a soft voice. Dad, Mom, those were things I casually learned in clubs when I was in college. It's just a hobby, nothing special. This explanation sounds reasonable. But Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifeng's doubts only deepened. Did you just learn it casually in the club? Can you learn to the level of a master? How could someone like Ouyang Dan personally praise it? Who would believe that if I told them that? The elderly couple exchanged a glance, both having the same thought in their minds. This old lady is probably deliberately trying to elevate her son. They were afraid that the elderly couple wouldn't agree to the marriage. But the more this happened, the more uncertain they felt. How big must the gap be for it to need to be bridged in this way? The atmosphere in the living room seemed to have become somewhat subtle again. Shen Zhiqiu was incredibly intelligent and immediately noticed the two elders' doubts. She added with a smile, Dad, Mom, Lin Fan knows more than just those things. His cooking is even better than that of chefs in five-star hotels. I was completely won over by his cooking skills. Now, if I don't eat his cooking for a day, I feel uncomfortable all over. When cooking was mentioned, Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifeng's expressions finally changed. They knew about this. My son's cooking is absolutely delicious. That flavor is something that restaurants outside can never replicate. But the problem is it because he can cook that the female CEO of the Shen Group, who has assets worth hundreds of billions, is determined to marry him? It still sounds like a fantasy. Wang Cuifeng opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something. Ouyang Dan spoke again at this moment. Actually, Xiao Fan's excellence is just icing on the cake. The most important thing is that my Zhiqiu likes him. It's the kind of liking that comes from the bottom of my heart. I can't live without him. This is more important than anything else. She paused, a hint of weariness creeping into her voice. As you all know, Zhiqiu has had a hard life. My parents died in an accident when I was very young. She has lived with me, this old woman, since she was a child. But at that time, I was completely focused on my career and was so busy that I didn't have much time to spend with her. In such a large manner, she was often the only one, cold and desolate. This child has lacked love since childhood and longs for a warm home. Now, she has found Lin Fan. Lin Fan is willing to take care of her, cherish her, and hold her dear in his heart. Seeing the two of them together, I'm truly relieved. I have entrusted my most precious granddaughter to someone I can trust. This gives me peace of mind as a grandmother more than any wealth or master's talent. These words, though simple and unadorned, resonated deeply with Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifeng. They are also parents. What is your greatest expectation for your children? It's not about becoming extremely wealthy or famous. Instead, they can find someone who understands them, someone with whom they share a deep connection, and live a peaceful and stable life together. It turns out that what these wealthy families value most is this sincerity. At this moment, the deepest knot in the hearts of the elderly couple quietly loosened. The way they looked at Shen Zhiqiu now held a deeper level of genuine affection. Zhiqiu is indeed a good child. He was a pitiful child. The living room was quiet for a moment. A moment. Suddenly, Shen Zhiqiu blinked, breaking the slightly heavy atmosphere. Grandma, Dad, Mom. It's no fun just sitting and chatting. Let's play mahjong. I didn't get to have enough fun last time I came. This suggestion surprised both Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifang. Playing mahjong? With someone like Ouyang Dan? They didn't even dare to think about it. Unexpectedly, Ouyang Dan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, and she immediately became interested. That's a good idea. Speaking of which, I also really enjoyed playing mahjong when I was young. Later, I got too busy with work and gradually gave it up. Today is perfect. Let's review it again. Seeing this, Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifang could no longer refuse. Lin Fan quickly set up the mahjong table and turned on the power. Splash. The crisp sound of shuffling the cards rang out. Ouyang Dan, Shen Zhiqiu, Lin Jiangwo, and Wang Cuifang sat in a circle. Lin Fan became a full-time logistics staff member, serving tea and water and peeling fruit for everyone. The game officially began. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifang were initially a little reserved. They played their cards very carefully, afraid of offending anyone. But Ouyang Dan and Shen Zhiqiu were completely absorbed in the game, especially Shen Zhiqiu. Her card skills were mediocre, and she relied entirely on Lin Fan as her strategist. Play this card, the Two of Bamboo, Lin Fan whispered a reminder. Shen Zhiqiu made the call without hesitation. Don't play that card. Keep it. It'll be useful later. Shen Zhiqiu obediently changed to another one. Wang Cuifang played a card that read Get Rich. Shen Zhiqiu's eyes lit up, and he immediately reached out and pushed. Bump. She glanced at Lin Fan triumphantly, as if to say, "See, I'm amazing." Lin Fan smiled and gave her a thumbs up. After a few laps, the atmosphere became completely lively. "Oh dear, you won again. Mom, you're on an incredible winning streak today. Grandma, you played that card beautifully." Shen Zhiqiu praised Wang Cuifang one moment and flattered Ouyang Dan the next, his words as sweet as honey. Another game. Shen Zhiqiu was ready to win, his face filled with tension and anticipation. She picked up a card, glanced at it, and her face immediately fell. She turned to Lin Fan and complained. "It's all your fault. You made me print that card. Otherwise, I'll just draw the ball myself right now." That coquettish look of hers completely obscured the dignity of a female CEO. She's clearly a little girl being affectionate with her boyfriend. Ouyang Dan watched from the sidelines, thoroughly amused. All right, don't bully Xiao Fan." Lin Fan just smiled helplessly, his eyes full of doting affection. Wang Cuifang and Lin Jiangwo sat opposite each other, quietly watching this scene. Watching Shen Zhiqiu dance with joy when she won a hand, and pout and complain to her son when she lost. She watched as her son patiently handed her water and gently helped her analyze the card game. That kind of natural intimacy and tacit understanding cannot be faked. The image of Liu Ruyan involuntarily surfaced in Wang Cuifang's mind. What was it like when Liu Ruyan was at home? She's always looking at her phone. When Lin Fan spoke to her, she always seemed unresponsive. When she occasionally speaks, it's either to complain about Lin Fan's lack of ambition at work or to complain that the house is too small and old. The atmosphere in the whole room was always oppressive and gloomy. Lin Fan was always careful and obsequious in front of her. Where else can I feel so relaxed and at ease? With smiles radiating from my eyes and brows. Without comparison, there is no harm. Wang Cuifang's heart felt as if it had been gently bumped by something. She glanced at her husband beside her. Lin Jiangwo's face also showed the same relief. They finally understood. At this moment, the concepts of social standing and economic status become irrelevant. The important thing is that their son really found the person who could make him laugh. This is better than anything else. Wang Cuifang picked up a card, and without even looking at it, played it directly. Red center. Shen Zhiqiu's eyes widened instantly, and she shoved the cards in front of her away. "I won. Ha ha. Mom, you're my lucky star." Chapter 92, Let Liu Ruyan Go. Cheers echoed in the small living room. Looking at Shen Zhiqiu's excited smiling face, Wang Cuifang couldn't help but smile as well. It was almost lunchtime. Lin Fan stood up and said, "You guys keep playing, I'll go cook." Upon hearing this, Wang Cuifang immediately tried to stand up. "That won't do. You play with Zhiqiu and the others, I'll go." She felt bad, considering how distinguished Shen Zhiqiu and Ouyang Dan were. Shen Zhiqiu grabbed Wang Cuifang's arm and shook it gently. "Mom, please don't. My luck is just starting to turn, so you can't leave. Play 2 more rounds with me, please." She drew out the last syllable of her voice with a hint of coquetry. Ouyang Dan also spoke with a smile. "Mother-in-law, please sit down." Xiao Fan's cooking skills are absolutely superb. I just want to eat the dishes Xiao Fan makes. Lin Jiangwo chimed in from the side. Yeah, let that kid go. He's very quick. Seeing this, Wang Cuifeng had no choice but to sit back down, a helpless yet indulgent smile on her face. Lin Fan smiled at the group and turned to walk into the kitchen. Soon, the sound of chopping vegetables could be heard from the kitchen. Immediately following was the sizzling sound of oil hitting a hot pan. An indescribable, overpowering aroma began to waft out from the crack in the kitchen door. That fragrance was intoxicating. The three ladies at the card table were all a bit slow to react. Shen Zhiqiu, in particular, was absent-mindedly playing cards while constantly sniffing towards the kitchen. More than half an hour later, Lin Fan carried the last dish out of the kitchen. Dad, Mom, Grandma, Zhiqiu, dinner's ready. Shen Zhiqiu was the first to put down her mahjong tiles and rush to the dining table. Let's stop fighting. Let's call a truce for now. She picked up her chopsticks and eagerly put a piece of pork tenderloin into her mouth. My eyes lit up instantly. It's so delicious. Lin Fan, you're not human. You're possessed by a culinary genius. This exaggerated praise amused everyone at the table. Ouyang Dan also picked up her chopsticks and elegantly tasted a bite of fish. She pondered for a moment, a genuine look of surprise appearing in her eyes. The heat control and seasoning are truly masterful. Xiao Fan, with your skills, you could open a private restaurant and it would be packed with customers. Wang Cuifeng and Lin Jiangwo were all smiles upon receiving such high praise from Ouyang Dan. The meal was enjoyed by everyone. At the dinner table, Shen Zhiqiu and Ouyang Dan praised Lin Fan's cooking skills to the skies. Wang Cuifeng and Lin Jiangwo felt sweeter than if they had eaten honey. After the meal, Shen Zhiqiu enthusiastically pulled everyone back to the mahjong table. Come on, let's continue. Lin Fan shook his head helplessly and began clearing the dishes and cleaning the kitchen. After he finished his work, he resumed his role as a waiter serving tea and water. In the living room, the clatter of mahjong tiles and the laughter of the women mingled together, creating a warm and inviting scene. Time slips away quietly. Before we knew it, it was evening. Lin Fan went to the kitchen again and cooked a late-night snack, a pot of steaming hot handmade wontons. After finishing her late-night snack, Ouyang Dan raised her hand to look at the watch on her wrist. It's getting late. This old body of mine needs to go back and rest. She stood up, and everyone else quickly followed suit to see her off. The group escorted Ouyang Dan downstairs, where the driver had already brought the car. Just before getting on the bus, Ouyang Dan suddenly grabbed Wang Cuifeng's hand. Mother-in-law, let me, an old woman, say a few words from my heart. Wang Cuifeng quickly replied, Please speak, madam. I can tell that you had some concerns before, but I can assure you that I genuinely like Lin Fan as my grandson-in-law. Don't think about anything, and don't pay attention to those cliches about marrying someone of equal social standing. Lin Fan is no ordinary child. He may look ordinary now, but that's just a hidden dragon in the abyss. His future is limitless. You can just relax and enjoy your good fortune. Lin Jiangwo and Wang Cuifeng were both stunned. Is my son really that outstanding? But they couldn't detect a trace of politeness in Ouyang Dan's tone. It was a heartfelt, absolute affirmation of Lin Fan. An indescribable sense of pride and excitement instantly filled the hearts of the elderly couple. Which parent doesn't want their child to be successful? The four of them remained standing there as Ouyang Dan's car slowly drove away. Lin Fan said, Dad, Mom, it's getting late. We should go back now. Wang Cuifeng snapped out of her daze, turned her gaze to Shen Zhiqiu, and looked at him with a look of apology. She found it difficult to say, Zhiqiu, it was Mom's fault before. We genuinely like you, child, but considering the difference in your social status compared to Lin Fan. She hadn't finished speaking. Shen Zhiqiu stepped forward and affectionately took her arm. Mom, please don't say that. I understand everything. If anyone is at fault, it's my fault. I shouldn't have kept my identity a secret from you from the beginning, causing you and Dad to worry about us. Her tone was sincere, and there was not a trace of resentment on her face. The last bit of lingering resentment in Wang Cuifeng's heart has completely vanished. She patted Shen Zhiqiu's hand in return. Good boy, such a good boy. Lin Jiangwo nodded heavily beside him, his eyes full of approval as he looked at Shen Zhiqiu. They accepted this daughter-in-law. The atmosphere was just right. Wang Cuifeng suddenly remembered something else, and her expression changed slightly. She looked at Lin Fan, her tone solemn. Son, there's something else I need to tell you. About Ruyan. Upon hearing this name, Lin Fan's eyes instantly turned cold. Wang Cuifeng sighed. I know what she did was very hurtful. Logically speaking, we shouldn't interfere with her. But she is also. Wang Cuifeng carefully considered her words. Mom means that since the matter is over, as long as she doesn't bother you again, let's just let it go. Don't push people to the brink. Show mercy when you can. Lin Fan remained silent. He was unwilling to let it go like that. But it was his mother who spoke. In the eyes of the older generation, sending someone to jail is a huge deal, and they don't want their son to go too far. If you send Liu Ruyan to jail today, her family might fight you to the death tomorrow. Lin Fan and Zhiqiu are living such a happy life now. There's no need for them to fight to the death with the Liu family. After a long while, Lin Fan finally managed to squeeze out a single word. Good. He looked at Shen Zhiqiu, wanting to see her reaction. Shen Zhiqiu gave him a gentle smile. Listen to Mom. We should look forward to life and not always be held back by people and things from the past. Her generosity and insight made Wang Cuifeng and Lin Jiangwo like her even more. On the way back to Hanhai Tianxi, the car was completely silent. Lin Fan parked the car only after it entered the underground parking garage and turned to look at Shen Zhiqiu beside him. Wife, thank you so much for today. Thank you for defending me so much and saying so many nice things. And thank you for what happened earlier regarding Liu Ruyan. He said thank you several times, as if only in this way could he express his inner emotions. Shen Zhiqiu simply listened quietly. The two got out of the car and walked side by side toward the elevator. Shen Zhiqiu suddenly stopped in front of the elevator. She turned around to face Lin Fan. The motion sensor lights in the apartment corridor cast shimmering starlight in her eyes. A seductive smile curved her lips. Husband, is your gratitude just empty words? Lin Fan was taken aback. Shen Zhiqiu took a step forward, leaned close to his ear, and breathed softly. Talking isn't enough. We must prove it with actions. Let's see how you behave tonight. The words had barely left his mouth. Lin Fan felt all the blood rush to his head. His Adam's apple bobbed. The next second, he bent down suddenly and lifted Shen Zhiqiu up in a perfect princess carry. Shen Zhiqiu let out a short gasp and instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck. But a smug smile spread across his face. Lin Fan carried her and strode towards the door, opened it, and went inside. He turned around and opened the bathroom door. Chapter 93, Seducing Your Brother-in-Law. The next day, Lin Fan arrived at the company. He remembered his mother telling him to let Liu Ruyan off the hook. Lin Fan took out his phone, found the number in the blacklist, and dialed it using a landline. The phone rang for a long time before it was answered. Who is it? Liu Ruyan's impatient voice came from the other end of the phone. It's me, Lin Fan. Lin Fan's voice was devoid of any warmth. There was an instant silence on the other end of the phone. Why did you call me? There was a clear sense of expectation in Liu Ruyan's voice. The letter of understanding has been drafted. Come to my company to pick it up today. Lin Fan said calmly. Liu Ruyan was clearly a little surprised. She didn't expect Lin Fan to let her off so easily. Lin Fan said coldly, this time, it's because of my parents. Zhiqiu agreed as well. If there is a next time, or if you dare to have any more ulterior motives to harass us, I promise you, you won't have such good luck again. Did you understand? Liu Ruyan's eyes immediately turned cold on the other end of the phone. She bit her lip. I understand. Lin Fan hung up the phone immediately. On the other side, after calming down, Liu Ruyan finally realized that she wouldn't go to jail. She couldn't help but burst into laughter. All that effort wasn't for nothing. Playing the victim in front of those two old geezers worked. That old woman, Wang Cuifeng, has such a soft heart. The laughter gradually subsided. The ecstasy on Liu Ruyan's face slowly faded, replaced by extreme resentment and jealousy. She remembered what Lin Fan had said. Shen Zhiqiu also agreed. Why is that woman allowed to stand beside Lin Fan and decide his fate as the mistress of the house? She also recalled the sound of Lin Fan's Alipay account receiving 8.88 million yuan when she left yesterday. That's 8,880,000. That man was like a gold mine she had personally thrown away. No, she was unwilling to give up just like that. She had to find a way to get back on Lin Fan's good side. However, Lin Fan's attitude was already so resolute. If I continue to entangle myself, I'm afraid I'll really end up in a miserable state, just as he said. What to do? After thinking it over, Liu Ruyan suddenly looked at her younger sister, Liu Ruyan, who was not far away. Liu Ruyan is young and beautiful with a hot figure, possessing an even greater youthful allure than her. A bold idea began to grow wildly in Liu Ruyan's mind. It's often said that men have a special feeling towards their sister-in-law. What if Huiyun were to approach Lin Fan? Liu Ruyan's eyes grew brighter and brighter. This plan is a win-win situation. If Huiyun successfully hooks up with Lin Fan, then Lin Fan's money will still be the Liu family's money. Even if it doesn't work out, as long as Huiyun can get into Lin Fan's company and act as an informant, I can keep track of Lin Fan's movements at any time. Moreover, if this matter is handled well, I can also give Zhao Ming an explanation. Zhao Ming promised her that if she could accomplish this task, he would let her become the public relations manager of the Zhao Group. At that time, he will be a senior executive of the Zhao Group on one side, and he will also be able to control Lin Fan through his sister on the other. I can't even imagine what the future holds. Liu Ruyan became more and more excited as she thought about it, and immediately went to discuss it with her younger sister. After hearing her sister Liu Ruyan's plan, Liu Huyan looked at her as if she were crazy. "Sis, are you running a fever? You want me to seduce that good-for-nothing Lin Fan?" Liu Huiyun's face was filled with disdain and resistance. "Have you forgotten what kind of person he used to be? Even if I were to find a boyfriend, he would have to be a rich second-generation heir who drives a Ferrari. Even if Lin Fan starts a lousy company now, how successful can he be?" Liu Ruyan lowered her voice and said urgently, "Huiyun, listen to me. Lin Fan is different now. He's not the same good-for-nothing he used to be. Do you know where his company is? Jinwan Plaza, Block A, Room 2808. Do you know how big a deal he just signed a few days ago?" Liu Ruyan held up 2 fingers. "A $200 million order. That means Lin Fan is now worth over $100 million. Upon hearing this, the disdain and mockery on Liu Huiyun's face instantly froze. She looked at Liu Ruyan with disbelief. "Sis, are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely true," Liu Ruyan said firmly. "Think about it. Can a man like that still be considered useless? He is a hidden dragon right now. If you don't make your move now, once he soars to the sky, the women who want to get close to him will line up from Jinwan Square all the way out of the city. Huiyun, you're younger and prettier than me. If you're willing to take the initiative, what man won't cheat? If you can win him over, I'll even make him buy you a Ferrari." Liu Ruyan's words were incredibly tempting. Liu Huiyun's heart began to pound violently. The image of Lin Fan, that good-for-nothing, in her mind began to gradually blur. Instead, a young upstart with billions in wealth and extravagant spending habits has emerged. Her breathing became rapid. If what my sister said is true, that was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So what if Lin Fan is my ex-brother-in-law? It doesn't matter who you sleep with. After a long while, Liu Huiyun bit her lip. "Good. I'll give it a try." Afternoon. Jinwan Plaza, Block A. The Liu sisters walked into the 28th floor. Before coming, Liu Huiyun went home and changed into a designer bodycon dress and put on exquisite makeup that would attract men, exuding charm from head to toe. When Liu Huiyun saw the simple yet elegant reception desk of Qiufan Technology, her last bit of doubt disappeared. A company that can rent such a large office here is definitely not a shell company. Her sister didn't lie to her. An employee led them to Lin Fan's office. Lin Fan was sitting behind his desk, looking down at the documents. He looked up when he heard the door open. His gaze lingered on Liu Ruyan for a second before landing on Liu Huiyun beside her, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. It was clearly unclear why Liu Ruyan had brought her sister along. Liu Huiyun flashed what she thought was her sweetest smile and spoke in a sweet, coquettish voice. "Brother-in-law." That one word, brother-in-law, was uttered with 1,000 turns and 1,000 charms. However, Lin Fan's expression instantly darkened. "Don't call me that anymore. Your sister and I are divorced. I am not your brother-in-law." Liu Huiyun's smile froze. She hadn't expected to run into such a tough opponent. Lin Fan stopped looking at her and pushed a document in front of Liu Ruyan. "This is a letter of understanding. Take a look at it and sign it if there are no problems." Liu Ruyan dared not delay and quickly glanced through the document. After confirming that everything was correct, she immediately signed her name. "Lin Fan, thank you." Lin Fan didn't say anything, but just made a please gesture, meaning very clearly that he should take the things and leave quickly. Liu Ruyan did not move. She rubbed her hands together, glancing somewhat awkwardly at her younger sister beside her. Lin Fan, there's something else I'd like to ask you. My sister Huiyun doesn't want to work at the 4S store anymore. Isn't your company just starting out and short-staffed? Could you let her work for you? Any position is fine." After saying that, she desperately tried to wink at Liu Huiyun. Liu Huiyun immediately understood. She stepped forward, walked to the desk, leaned forward slightly, and deliberately showed off her stunning figure. He said it in a coquettish tone. "Yes, brother-in-law. Please help me. I can do anything, from serving tea and water to cleaning. I'd be content just to stay by your side and study." As she spoke, she reached out to grab Lin Fan's arm. Lin Fan's eyes sharpened, and he leaned back to avoid her touch. He looked at the two sisters in front of him, each with their own ulterior motives, and his face showed an undisguised disgust. He finally understood. These two people have no good intentions whatsoever. "No. My temple is too small to accommodate your Liu family's great Buddha." His gaze was fixed on Liu Ruyan. "Take your sister and leave here immediately. And one last time. I don't want to have anything to do with your family anymore." Roll. Chapter 94 Relentless Pursuit. The air froze instantly. Liu Huiyun's charming smile froze. Liu Ruyan's ingratiating expression froze. They never expected Lin Fan to be so ruthless. Liu Huiyun was the first to react. She was unwilling to accept it. "I specially changed into my most expensive dress and put on my most beautiful makeup for today. How can we just slink away like this?" She gritted her teeth and took another step forward. Her voice became increasingly sweet and coquettish. "Brother-in-law, don't be angry. We really just want to find a job. If you don't think serving tea and water is good, I can do other things." Her words were full of implications. The disgust in Lin Fan's eyes intensified. He couldn't even be bothered to say another word to them. He picked up the internal phone on the table. I pressed the security department's shortcut key. "Hello, is this the security department? I have two unrelated people in my office. Come over here right now and ask them to leave." A respectful response came immediately from the other end of the phone. "Okay, Mr. Lin." Lin Fan hung up the phone and looked at them coldly. Less than a minute. The office door was pushed open. Two tall security guards walked in. "President Lin." Lin Fan raised his chin. "Take them away." "Yes." The security guard walked towards the Liu Ruyan sisters with a blank expression. "Ladies, please." Liu Huyan screamed. "What are you doing? Don't touch me." "Lin Fan, how dare you treat me like this?" Liu Ruyan panicked and tried to plead for mercy. "Lin Fan, let me explain." However, the security guards didn't give them a chance at all. They grabbed each of them by the arms and dragged them outside. The employees outside the office all peeked out, watching the scene with curiosity. Pointing and whispering, people were discussing it animatedly. Liu Huyan felt countless gazes piercing her like needles. "My face is burning with pain." She had never been so humiliated in her entire life. "Let me go, you bunch of watchdogs." The sound didn't completely disappear until they were dragged into the elevator. Downstairs at Jinwan Plaza, Liu Huyan was thrown to the ground by security guards like trash. She was so angry that she was trembling all over, and as soon as she got up, she yelled at Liu Ruyan. "Sister, it's all your fault. What a terrible idea. Now look what happened. We've completely lost face." Liu Ruyan's expression was also very unpleasant, but she was more composed than her sister. She grabbed Liu Huyan. "Keep your voice down. Do you want everyone to laugh at us?" "Calm down." Liu Huyan shook off her hand. "How can I stay calm? That Lin Fan, he's a bastard, a piece of trash. Think you're something special just because you have a little money? I'm not going to serve you." Liu Ruyan took a deep breath and lowered her voice. "What's the point of you cursing him now? This matter was inherently difficult. I told you that before. What does one failure matter? Think more about the future. When we succeed, what kind of car do you want? A Ferrari or a Lamborghini? What kind of house do you want? A large apartment in the city center or a detached villa in the suburbs? Then, the little grievances you suffered today will be nothing. No pain, no gain." Liu Ruyan's words seemed to have a magical power. Liu Huiyun's anger was gradually replaced by greed. Ferrari, detached villa. These words swirled in her mind. She was so excited that her breathing became rapid. Yes, compared to those things, what is this little humiliation today? As long as we can get Lin Fan. Her gaze hardened again. She clenched her fists. "Sister, you're right. I won't give up like this. Lin Fan, I must take him down." In the office, Lin Fan was unaware that he had been targeted as prey by the Liu sisters. Just then, there was a knock on the office door. Li Wei walked in. "President Lin, this is the latest business report." Lin Fan took the document and began to read it. Li Wei continued his report. "Recently, many companies have expressed their intention to cooperate with us. The company's business volume is growing rapidly." At this point, Li Wei changed the subject. "But our technical department is still short-staffed. Shun Bin and the others have been working overtime until midnight every day lately, and they're almost at their breaking point." Lin Fan nodded. He had been aware of this problem for a long time. Tell the HR department to continue hiring. For those with excellent technical skills, salary and benefits are not an issue. Take this opportunity to expand the company's scale. Also, tell the brothers in the business department that I, Lin Fan, will not let everyone's hard work go to waste. Their bonuses will all be raised by 1 level. Lin Fan used to be a low-level employee. He knows that instead of just making empty promises, it would be better to give people some real rewards. Many employees don't dislike working overtime itself, but rather dislike working overtime without pay. Li Wei's expression brightened. Yes, Mr. Lin. I'll take care of it right away. At the same time, the Zhao Group, the CEO's office. Technical Director Sun Qian stood respectfully in front of Zhao Ming. Mr. Zhao, the 2 people we arranged have successfully joined Qiufan Technology. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming revealed a smug, cold smile. Well done. Sun Qian continued. One of them went into the business department, and the other went into the technology department. These are all core positions. I have already given the order to find dirt on Lin Fan as soon as possible. As long as we find the evidence, we can make Lin Fan's life a living hell. Zhao Ming nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Tell them that they will definitely get a share of the benefits once the job is done. Evening. Lin Fan finished get off work and went to the underground parking lot. He had just walked to his car and was about to open the door. A figure suddenly darted out from behind a nearby pillar. Brother-in-law, it is Liu Ruyan. She grabbed Lin Fan's arm, her face pleading. His eyes were red, as if he had just been crying. Brother-in-law, please. Please give me one chance. I really need this job. Lin Fan was completely numb. Is this woman like a stubborn, persistent plaster? I can't shake him off no matter what I do. He tried to pull his hand back, but Liu Ruyan held on tightly. Lin Fan frowned. He felt things weren't that simple. A normal person would never use such a persistent and harassing approach when looking for a job. And they were blocking people in the parking lot. There must be some other purpose behind this. Lin Fan did not try to break free again. Instead, he sighed, feigning helplessness. Okay, I give up. Let go first. I'll ask the HR department tomorrow to see what positions are suitable for you. He wanted to use words to calm the other party down first, so that he could make a quick escape. Liu Ruyan's eyes lit up with surprise. Really? Brother-in-law. You really agreed? Lin Fan nodded perfunctorily. Can I let go now? I'm going home. Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you, brother-in-law. Liu Ruyan was overjoyed and quickly let go of his hand. Lin Fan quickly opened the car door, got into the driver's seat, stepped on the gas, and the car shot off instantly. Watching the taillights of the departing car disappear into the distance, Liu Ruyan smiled victoriously. Lin Fan, you will never escape my grasp. Hanhai Tianqi. Lin Fan returned home. Shen Zhiqiu was sitting on the sofa watching TV. She smiled gently when she saw him return. My husband is home. Lin Fan changed his shoes, walked over, and plopped down next to her. He recounted everything that had happened that day to Shen Zhiqiu. From the Liu sisters causing trouble at the company to Liu Ruyan blocking him in the parking lot. Finally, he asked, Zhiqiu, can you help me analyze this? What exactly is Liu Ruyan trying to do? Why is she so persistent in wanting to get into the company? Upon hearing this, Shen Zhiqiu immediately chuckled. There was a hint of mockery in that smile. Why are you asking me something so obvious? Lin Fan was taken aback. Is it obvious? Shen Zhiqiu stretched out her finger and tapped his forehead. You're such a blockhead. Liu Ruyan sees that she has no hope of seducing you. I just thought of her young and beautiful younger sister. What's this called? This is called a honey trap. She brought her sister into the company so she could find an opportunity to get close to you and seduce you. They're turning you back into their cash cow and ruining our marriage. Upon hearing this, Lin Fan suddenly understood. Immediately, a surge of anger welled up inside him. I never imagined they could be this shameless. Making your own sister do this kind of thing. Seeing his angry expression, Shen Zhiqiu laughed even harder. What? Only now are you seeing their true colors. Lin Fan took a deep breath and looked at Shen Zhiqiu solemnly. Zhiqiu, don't worry. I will absolutely not let her succeed. No, please. Shen Zhiqiu shook her head. A sly glint flashed in her eyes. He leaned close to Lin Fan's ear, lowered his voice, and whispered a few words. As Lin Fan listened, his eyes widened even more. Honey, you're so naughty, but I love it. Let's do it this way. Chapter 95. Are you kidding me? You want me to do cleaning? The next day, Liu Ruyan stood in front of the mirror. She spent 2 whole hours doing her makeup. Her makeup was exquisite, and she was charming and alluring. She was wearing a brand new Chanel dress. It perfectly outlined her exquisite figure. She was wearing 10 centimeters Jimmy Choo high heels. She looked at herself in the mirror and gave herself a triumphant smile. Lin Fan, you are a divorced man. How difficult could it be to handle? Yesterday, you were just playing hard to get. Today, I'm going to show you what I'm capable of. She picked up a delicate insulated container. Inside was porridge she had specially prepared for Lin Fan, although it was just bought from outside and put inside. But as long as the sentiment is there, that's enough. Men, isn't that exactly what they fall for? 7:40. Liu Ruyan appeared on time downstairs at Block A of Jinwan Plaza. She walked into the lobby with her head held high and chest out. Everyone who passed by couldn't help but take a second look at her. She enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention. It was as if she were already the lady of the house. Xiaofan Technology is on the 28th floor. The elevator doors opened. The company's receptionist recognized her immediately. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Liu Ruyan ignored her. She walked straight to an empty sofa and sat down. Her legs were crossed gracefully, quietly waiting for the prey to appear. Employees arrived at the company one after another. The sound of clocking in echoed throughout the room. Soon, people noticed Liu Ruyan. Hey, isn't that the woman from yesterday? Which one? The one who was dragged out by security guards. It seems so. Why is she here again? You're so shameless. Look at her outfit. If you didn't know better, you'd think she was here for a fashion show. The discussion was not loud, but every word reached Liu Ruyan's ears. A cold smile curled at the corner of her lips. A bunch of blind fools. Just wait and see. When I become the boss lady here, the first thing I'll do is fire you all. She closed her eyes and began to fantasize. She imagined herself holding Lin Fan's hand, surveying the entire company. Everyone groveled before her. Whoever she wants to get out, has to get out. This feeling is wonderful. 9 o'clock sharp. Lin Fan appeared at the company entrance. Liu Ruyan immediately opened her eyes. Like a cheetah that has been waiting for a long time, it has finally spotted its prey. She quickly stood up and went to meet him in her high heels. Her face instantly filled with an cloyingly sweet smile. Her voice was so sweet it could melt your heart. Brother-in-law, you're here. I've been waiting for you for so long. As she spoke, she held up the thermos in her hand as if presenting a treasure. I specially made you a loving breakfast. Please try it. Lin Fan's expression remained completely unchanged. He glanced at Liu Ruyan. I glanced again at the thermos in her hand. Then he reached out and took it. Liu Ruyan was overjoyed. However, the next second, Lin Fan turned around, handed the thermos to the girl at the front desk, and said with a smile, Xiao Wang, haven't you had breakfast yet? Here, take this. The receptionist was stunned. He looked flattered and surprised. Oh, Mr. Lin, this is too much. Take it, Lin Fan said, leaving no room for argument. The receptionist had no choice but to accept it, blushing. Thank you, Mr. Lin. The smile on Liu Ruyan's face instantly froze. What the hell do you mean? I already said it was a breakfast made with love, and you just gave it to another woman? Are you not even going to put on an act? She felt that her feelings had been trampled on in public. A surge of humiliation and anger rushed to my head, but she forced herself to hold back. It cannot be triggered. Absolutely not. A small act of impatience can ruin a great plan. She took a deep breath and forced a smile again. Brother-in-law, you're such a good boss. You even know how to care about your employees. Lin Fan didn't respond to her. He walked straight to his office. Liu Ruyan quickly followed. Brother-in-law, what kind of work do I do today? You promised me yesterday, so you can't go back on your word. Lin Fan walked into the office and sat down at his desk. He picked up the internal phone. I dialed a number. Hello, is this Manager Han? Come to my office. After hanging up the phone, he stopped looking at Liu Ruyan. He turned on the computer without thinking. Liu Ruyan stood aside, her heart filled with joy. In the secret passage, Lin Fan specifically called over the HR manager. It seems they're going to give me a very important position. Manager? Director? He should at least be a department head. Head. Otherwise, how could she be worthy of my future boss's wife status? The more she thought about it, the more beautiful it seemed. It's as if I can already see myself sitting in a spacious, bright, private office. He directed his subordinates to do their work. The salary is high and the work is easy. She would dress up beautifully every day and wait for Lin Fan to get off work, even if they ultimately failed to win over Lin Fan. With such an impressive work resume, it's not a bad deal. Soon, a woman in her 30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Lin, you wanted to see me. She is Han Shui, the head of the Human Resources Department. Lin Fan pointed at Liu Ruyan. Manager Han, This is Ms. Liu Ruyan. Arrange a suitable position for her. Lin Fan's use of the word suitable was quite meaningful. Manager Han pushed up his glasses, his gaze sweeping over Liu Ruyan from behind the lenses. She instantly understood what Lin Fan meant. His face remained expressionless. Okay, Mr. Lin. She turned to Liu Ruyan and gave her a professional smile. Miss Liu, please come with me. Liu Ruyan proudly raised her chin. I followed Manager Han out. Han Shui led Liu Ruyan to a small meeting room. Please have Liu Ruyan sit down. Then he took out a folder and a pen. Ms. Liu, before you officially start working here, we need to get a basic understanding of your resume. Liu Ruyan felt a little disdainful. It's just a formality. Why make it so formal? But she still nodded in agreement. Go ahead and ask. Manager Han opened the folder. What is your highest level of education? Liu Ruyan's expression stiffened slightly, and she said somewhat embarrassedly. Vocational high school. Okay. Manager Han wrote it down. May I ask what kind of work you've done before? Liu Ruyan became even more embarrassed when this was mentioned. She hadn't read many books. After graduation, she got a job as a salesperson at a 4S store because of her youth and pretty looks. It feels a bit embarrassing to present. If it were anywhere else, Liu Ruyan would definitely lie. But this is Lin Fan's company, so she dared not lie at all. I could only honestly tell her about her current work experience as a car salesperson at a 4S dealership. Supervisor Han didn't say anything and continued to write it down. Then they asked about office software, but Liu Ruyan knew nothing about it and became a little impatient with their questions. Ms. Liu, based on your overall qualifications, we have a position in our company that would be a good fit for you, Han Shui said. What position? Liu Ruyan asked expectantly. Cleaning, Han Shui said calmly. Ah. Liu Ruyan was immediately dumbfounded, realizing she had misheard. Say it again? Liu Ruyan's tone was somewhat cold. Cleaning, Han Shui repeated. Chapter 96, playing a double act, or you can do this cleaning job for now. The air froze instantly. Liu Ruyan immediately bristled. What did you say? You want me to do cleaning? Han Shui adjusted her glasses and looked at her calmly. Ms. Liu, based on your resume and ability assessment, the most suitable position for you in our company right now is cleaning. The job duties include cleaning and maintaining the entire office area on the 28th floor. The probationary period is 3 months, with a monthly salary of 3,500 yuan. After becoming a regular employee, the salary will be 4,000 yuan, and social insurance and housing fund will be provided. Working hours are from 7 a.m. to 11 a.m. and from 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. If you have no objections, you can proceed with the onboarding process now. Han Shui's tone was completely businesslike. Liu Ruyan finally realized what was happening. She didn't mishear. This woman is humiliating her in public. A surge of blood rushed to the top of his head. Smack! Liu Ruyan slammed her hand on the table and stood up abruptly. What the hell do you mean? You want me to be a cleaner? Are you blind? She puffed out her proud chest, showing off her designer dress. I'm so young and beautiful, and you want me to clean toilets? Are you jealous of me? You think I'm younger and prettier than you, and that I can be the boss's wife in the future, so you're deliberately making things difficult for me? You old woman, how can you be so vicious? Han Shui's expression remained unchanged in the face of Liu Ruyan's hysteria. She remained seated, as calm as ice. Miss Liu, please watch your words. Xiaofan Technology is a technology company. We respect every employee, including the cleaning staff. But the company's core positions require real scientific and technological talent. She picked up the folder on the table and opened it. This is a position our company is currently recruiting for. Senior Java Development Engineer, master's degree required, 5 years or more of experience in large-scale projects. Front-end architects are required to be proficient in the underlying principles of Vue and React and be able to build frameworks independently. AI algorithm engineers are required to have research achievements in natural language processing or computer vision. Product managers are required to have experience in successfully building products from scratch and to be proficient in using Axure and Xmind. Every time Han Shui mentioned a position, she would look up at Liu Ruyan. Ms. Liu, which of these positions do you think you are qualified to take? Liu Ruyan's face turned pale and then red. She had never even heard of these words before. Java, architecture, algorithms. To her, it was no different from a book written in heaven. She even types with one finger and can't even make an Excel spreadsheet. She can't do any of these jobs. Seeing Liu Ruyan speechless, Han Shui closed the folder. Since they are not qualified for professional positions, then only administrative support positions are left. But our company's administration, human resources, and finance departments are currently fully staffed. Therefore, only the cleaning position remains vacant. My arrangements are based entirely on the company's rules and regulations and your personal circumstances. There is no personal emotion involved. The logic is clear and the organization is well organized. Liu Ruyan was rendered speechless by the rebuttal. She knew that she couldn't possibly win an argument with this old woman when it came to professional matters. Enraged, she brought out her last remaining support. Don't give me that. It was my brother-in-law who asked you to arrange a job for me. Don't you understand what your brother-in-law means? He means that you should arrange a good job for me. I wasn't asked to come here to sweep the floor. Han Shui sneered inwardly. I understand Mr. Lin's meaning perfectly. That's why I assigned you this position, because I understand it so well. But she still maintained a professional smile on her face. Miss Liu, I think you may have misunderstood. President Lin just asked me to arrange a suitable position for you. And based on your situation, this is the most suitable option. I was acting impartially. Liu Ruyan was so angry that she trembled all over. She suddenly thought of something. Receptionist. I can work as a receptionist. The front desk doesn't require any technical skills, right? Han Shui shook her head. I'm sorry. Our receptionist Xiao Wang has always performed excellently, and there is no reason to replace her. Liu Ruyan's sense of superiority returned. Then get rid of her and let me handle this. She's just an ordinary receptionist. How can she compare to me? Han Shui's eyes turned cold. No employee of the company will be dismissed without cause as long as they work diligently and do not make mistakes. This is our company's principle. Xiao Wang's work ability and attitude are obvious to all. We cannot fire an excellent employee just because of you. She won't listen to either soft or hard approaches. He is completely unresponsive to reason. Liu Ruyan realized that she had no way to deal with this woman. Fine. You just wait. Liu Ruyan threw down a harsh remark, turned around, and stormed out of the reception room. She didn't believe in this superstition. What is a human resources manager anyway? She wanted to go directly to Lin Fan. The door to Lin Fan's office was kicked open. Liu Ruyan rushed in, her face streaked with tears. Brother-in-law, you have to stand up for me. Lin Fan put down the documents in his hand and looked up, feigning surprise. Ruyan, what's wrong? Are you not satisfied with the work that Supervisor Han assigned to you? Mentioning this made Liu Ruyan's tears flow even more fiercely. She began to pour out her grievances, embellishing the story. Brother-in-law, that old woman surnamed Han, she's gone too far. She actually wanted me to work as a cleaner. She just looks down on me and is deliberately humiliating me. They even said I can't do anything except sweep the floor. Brother-in-law, I'm your sister-in-law. The way she treats me is disrespectful to you. Lin Fan's face instantly darkened. He slammed his hand on the table and stood up. This is outrageous. How does Han Shui do things? He picked up the internal phone and dialed the Human Resources Department directly. His tone was full of anger. Han Shui, come to my office right away. Seeing Lin Fan stand up for her, Liu Ruyan felt a surge of pride. Hey Han, let's see how arrogant you are this time. My brother-in-law will give you a good scolding later. Then we'll see if you dare to give me that attitude again. Soon, Han Shui knocked on the door and came in. Mr. Lin, you wanted to see me. She saw Liu Ruyan there, but her eyes showed no surprise. Lin Fan pointed at Han Shui and, in front of Liu Ruyan, sternly reprimanded her. Manager Han, I asked you to assign Ruyan a suitable position. What's your plan? I heard you sent her to work as a cleaner? Liu Ruyan stood to the side, her mouth practically stretched to her ears in a wide grin. Yes, that's it. Scold her. Scold her hard. It would be best to fire her immediately. Han Shui, however, remained calm and placed the job posting on Lin Fan's desk. President Lin, please calm down. There's a reason I made this arrangement. These are all the job openings our company is currently hiring for. As you can see, the positions listed above all have strict requirements for education and professional skills. Indeed, no position is a suitable fit for Ms. Liu's situation. I had no choice but to assign her the only cleaning job that had no entry requirements. Lin Fan picked up the job posting and pretended to read it from beginning to end. He frowned, nodding and shaking his head from time to time. Finally, he let out a long sigh. Why? He looked up at Liu Ruyan, his face showing a troubled expression. Ruyan, well, what Manager Han said seems to make sense. I've looked through it, and there really aren't any suitable positions for you here. Liu Ruyan's smile froze. Lin Fan then changed the subject and proposed a win-win solution. How about this? You'll have to make do for now and stay here as a cleaner. This position is relatively relaxed, so you can use your free time to learn more about office software and understand the company's business. After a while, once you're familiar with the environment and have learned something, I'll transfer you to another department. What do you think? Han Shui immediately chimed in to help. Mr. Lin's idea is excellent. Ms. Liu, our company has a well-established internal job transfer mechanism. As long as you are willing to study hard, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The two of them spoke in perfect harmony, making their words sound flawless. It was as if making Liu Ruyan work as a cleaner was a tremendous favor to her. Liu Ruyan was far from willing. Her ideal life was to be a manager, a director, dressed up beautifully every day, drinking coffee, and bossing others around. Now, should we make her put on a cleaning uniform, pick up a mop, and clean the toilet? Do you really want her to learn those troublesome computer software programs? Are you kidding me? I won't do it. Brother-in-law, I'm so young and beautiful. How could I work as a cleaner? If word gets out, where will I put my face? She reiterated her request. I want to work as a receptionist. Fire the current receptionist and let me take over. Lin Fan's expression instantly turned serious. He sat back down in his chair and spoke earnestly. Huiyan, this won't do. Although I am the boss of the company is not a place where I can make all the decisions. The company has its own rules and regulations. That receptionist, Xiao Wang, has always worked very hard and hasn't made any mistakes. If I fire her without any reason, what will the other employees think of me? They would think I'm a nepotistic and unprincipled boss. If this continues, morale will drop, and the team will become difficult to lead. Do you understand? Lin Fan put on an air of righteousness and concern for the company. His words were perfectly watertight. He managed to maintain his good boss persona. This completely blocked Liu Ruyan's path. Liu Ruyan stood there, completely dumbfounded. Chapter 97, The Young Cleaner. To go or not to go? Leaving means completely giving up Lin Fan, this golden opportunity. The dream of becoming a billionaire wife was shattered before it even began. Liu Ruyan was very unwilling. If I don't leave, am I really going to become a cleaner? Wearing cheap work clothes and carrying mops and buckets, they sweep the floor, wipe tables, and clean toilets in front of these so-called white-collar workers? Just imagining that scene made her feel suffocated. Dignity and vanity were like two hands, tearing her apart relentlessly. Lin Fan observed her changing expressions but did not urge her. He picked up his teacup and leisurely blew on the steam. Han Shui, standing to the side, remained expressionless, like a statue. A deathly silence fell over the office. For a long time, Liu Ruyan seemed to have made up her mind and bit her lip. Her lip. Brother-in-law, can I go outside to make a phone call? Lin Fan put down his teacup and gestured for him to leave. Sure. Liu Ruyan turned around and quickly walked out of the office. We arrived at the end of the corridor. She dialed her sister Liu Ruyan's number. The call was answered almost instantly. How's it going, Huiyan? What good job has Lin Fan arranged for you? Liu Ruyan's urgent voice came through the receiver. Upon hearing this, tears welled up in Liu Ruyan's eyes. Sis, he wants me to work as a cleaner. There was a 2-second silence on the other end of the phone. Immediately following was Liu Ruyan's volcanic roar. What? Cleaning? Has Lin Fan lost his mind? He's a billionaire boss with a huge company. Can't he just assign you a clerk or assistant? He wants you to be a cleaner? Who is he trying to humiliate? That ungrateful wretch. I shouldn't have married him in the first place. He slept with me for years. Now that he's all grown up, he treats us like this. Liu Ruyan listened while crying. Strangely enough, listening to her sister's angry outbursts, she gradually calmed down. She remembered the job posting that Han Shui had taken out in the office just now. She recalled Lin Fan's awkward, businesslike demeanor. Sis, please stop yelling. It doesn't seem like Lin Fan is entirely to blame. Liu Ruyan's cursing stopped abruptly. What do you mean? Liu Ruyan sniffed and recounted what had just happened. His HR manager brought up all the job openings in the company. I don't understand any of those technical positions. All administrative positions are full. There are no vacancies. Lin Fan said he couldn't fire a long-time employee for my sake without a reason, otherwise the company would fall apart. If Lin Fan heard these words, he would probably laugh himself to death. On the other end of the phone, Liu Ruyan fell silent. She keenly caught a key piece of information in her sister's words. Huiyan was defending Lin Fan. This shows that Huiyan's heart has begun to waver. There's hope. Liu Ruyan's tone instantly took a 180-degree turn. Huiyan, listen to what your sister has to say. Perhaps this is Lin Fan testing you. Liu Ruyan was stunned. Testing me? Yes. Liu Ruyan's tone was very certain. Think about what you used to be like. You spent money extravagantly and worked only sporadically. Lin Fan is a completely different person now. He's a big boss. His future wife definitely can't be just a pretty face who only knows how to spend money. He asked you to work as a cleaner so he could see if you could endure hardship and if you were sincere. He wants to temper your temper. These words seemed to open a door to a new world for Liu Ruyan. Yes, that must be it. How could Lin Fan really make me clean toilets for the rest of my life? He's testing me. It can only be said that women have a very strong ability to fill in the blanks. Liu Ruyan sensed her sister's change and continued. Think about it. If you just walk away now, wouldn't that just prove that you can't handle hardship and are a spoiled brat? Then how could Lin Fan possibly ever look at you again? But if you stay, it will be different. You endured the grievances and even did the cleaning work conscientiously. Lin Fan will definitely look at you in a new light. At that time, not only will you have a receptionist, but the entire company will be yours. You're the boss's wife. Hiss. That address of boss lady really resonated with Liu Ruyan. All the grievances vanished in an instant. Right. My sister is right. It's just a few months of cleaning work, right? I'll endure it. To become someone superior, to become the boss's wife of Chiofan Technology, what is this little bit of grievance? Liu Ruyan continued. Ruyan, you need to broaden your horizons. The grievances you suffer now are for greater glory in the future. Once you win over Lin Fan, everyone who looked down on you today will have to fawn over you. Liu Ruyan's voice was full of seduction. Liu Ruyan's breathing became rapid. She could almost see herself touring the entire company. She even started to comfort herself. There is no distinction between high and low status in work. Labor is the most glorious thing. It has to be said that women will do anything to climb the social ladder, even if it's self-deception. Sister, I know what to do. Liu Ruyan hung up the phone and wiped away her tears. She took a deep breath, her eyes becoming more determined than ever before. She turned and walked towards Lin Fan's office. Inside the office, Lin Fan and Han Shui both thought that the farce was over. Mr. Lin, it seems she has already left. Han Shui spoke up. Lin Fan nodded. As expected, how could someone as proud and arrogant as her possibly accept a cleaning job? Lin Fan picked up his teacup, took a sip, and prepared to continue processing the documents. Just then, the office door was pushed open again. Liu Ruyan walked in. The anger that had been on her face was gone. Lin Fan and Han Shui exchanged a glance, both seeing surprise in each other's eyes. Why is she back again? Liu Ruyan walked up to Lin Fan's desk and said calmly, Brother-in-law, I've made up my mind. I'd like to start as a cleaner. The air froze again. Lin Fan and Han Shui were both dumbfounded. Are you willing to do cleaning work? She actually agreed. Lin Fan narrowed his eyes and re-examined Liu Ruyan in front of him. This woman is much more difficult to deal with than he imagined. To achieve one's goals, one can abandon one's dignity. Such people are often highly purposeful and therefore more dangerous. He increasingly felt that the Liu sisters had ulterior motives. But the words had already been spoken. It's too late to back out now. Lin Fan snapped out of his daze, and a relieved smile returned to his face. Okay, Ruyan, I'm glad you think that way. Don't worry. As long as you work hard, the company will not treat you unfairly. He nodded to Han Shui. Manager Han, then I'll trouble you to take Ruyan to complete the onboarding procedures and get her work clothes and tools. Okay, Mr. Lin. Han Shui regained her professional expression and turned to Liu Ruyan. Miss Liu, please come with me. Liu Ruyan nodded obediently and followed Han Shui out. A moment later, a peculiar sight has appeared in Chiofan Technology's office area. Liu Ruyan changed into a blue cleaning uniform. The loose-fitting style couldn't hide her beautiful figure. This scene left all the programmers in the office area speechless. Holy crap, what's going on? Is this our company's new cleaning staff? So young? So beautiful? Are you kidding me? Which internet celebrity came here to experience life? I think I just saw her wearing all designer clothes, crying as she came out of Mr. Lin's office. Now, are you changing into your cleaning uniform? Whispers echoed throughout the office. Liu Ruyan could feel the mocking gazes. Her cheeks were burning, but she forced herself to straighten her back. Her sister Liu Ruyan's words kept echoing in her mind. Hold on. Everyone who looks down on you now will have to fawn over you in the future. Future. She looked up, her gaze sweeping across the entire office area. It was as if they were surveying their own territory. Chapter 98, Level Up. Lin Fan was in his office. Through the gaps in the blinds, the light fell on that out-of-place figure. He took out his phone and dialed Shen Zhiqiu's number. Wife, you would never guess that Liu Ruyan actually stayed on to work as a cleaner. No way this is allowed. I underestimated her. I thought this move would be enough to make her back down on her own, but it seems I miscalculated. After a pause, Shen Zhiqiu advised, husband, be careful. A woman who can endure such humiliation for the sake of her goal is no simple woman. Her ambitions may be even greater than we think. For Liu Ruyan, a day's work was a hellish ordeal. The tables are never-ending, and the floors are never-ending. And then there's the bathroom, which always has a peculiar smell. As she put on rubber gloves and picked up a brush to scrub the yellow stains on the inside of the toilet bowl, a wave of nausea rushed to my throat. She almost threw up on the spot. When has she ever suffered such injustice? My fingernail broke. My hands were covered in dirt. The strong smell of disinfectant made her dizzy and lightheaded. Several times, she wanted to throw down what she was holding and just leave. But then her sister's words echoed in her ears. From now on, you'll be the boss's wife. She gritted her teeth and swallowed all the humiliation. This is a test. Yes, this must be my brother-in-law testing me. Once you pass the test, the future will be bright. She hypnotized herself over and over again. Finally, it was 5:30 p.m. Get off work time. Liu Ruyan was so tired that she couldn't straighten her back. She took off her work clothes and changed back into her own. I made a point of touching up my makeup in the restroom to make sure I didn't look too disheveled. She's made up her mind. You should pretend to bump into Lin Fan by chance, and then ask him if he wants to have dinner together. Or, he could take you home. We must always create opportunities for contact. Otherwise, wouldn't all the suffering of the day have been for nothing? One by one, the people in the office area left. The corridor became quiet. 6 o'clock. The door to Lin Fan's office remained tightly closed. A technician who was working overtime came over to get water and saw Liu Ruyan. Beautiful lady, are you waiting for Mr. Lin? Liu Ruyan forced a smile. Yes. The technician looked at her with a strange expression. President Lin left at 5:30. Liu Ruyan's smile froze instantly. They left at 5:30? She waited here like an idiot for half an hour? In other words, she worked hard and endured humiliation all day long. Lin Fan didn't see it at all. So what is the point of her being a cleaner? I'm home. Liu Ruyan slammed her bag onto the sofa. She started complaining to her sister. Sister, I was busy all day, and I wanted to say a few words to Lin Fan after get off work, but he had already left. What am I compared to others today? I'm just a fool, a mere cleaner. I don't want to work here anymore. I'm quitting tomorrow. At this moment, Liu Ruyan was applying a face mask. Hearing her younger sister's tearful complaint, she immediately comforted her. Ruyan, don't worry. Listen to what your sister has to say. This precisely demonstrates that the test has been escalated. Liu Ruyan choked up, unable to understand. What's the meaning? Liu Ruyan continued to deceive. Think about it. He deliberately left early to see your reaction. Let's see if you're just putting on a show for him. They are truly determined and are working diligently. If you resign tomorrow, wouldn't you be falling right into his trap? Then he will think that you are indeed a woman who cannot endure hardship, and that you are only doing this to get close to him. All your previous efforts have been wasted. Liu Ruyan's crying subsided. She felt that what her sister said made some sense. But this is just too unbearable. Liu Ruyan said, it's the hardship that proves its value. You think being a rich wife is so easy? How can you do it without paying a price? Take the example of me sleeping with Zhao Ming. That guy always comes up with all sorts of perverted tricks, but I can only put up with it, can't I? It's not so easy for us women to transcend social classes. Hang in there, Ruyan. Once Lin Fan accepts you, you'll have plenty of opportunities to get to know him. Our future depends on you. Hanhai Tianqi. Lin Fan and Shen Zhiqiu were snuggled on the sofa, eating fruit after dinner and watching a comedy variety show. Shen Zhiqiu laughed and leaned on Lin Fan's shoulder, her body trembling with laughter. Lin Fan suddenly said, do you think I should increase the intensity for Liu Ruyan? Let her give up sooner. Shen Zhiqiu chuckled again. She leaned in and kissed Lin Fan on the cheek. Honey, the company is yours. You can do whatever you want with it. Anyway, I definitely believe you. The next day, Lin Fan called Han Tao into his office and whispered a few words to him. As Han Tao listened, his expression shifted from serious to surprised, and finally to an barely suppressed smirk. He winked at Lin Fan. Mr. Lin, you've become so naughty. Lin Fan remained expressionless. Go and do it. All right. Han Tao chuckled, turned around, and walked out. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. After lunch break, employees returned to their workstations one after another. Liu Ruyan also began her afternoon work. She had just mopped the hallway floor when a programmer walked by carrying a coffee. Sudden, a full cup of Americano was spilled all over the floor. "I'm so sorry. My hand slipped. Thank you for your help, Auntie." The programmer looked apologetic. Liu Ruyan felt like killing him. "It doesn't mean we need to mop the floor again. She's such a beautiful woman. How could she be called Auntie? Damn straight, man. I'll curse you with a voodoo doll to be single forever and impotent for life." Liu Ruyan took a deep breath and told herself to endure. She quietly took out her tools and wiped the floor again. Just as I finished what I was doing, I heard another sound from the other side. Thud. A female employee dropped her lipstick on the floor. "Oh no, my lipstick," the female employee exclaimed, then looked at Liu Ruyan and called out, "Auntie, come quickly and clean the floor." Liu Ruyan was so angry she wanted to grind her teeth to powder. She felt that the other person did it on purpose. "What are you looking at? You're just a stinky cleaner. This is the kind of work you do. If you don't want to do it, then get out," the female employee said arrogantly. Liu Ruyan immediately became furious. "The woman opposite me wasn't as pretty as me, nor did she have as good a figure. Why do you have the right to order me around? Does she also call herself Auntie?" She was clearly jealous of me. She had already forced herself to hold back when the man called her Auntie. Now that another woman is calling her that, she can't take it anymore. "You dirted the floor yourself, so clean it up yourself," Liu Ruyan said angrily. The employee sneered and immediately questioned, "This is your job, and you're making me clean it? What's the point of the company paying you to do this?" Unable to argue, Liu Ruyan glared at him with bloodshot eyes. She threw down the broom. She turned and ran straight towards Lin Fan's office. "Brother-in-law, they're all bullying me," Liu Ruyan cried as she entered. Lin Fan forced a laugh. Those were things he had instructed Han Tao to do. It has to be said that women are more professional at making things difficult for people. Liu Ruyan couldn't take it so quickly. "Cough." Lin Fan coughed twice, then said seriously, "Don't get agitated. Tell me slowly. What exactly happened?" Chapter 99, Why Don't You Become a Security Guard? Liu Ruyan sobbed as she recounted what had happened. To embellish or exaggerate. In her words, she became a pitiful little thing who was isolated and bullied by the entire company. The programmer and the female employee were portrayed as despicable bullies. "Brother-in-law, you must stand up for me." She cried her heart out, her eyes filled with grievance. After hearing this, Lin Fan pretended to be very angry. He picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed Han Tao's number. "Han Tao, come in here for a moment." A moment later, there was a knock on the office door. Han Tao walked in. "Mr. Lin, you wanted to see me?" Lin Fan pointed to Liu Ruyan, who was still wiping away tears. She said that the employees in the technical department and the administrative department deliberately made things difficult for her this afternoon. "Call the person over and ask them what's going on." Han Tao nodded immediately. "Okay, Mr. Lin." He turned and left. Not long after, Han Tao walked in with a male and a female employee. It was the programmer who spilled coffee and the female employee who lost her lipstick that afternoon. When the two saw that Liu Ruyan was also there, they both showed a hint of disdain on their faces. "President Lin," they called out respectfully. Lin Fan put on a stern expression and asked, "Tell me what happened this afternoon." The programmer spoke first. "Mr. Lin, I just accidentally dropped the coffee when I was serving it. I have already apologized. How can this be considered making things difficult?" The female colleague also spoke up, her tone even more assertive. "My lipstick came off accidentally. What's wrong with having her clean it up? She's a cleaner, isn't this her job? Do we have to clean the company floor ourselves if it's dirty? She has a problem with her work attitude. She throws tantrums, and then comes to you to complain." President Lin, this is a classic case of the guilty party accusing the innocent first. Both of their explanations were very simple. It was an accident. There was absolutely no bullying involved. Liu Ruyan was so angry that she trembled all over. "You're talking nonsense. You did this on purpose." Lin Fan ignored her agitation. He turned his gaze to Han Tao and asked, "Han Tao, what do you think?" Han Tao thought for a moment and said, "President Lin, I think the employee is right. Maintaining the cleanliness of the office area and dealing with sudden stains are the responsibilities of the cleaning staff. If we have to be picky about even this small job, then what's the point of hiring a cleaning service?" His words directly sided with the employees. Every word makes sense. Liu Ruyan's face turned deathly pale instantly. She didn't expect that even the department head would help the employee. She felt completely isolated. Tears welled up again. Lin Fan looked at the situation before him with a troubled expression. He waved to Han Tao. "Okay, I understand. You may leave now. Yes, Mr. Lin. Han Tao turned and left with 2 employees. The office door closed. Only Lin Fan and Liu Ruyan remained in the room. Liu Ruyan's psychological defenses completely collapsed. Brother-in-law, even you think it's my fault. They're clearly conspiring to bully me. Lin Fan sighed, thinking to himself, it was all my arrangement. You silly woman. Can't you even see that? He handed me a tissue. Don't cry. Liu Ruyan took the tissue, but cried even harder. Lin Fan did not try to persuade him. He sat quietly beside her, waiting for her to calm down a bit. A long time passed. Liu Ruyan's crying gradually subsided. Lin Fan then slowly spoke. I definitely believe you. Liu Ruyan suddenly raised her head, a glint of light flashing in her bloodshot eyes. Lin Fan's expression seemed very sincere. But, as you've seen, in the company, everything must be done according to the rules and based on evidence. They could say it was an accident, or that it was part of your job. As the boss, I can't punish them for such a small thing. Otherwise, the company will be in chaos. Liu Ruyan bit her lip and remained silent. She understood the reasoning, but she still felt wronged. Lin Fan looked at her, then changed the subject. However, I also noticed it. This position may really not be suitable for you. He paused, his gaze falling on her exquisitely made-up face. To be honest, you are so beautiful and have such a great presence. It's really unfair to put you in this cleaning job. What do your female colleagues think when they see you? Jealousy, exclusion. These things are inevitable. These words struck a chord with Liu Ruyan. She always felt that those people were just jealous of her beauty. Hearing Lin Fan say it now resonated with her even more. So it turns out my brother-in-law knew all this. Everyone saw it. The grievances in her heart instantly dissipated by more than half. Instead, there is a strong sense of anticipation. My brother-in-law said this job wasn't suitable for her. So, should we find her a different job? Receptionist? Clerk? Even an assistant? Liu Ruyan's heart began to race, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Lin Fan. Lin Fan took in her expression. He pretended to ponder, as if he was seriously considering a way out for her. How about this? There are currently no vacancies within the company. Moreover, even if there were such a thing, given your situation, a sudden transfer would be more likely to cause controversy. The light in Liu Ruyan's eyes dimmed slightly. Lin Fan then continued. However, I do have an idea. I just don't know if you'd be willing. I do, Liu Ruyan blurted out without thinking. As long as she doesn't have to do cleaning, she'll do anything. Lin Fan gave a gratified smile. I'm very familiar with the property manager of this building. We can arrange for you to work at the property management company as a security guard. Security guard? The expectation on Liu Ruyan's face froze instantly. Security guard? How could it be a security guard? Isn't that just a doorman's job? She previously called the property security guards watchdogs, and now she wants to become a security guard herself? Seeing her surprised expression, Lin Fan immediately began his analysis. Ruyan, don't rush to refuse, let me finish. First, being a security guard means you're protected from the wind and rain. Rain. You just stand in the lobby of the building. It's an easy job, 100 times easier than scrubbing toilets or mopping floors. Secondly, with your figure, you look dashing in a uniform. Third, and most importantly, the reason you're being wronged today is because you're too pretty, and your female colleagues at the company are targeting you. But the property management is a separate system, and there's no conflict of interest with our company, so no one will target you. You can start over in a completely new, unbiased environment. Every word Lin Fan said seemed to be spoken from her perspective, as if he had thought it through carefully for her sake. This solved the problem of her being bullied. They then assigned her an easy job. That sounds too reasonable. In fact, Lin Fan just wanted to kick Liu Ruyan out of the company so that she wouldn't cling to him all the time. Liu Ruyan was somewhat swayed by what she was being said. She had one major concern in her heart. The purpose of coming here is to get closer to Lin Fan. At least by becoming a cleaner, I could still work in the same office and see Lin Fan every day. If I went to work as a security guard at the property management company, how could I possibly see my brother-in-law all day long? Then all the suffering she endured before would have been for nothing, wouldn't it? Lin Fan saw through Liu Ruyan's little scheme at a glance. He smiled and continued. Even if you become a security guard, you'll still be working in this building, won't you? I pass through the lobby every day on my way to and from work. We can still see each other every day, can't we? Liu Ruyan thought about it and realized it made sense. Lin Fan sees me every time he goes to and from get off work. I stood there smartly in my uniform. Isn't this a million times better than me wearing a cleaning uniform and holding a mop? He immediately said, "Brother-in-law, you're so good to me. I'll do what you say. I'll become a security guard." A barely perceptible smile appeared on Lin Fan's lips. "Okay, wait a moment." He picked up his phone and, in front of Liu Ruyan, dialed the property manager's number and gave him some instructions. "All right, go report to Manager Zhang now." Lin Fan said, "Okay, thank you, brother-in-law." Liu Ruyan was overjoyed and turned to leave. "Oh, right," Lin Fan called out to her. "You don't need to worry about the cleaning staff anymore. I'll have Han Shui help you with your resignation." "Okay, brother-in-law." Liu Ruyan left the office with light steps. I watched her figure disappear through the doorway. A playful smile appeared on Lin Fan's face. He returned to his seat and picked up his phone. I dialed Shen Zhiqiu's number. "Honey, is that cleaning lady taken care of?" Shen Zhiqiu asked. Lin Fan chuckled softly. "Nailed it. Starting tomorrow, she will be the security guard for this building." Chapter 100. What? You're here to be a watchdog too? Jinwan Plaza, Property Management Office. With a hint of excitement, Liu Ruyan pushed open the door. "My brother-in-law said that being a security guard is a cool and dashing job. We can still see each other every day." Inside the office, two men in security guard uniforms were chatting with their legs crossed. Upon seeing Liu Ruyan enter, both of their eyes turned to her. One of the men with a crew cut looked her up and down. "Hey, beautiful, who are you looking for?" Liu Ruyan gave what she thought was a sweet smile. "I'm looking for Manager Zhang. My brother-in-law spoke to him and asked me to come and work as a security guard." She emphasized the words brother-in-law. The intention was to remind them that they were connected through connections, not ordinary people. However, the words had barely left his mouth. The two security guards opposite were taken aback at first. Then, he burst into unrestrained laughter. "Ha ha ha ha. Work as a security guard? Did I hear that right?" Another tall, thin man laughed so hard he almost fell over, pointing at Liu Ruyan. "You're going to be a security guard too?" Liu Ruyan's smile froze. She sensed something was wrong. The two men's eyes were full of mockery and sarcasm. She looked closely. My mind went blank. She recognized him. That day at Xiofan Technology, the two people opposite me dragged me and my sister out like dead dogs. The crew-cut security guard, having finished laughing, stood up and walked over to Liu Ruyan. He was a head taller than Liu Ruyan, and he exuded a sense of oppression. "Beautiful lady, your memory isn't very good. Didn't they call us watchdogs just a few days ago?" The tall, thin guy also joined in, and they sang along. "Yes, it was so impressive back then. They kept calling us watchdogs, cursing us mercilessly. What's wrong? Have you figured it out today? Want to try being a dog too?" Humiliation. A blatant humiliation. Liu Ruyan's face instantly turned bright red. She never expected to run into these two jinxes here. What I never expected was that a casual remark I made back then would become a slap in the face for me now. What nonsense are you talking about?" She retorted with a fierce but weak tone. His voice sounded somewhat weak. The crew-cut security guard chuckled. "Are we talking nonsense? That day, you two sisters were staying at General Manager Lin's company. Did we ask you to leave? Have you forgotten what happened when you were pointing your finger at us and yelling at us?" The tall, thin man crossed his arms and glanced at her sideways. "What goes around comes around. You've been reduced to working alongside us watchdogs too. From now on, we're all family. Please take good care of us." Liu Ruyan was so angry that she trembled all over. She really wanted to turn around and leave. "I quit. What a terrible security guard. Why should I put up with this kind of treatment? But if I leave, how am I going to explain it to my brother-in-law? Will my brother-in-law think that he is hopeless and can't be helped?" It took a lot of effort to change his opinion of her and make him feel sorry for her. If we just give up like this, wouldn't all the grievances we suffered be wasted? In order to get closer to Lin Fan, and for the future life of a wealthy wife, tolerate. We must endure it. After some self-comfort, Liu Ruyan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. He forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart. The two security guards watched her expression change, their mockery deepening. They were just waiting to see her lose her temper and then walk away. Surprisingly, this woman managed to hold back. That's interesting. Just when the atmosphere was at a stalemate, the door to the inner room opened. A middle-aged man wearing a white shirt came out. He has a Mediterranean hairstyle and a beer belly. It was the property manager, Manager Zhang. "What's all the noise about? What kind of behavior is this during work hours?" Manager Zhang reprimanded him with a stern face. The two security guards immediately composed themselves and stood up straight. Manager Zhang's gaze fell on Liu Ruyan. "You must be Liu Ruyan, whom General Manager Lin introduced. His tone was very calm. Liu Ruyan nodded quickly, as if she had seen a savior. Yes, Manager Zhang, that's me. Manager Zhang nodded. Yes, Mr. Lin has already told me. He turned to the two security guards. You two, go on patrol. Yes, Manager. The two dared not say a word, exchanged a glance, and walked out dejectedly. As he passed by Liu Ruyan, he let out a contemptuous snort. Liu Ruyan ignored them. She now places all her hopes on this Manager Zhang. Only the two of them remained in the office. Manager Zhang took out a brand new security guard uniform from the drawer. These are your clothes. Go and change into them. The changing room is over there. Okay, thank you, Manager Zhang. Liu Ruyan took the clothes and breathed a sigh of relief. It seems my brother-in-law has a lot of influence. This Manager Zhang treated me quite well. Knowing that he was one of President Lin's men, he deliberately sent those two annoying guys away. This can be considered a form of care. Liu Ruyan walked into the changing room, and her mood improved again. She took off her own clothes and put on the security guard uniform. Dark blue short-sleeved shirt, black trousers. The material is a bit rough, but the cut is decent. She looked at herself in the mirror. It has to be admitted. My brother-in-law is right. I have a good figure, and I'm pretty, so I look good in anything. Wearing this uniform makes me look infinitely more energetic than that drab janitor's uniform. The waist is the waist, and the legs are the legs. It highlighted all her physical advantages. Liu Ruyan twirled in front of the mirror. She even started to fantasize. When Lin Fan got off work, he saw himself standing smartly in the lobby wearing this uniform. Wouldn't that be a pleasant surprise? Do you ever feel like you're different from other women? Maybe. My brother-in-law likes this kind of uniform fetish, doesn't he? The more she thought about it, the happier she felt, and she couldn't help but smile. After changing her clothes, Liu Ruyan went outside. Manager Zhang glanced at her. Let's go. I'll show you around and get familiar with your job. Okay, thank you for your help, Manager Zhang. Liu Ruyan followed Manager Zhang with light steps. She thought her job would be in the lobby on the first floor of the building, standing guard while enjoying air conditioning. Occasionally, I can even greet the white-collar workers coming and going. Most importantly, Lin Fan passes by there every day on his way to and from get off work. However, Manager Zhang did not take her to the lobby. Instead, they walked directly out of Block A of Jinwan Plaza. We passed through a green belt. Keep walking, keep walking. We walked to the open-air parking lot behind the square. The afternoon sun scorched the earth like fire. The ground was radiating heat. Manager Zhang stopped in front of a small guard post. He pointed to the parking lot and said, "All right, from today onwards, this is your post." The expression on Liu Ruyan's face froze completely. An open-air parking lot. She was dumbfounded. Manager Zhang. I work here? Yes. Manager Zhang's answer was simple and straightforward. Your job is to maintain parking order here, guide vehicles into their designated spaces, and handle any emergencies. Liu Ruyan was about to cry. Here, under such a blazing sun? By the end of the day, won't my fair skin be tanned to a dark brown? How can I seduce my brother-in-law if I get a tan? Besides, this is a parking lot. What if some acquaintance drives by and sees me directing traffic as a security guard here? Where does she put her face? She'd rather go back to cleaning toilets. At least you don't have to show your face when you're cleaning toilets. Manager Zhang. Liu Ruyan immediately put on a pitiful expression and gently shook Manager Zhang's arm. Her voice also became soft and sweet. Look, it's really inconvenient for a young woman like me to be exposed to the wind and sun here. Could you find me somewhere else? For example, in the lobby? I promise I will work hard. She used her usual charm and coquettish tactics, which were always effective against men. However, Manager Zhang, who was all smiles just a moment ago, suddenly turned pale the next second. He abruptly shook off Liu Ruyan's hand. His tone was stern, devoid of any warmth. Liu Ruyan, do you think you own the property management company? Go wherever you want. President Lin arranged for you to come here to work, not to be picky and act like a spoiled princess. The positions in the lobby have been full for a long time, and now we are short-staffed here. Take it or leave it. I won't do it. I'm taking off my clothes and leaving right now. I'll just report to General Manager Lin that you can't handle hardship and quit on the first day. These words were like a bucket of ice water, chilling Liu Ruyan to the bone. She was completely stunned. This Manager Zhang. Why the sudden change of expression? Shouldn't he take better care of himself out of respect for his brother-in-law? How could it be so fierce?